10,810, and budgeted headcount is 12,445 with a vacancy rate of 13.1%. DHS's proposed FY27 budget of $4.22 billion represents 3.4% of the administration's proposed FY27 budget, and this is a decrease of $412.7 million or 8.9% from the $4.63 billion originally budgeted in the FY27 preliminary plan. This decrease results from several actions, including the shelter cost containment plan, a reestimate to projected costs for the asylum seeker response, and the elimination of 183 positions at the agency. As of April 26, DHS's actual headcount is 1,616, and the budgeted headcount is 2,021, a vacancy rate of 20%. In the Council's preliminary budget response, we called on the Mayor to add $82.1 million to HRA's budget to invest in fair fares, to more accurately budget for HASA emergency shelters, and to baseline one-time funding added in fiscal 26 only for housing stability microgrants for DV-impacted individuals, the anti-harassment tenant protection legal services program, and to continue funding the legal services pilot for DV survivors in divorce proceedings. We were pleased to see that a request was partially included in the plan, with more than half of our total funding requests for FY27 being included and baselined in the out years. However, we continue to hear the same contracting issues from human service providers. As a former CEO of a community-based organization, I'm all too familiar with the struggles providers face when reimbursements are not made in a timely manner. Delayed reimbursements put CBOs in difficult positions where they end up scrambling to make payroll and ensure that services do not get disrupted. In addition to delays in reimbursements, providers have experienced stagnant reimbursement rates, frequent changes in contracting steps and approvals, and few opportunities to expand services and funding. These issues, on top of CBO's losses of federal dollars, pose further challenges to organizations that serve the most vulnerable residents of our city. I look forward to hearing from you, Commissioner, on how DSS will help human resources providers and our most vulnerable residents through these challenges now and in the years to come. And I now want to turn to my co-chair of this hearing, Chair and Councilmember Hudson, for her opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chair Lee, and good morning. I'm Crystal Hudson, Chair of the General Welfare Committee, and my pronouns are she, her. Thank you for joining us for the fiscal 2027 executive budget hearing for the General Welfare Committee. We will hear from two agencies, the Human Resources Administration, or HRA, and the Department of Homeless Services, DHS, testifying under the umbrella of the Department of Social Services, or DSS. I'm pleased to be here with my colleague, Chair of the Committee on Finance, Councilmember Linda Lee. The city's proposed fiscal 2027 executive budget totals $124.7 billion, of which $18.82 billion, or 15.1%, funds DSS, making it the second largest agency budget after the Department of Education. This encompasses $14.6 billion for HRA and $4.22 billion for DHS. There were notable changes made in the executive plan for both agencies. HRA saw new needs totaling $235.4 million in fiscal 2027, growing to approximately $263 million in the out years for several programs, including domestic violence shelters, legal services, fair fares, and agency staffing. Due to the savings mandates and vacancy reductions required by the Mayor's Executive Order 12, HRA saw $275.2 million in savings in fiscal 2027 and $274.1 million in savings baseline starting in fiscal 2028. The largest savings will be achieved in the City FEPS program through a cost containment plan. DHS only saw new needs in fiscal 2026 with $72.7 million added for operational costs at contracted shelter providers and maintenance of DHS's IT programs. DHS's executive plan included savings of $356.7 million in fiscal 2027, largely from a shelter cost containment plan, with the level of savings decreasing in the out years. The Council's budget response called on the administration to restore baseline one-year funding included in fiscal 2026 only for joint priorities, and I was glad to see that the administration baselined $25 million starting in fiscal 2027 to support fair fares, as well as baseline funding for legal services, housing stability micro-grants for domestic violence impacted individuals, and to continue the legal services pilot for DV survivors in divorce proceedings. While I know all agencies were under a mayoral mandate to generate savings, I'm concerned about how the vacancy reductions, which eliminated 183 positions at DHS and 79 positions at HRA, may impact the agency's ability to maintain their current level of services at a time when they are more needed than ever. I'm also concerned about the areas where the budget may not adequately support the essential programs administered by HRA and the necessary level of staffing required to provide clients with services in a timely manner. While HRA has been able to improve the timeliness rates for SNAP and cash assistance applications, denial rates have increased, which is especially troubling given the recently implemented federal work requirements. We have still been hearing that it is very difficult to get through to HRA by phone, and that clients are experiencing very long wait times at HRA centers. While DHS's shelter census has decreased slightly in the past few months, it remains above 80,000. Placements into subsidized housing must be accelerated in order to significantly decrease the number of people living in our city's shelter system. Programs such as City FEPS are more important than ever and the best way to move long-term shelter residents into stable, permanent housing. However, this program is still challenging for many to access, on top of the difficulty of finding affordable housing in a very expensive city. I'm concerned the City FEPS cost containment savings may impact and further delay an already time-sensitive application process for clients. In today's hearing, we look forward to discussing adjustments made in the executive plan, including new needs and the vacancy reductions and savings. It is the council's job to carefully review the budgets and operations of city agencies to ensure that we are good stewards of public dollars and that we are providing our city's most vulnerable residents with the services they need. And this is a job I take very seriously. Finally, I would like to thank General Welfare Committee staff for their work on preparing this hearing. Fariha Rahman, Senior Financial Analyst, Elizabeth Childers-Garcia, Senior Financial Analyst, Julia Haramis, Assistant Director, Aminta Kilawan, Senior Counsel, Panina Rosenberg, Senior Policy Analyst, Justin Campos, Policy Analyst, Brian Sarfo, Finance Committee Counsel, my Chief of Staff, Andrew Wright, Elika Ruentan, Senior Manager of Policy and Communications, and Demi Brown, my Deputy Chief of Staff. And now, Commissioner Dalton, our Finance Counsel, will swear you in. Thank you.
Thank you. We've also been joined by Councilmember Morano, and just really quick housekeeping announcement that I've been making at every hearing, which is that, as a reminder, I see a lot of our awesome nonprofit provider staff who are here today. So just wanted to remind everyone that we are having all of the agency public testimony on Wednesday, June 10th, beginning at 9:30. So all the city agencies, public testimony, we're doing it all in one day. So it's going to be a long day, but we'll try to make it as interesting as possible and on time as possible. So please make sure to sign up for public testimony on Wednesday, June 10th. And I will now turn it over to our committee counsel to swear in the witnesses.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Dalton?
I do.
Administrator French?
I do.
Administrator Fellini? First Deputy Gardy? Chief Johns?
I do.
And Officer Gonzalez. You may begin.
Good morning. I want to thank Speaker Menon, Chairperson Hudson, Chairperson Lee, members of the Committee on General Welfare, and members of the Committee on Finance for holding today's hearing and for the opportunity to testify about the Department of Social Services fiscal year 2027 executive budget. My name is Erin Dalton, Commissioner for New York City Department of Social Services. I am joined by Human Resources Administration Administrator Scott French, Department of Homeless Services Interim Administrator Christine Fellini, DSS First Deputy Commissioner Saratu Garte, DSS Chief Program Performance and Financial Officer Richard Johns, and DSS Chief Strategy Officer Chris Gonzalez. Collectively, we represent approximately 12,500 hardworking staff who dedicate their lives to supporting New Yorkers living at or below the poverty line. As I approach my first 3 months as Commissioner, I want to express my gratitude to the dedicated DSS staff, as well as our nonprofit providers, advocates, community partners, and clients who have helped me to better understand the extraordinary scope and complexity of New York City's social safety net. Since stepping into this role, I have visited dozens of shelters, HRA benefits access centers across the 5 boroughs, shadowed outreach teams working with New Yorkers experiencing street homelessness, and joined staff in door-to-door outreach efforts to help SNAP recipients understand new federal work requirements and avoid losing critical benefits. These experiences have deepened my appreciation for both the challenges our clients face and the commitment of the people who serve them every day. I've spent these first months listening and learning, and while I've gained invaluable insight, I recognize there is much, much more to learn, and I look forward to continuing that work in partnership with all of you. I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation for the conscientious leadership of the New York City Council as we engage in the challenging issues DSS addresses. I've had a chance to meet with a number of council members during my time here and hear about the successes, ideas, and concerns that impact your constituents. For those of you I've not engaged with directly yet, I look forward to that future collaboration. Supporting vulnerable populations, troubleshooting on-the-ground challenges in neighborhoods as they arise, and delivering social services to New Yorkers that meet the high standards Mayor Mamdani has set out is consistently on my mind in our work and in our budget, the topic at hand today. DSS is pleased to play a major part in pursuing the whole-of-government vision presented by Mayor Mamdani's housing plan published last week, Block by Block, the Housing Plan for a New Era. Alongside our sister agencies, including the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, New York City Housing Authority, the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, and New York City Health and Hospitals, DSS serves as a partner in tackling the housing crisis and uplifting the mayor's vision of a city more affordable for working people. DSS's contributions to that comprehensive housing strategy include investments in technology and systems that connect New Yorkers experiencing homelessness to housing, streamlining the supportive housing application process, pursuing reforms to minimize the amount of time people spend in shelter, and breaking down bottlenecks and barriers crucial to housing stability to better serve clients. As you know, DSS through HRA and DHS serves approximately 3 million New Yorkers on any given day. The consolidated management structure and the shared mission of the three agencies provides an integrated continuum of client services that helps create a path to sustainability for low-income New Yorkers. Our work is grounded in three priorities: streamlining access to benefits and services, addressing homelessness and housing instability, and promoting economic stability. I will begin by providing an overview of the HRA and DHS FY27 executive budgets. The FY27 budget for HRA is $14.6 billion, including $8 billion in city funds. The majority, over 70% of the HRA budget, is earmarked for benefits that the city administers on behalf of the state of New York. Almost 98% of the HRA budget provides direct benefits and support to New Yorkers, including cash assistance, benefits for which benefit levels and eligibility rules are set by the state law and regulations, Medicaid, also regulated by the state, which includes home care, managed care, mental health, substance use services, and hospice care. The city pays a portion of the Medicaid costs out of the city funds, representing 57% of the HRA city-funded budget. HRA sends these funds directly to the state to be used along with state and federal funds to pay medical providers and managed care plans. The remainder of the city funds are allocated as follows: 16% for public assistance, 18% for rental assistance and homeless prevention, 3% for administration costs at HRA and DHS, 2% for legal services, and 1% each for HIV/AIDS Services Administration, Employment Services, the Community Food Connection, Domestic Violence Services. HRA also administers SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, for 1.7 million clients. These benefits are federally funded at about $5 billion a year and do not flow through our budget, but represent another critical benefit that HRA provides. Now I will provide an overview of the DHS budget. DHS is committed to providing safe temporary shelter, connecting New Yorkers experiencing homelessness to permanent housing, and addressing unsheltered homelessness. DHS has an FY27 budget of $4.2 billion, of which $3.5 billion is city funds. The agency has a headcount of approximately 1,900, and with its not-for-profit provider partners, it is the largest municipal organization dedicated to addressing homelessness in the United States. Almost 99% of the DHS budget supports shelter for families and individuals and services for the unsheltered, including outreach and low-barrier beds. The DHS budget is broken out as follows in FY27. $1.4 billion for adult shelter, 45%, $1.25 billion for family shelter at 40%, $450 million for street outreach services at 14%, and the remaining 1% for general administration. In the FY27 financial plan, this administration is continuing to make investments in our critical programs with over $3.1 billion added in baseline funding, including for City FEP's rental assistance program, cash assistance, DHS shelters, food assistance programs, affordable housing services, and additional services to support New Yorkers experiencing street homelessness and support for our nonprofit providers. As I've highlighted in my testimony, DSS, HRA, and DHS budgets are significantly reliant on federal funds, but more importantly, the 3 million people we serve receive much benefit from the federal government. Enacted in July of 2025, the Federal Budget Reconciliation Bill, known as H.R. 1, significantly changed both SNAP and Medicaid in ways that will directly affect New York City residents who rely on these programs to meet basic needs. The law expands work requirements for SNAP and Medicaid, increases administrative reporting requirements, and reduces federal funding while shifting more costs to states. As a result, many eligible individuals risk losing their access to food assistance or health coverage due to stricter eligibility rules or paperwork burdens rather than changes in income or need. For a city like New York, where hundreds of thousands of families rely on SNAP to afford groceries and millions depend on Medicaid for health care, these changes will increase food insecurity, lead to loss of health coverage, and place additional strain on local safety net providers such as hospitals, community health centers, and food banks. As you know, under H.R. 1, SNAP work requirements were significantly expanded by a new definition of able-bodied adults without dependents, or ABODs, which expanded the age range from 18 to 54 to 18 to 64, while also lowering the age of dependents from under 18 to under 14. The law also removed several important categorical exemptions for veterans, people experiencing homelessness, qualified non-U.S. citizens, and young adults who aged out of foster care. SNAP recipients who need to comply with these expanded work requirements must complete at least 80 hours per month of work or job training or volunteer for a set number of hours based on their monthly grant, starting in March of 2026, just earlier this year. Individuals are allowed 3 months of noncompliance before their SNAP benefits would be reduced or closed. And June 26, 2026, this week, is the first month and first week where an individual's SNAP benefits could be impacted. Approximately 1.7 million New Yorkers receive SNAP, and we estimate 342,000 individuals on SNAP were impacted by the new work requirement. That is, they are aged 18 to 64, no children under the age of 14 in the household, and not otherwise disabled. Since the passage of H.R. 1, we have pursued a two-part strategy. One, an all-of-government effort to exempt eligible New Yorkers, and two, an all-of-community effort to engage people still at risk of losing their benefits. Our efforts have helped more than 220,000 SNAP recipients potentially impacted by work requirements obtain exemptions, and thanks to repeated direct outreach of the remaining 126,000 identified SNAP recipients, helped more than 80,000 New Yorkers comply with work requirements through engagement in employment, volunteer, and vocational opportunities. We have conducted dozens of information seminars and trainings to community organizations and partners, including elected officials. We have conducted targeted door-knocking campaigns in partnership with the Mayor's Public Engagement Unit and amplified awareness through a variety of public media outlets to ensure that clients had and continue to have ample opportunity to connect with us to mitigate any impacts of the new eligibility criteria. While this is encouraging and a testament to the dedicated work of HRA staff and government partners, as well as the support of CBO partners, advocates, and elected officials, approximately 42,500 SNAP recipients are potentially impacted by benefit reductions and closures in June. We strongly encourage anyone who has experienced a reduction or a closure to their benefits due to these work requirements to contact us at 718-SNAP-NOW. It is not too late to save your benefits, and we can help you to understand how to do that. Keeping New Yorkers in their homes, moving families and individuals out of shelter, and helping these households remain stably housed are all primary goals for the agency, and I now want to talk about our progress in these areas. First, I would like to provide a quick update on our DHS shelter population. As of May 28th, the overall DHS census was 82,640. Of the 82,600, approximately 52,400, or 65%, are families made up of children and their adult parents and caregivers, and children make up 34%, or more than a third of all people in shelter. The remaining population are made up of single adult men, 18,167, single adult women, 7,268, and adult families, 4,838. As you know, DHS evaluates New York shelter census continuously to ensure we are meeting our legal mandate to provide temporary housing services for all who need them. While we have seen a decline in families with children populations at intake, but also increases in the numbers of single adults entering the system, including asylees who will be exiting the last remaining HERC at Bruckner site by the end of the calendar year. In New York City, 97% of people experiencing homelessness are sheltered, but that 3% is a particular area of focus. DHS continues to aggressively expand low-barrier bed capacity, which are shelter types targeted to those experiencing unsheltered homelessness, things like safe havens and stabilization beds. As of June 2026, DHS has a total of 4,290 low-barrier beds online, 30 of which Mayor Mamdani accelerated to be available during this past winter. We expect an additional 350 safe haven beds to come online before the end of the year. In conjunction with the low-barrier bed contributions, on February 18th, Mayor Mamdani announced a revised unhoused encampment response policy that shifted primary responsibility for encampment engagements for those experiencing unsheltered homelessness from NYPD to DHS. Under this protocol, DHS is the lead agency responsible for issuing notices, conducting outreach, offering placements, with DSNY conducting cleanings after a 7-day notice period and NYPD present only as needed for safety support. The policy emphasizes daily outreach during the notice period, with DHS teams returning consistently to offer shelter placements, safe haven beds, and connections to services. The administration has committed $30 million in baseline funding for DHS outreach expansion and $11.9 million for NYC Health and Hospitals to support increased street medicine and behavioral health engagement. This includes additional DHS staff, or primarily outreach workers, expanded street outreach and wellness or show units at H&H, and an additional bridge-to-home site for individuals with serious mental illness. DSS remains committed to connecting New Yorkers to permanent housing and keeping them stably housed. We have seen record-breaking increases in the number of permanent housing placements. In FY26 through March, nearly 13,000 households, comprised of nearly 27,900 New Yorkers, were able to obtain permanent housing or stay in their homes using City FEPS vouchers, reflecting a 24% increase year over year. Furthermore, DSS was honored to be part of the Mayor Mamdani's 100-day accomplishments announcement, celebrating another 10,000 subsidized exits from shelter. Through our home-based homelessness prevention programs in FY26 through May, more than 30,900 households have been enrolled, exceeding the contractual goal with a month still remaining in the fiscal year. This represents 18,100 households who received services to remain in their homes and 12,800 households who received aftercare services from home base to keep them stably housed. Economic stability remains a key focus of our work at DSS. We recognize that more and more New Yorkers rely on city resources to make ends meet. In addition to the public benefits, rental assistance, and other essential resources we offer to help people get back on their feet, HRA career services and supports enable New Yorkers to secure steady income and live sustainable lives. HRA Career Services continues to expand the scale and reach of its workforce development efforts through community hiring, Hire NYC, and other employment initiatives. In FY26 to date, nearly 8,500 public benefits recipients have been connected to employment through HRA's Business Link Hire NYC program, helping New Yorkers access quality jobs that support long-term economic stability and self-sufficiency. The Pathways to Industrial and Construction Careers program, that's the PINC program, continues to advance training, education, and job placement opportunities. To date, the program has enrolled 2,810 individuals in construction and industrial training programs, achieved 1,556 training completions, and placed 1,345 participants into employment, including more than 1,100 union positions. Jobs Plus, HRA's place-based employment initiative serving NYCHA developments, continues to connect public housing residents to the workforce, financial empowerment, and supportive services. Through May 31 of FY26, Jobs Plus providers reported 926 placements, enrolled 2,345 individuals, and served 8,532 participants across 10 sites citywide. HRA plans to release the next Jobs Plus RFP in the summer of 2026 with an anticipated program start date of July 1. In closing, I want to recognize our partners across government, including the New York City Council, the provider community, advocates, and community-based organizations who deliver these essential services every day. Together, we remain committed to improving access, strengthening stability, and supporting vulnerable New Yorkers with dignity and compassion. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today and welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Also, we have been joined by Council Members Wilson, Wong, Deputy Speaker Williams, Councilmember Ressler, and Councilmember Brewer. So I'm just going to actually ask a few questions before my prepared ones, just based on the testimony. So is that timeline correct, by the way? Starting with the Jobs Plus RFP. So it's the new RFP is coming out in the summer of 2026, but then it's starting in July?
It's 2027. It's a typo in
Oh, okay, because I was like, wow, that's a really fast turnaround time. Okay, that makes a lot more sense, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and I'm just really glad to see that you've highlighted that the SNAP work reauthorization and the new requirements around that are an issue, because that's one thing that when Chair Hudson and I conducted a roundtable with some of the providers, this was one of the main things that they were discussing, was that it is a challenge with the new work requirements. And so just wanted to know, I mean, I know that you said that you're in the process of helping some of those transition and also give waivers, which is great to hear. But what are some other things in the next months, year coming out in the out years that you're planning on doing around this?
Yeah. I can start, and then I'm happy to turn it over to Administrator French as well. Yes, as you know, this is a systemic attack on the social safety net, not intended to help people get access to work,
Right.
but intended to shift costs to the states and increase the paperwork burden for people.
Yeah.
We know the vast majority of folks on SNAP are already working. And so, yes, I think we've approached this as, you'll hear a theme, an all-of-government effort and an all-of-community effort. So we started the process with 342,500 people at risk, and through partnerships with health and hospitals and looking at other data matches, we were able to exempt 65% of those folks. That means that they are exempt at least for the time being, and they don't have to month over month recertify that they are working. So that takes all of those folks essentially off the table for having to comply with the work requirements. This is not nothing. This is government excellence at its best, using all of the resources we have to come alongside people and combat a systemic attack on the social safety net. That approach was complemented, importantly, as you sort of get down the funnel of people who still have to comply, with a really concerted community effort. You're probably hearing from community-based organizations, us reaching out to them, their constituents, their clients reaching out to them, wanting to make sure that they comply. Administrator French and his team and the whole staff have done just a tremendous amount of work to educate folks, and we rely on our NYC benefits partners to do that as well, and do everything from phone banking, reaching out multiple times, which is not actually required by the regulations, and door knocking. I had the opportunity to door knock myself in the Bronx a couple of weeks ago. And so I think we keep this up. We will not get tired. We will continue to look at creative ways to make sure that everyone who is eligible for an exemption receives one. Those data matches continue month over month. And we will continue to do the work to reach out to people who are impacted. I will say on the one positive note, while that number of people receiving strike notices and really at risk of losing their benefits this month in June was over 40,000, when we look at people receiving new strike notices, that's down to 15,000. So we're starting from a much smaller base as we continue to go forward. So what you will see from us, again, is sort of relentless thinking and creativity on the government side to make sure we do everything we can to offer people the exemptions they're eligible for, and then a really strong ground game to get everybody else.
Okay, perfect. And I know we have a lot of great groups in the room who are helping with that effort as well. So look forward to hearing from them on June 10th. I got to plug that in again, sorry. Okay, just really quickly, before I go into more budget-related questions, the folks that you're seeing with serious mental illness, how has the process been for folks who are moving in and out of the shelter system? Has that been smooth? I know that there's a bunch, obviously, of outreach teams. There's IMT, ACT, AOT, there's a bunch. And so just wanting to hear how that has been happening in terms of the handoffs between the different city agencies, and if it's been smooth, what you think could be improved. Just curious to hear your perspective.
Sure, thank you. And if Administrator Fellini wants to jump in as well, I'm happy to have that. Right, so I've been here just a couple of months, but what I see in my colleagues across DOHMH and H&H is really strong cooperation and collaboration. I think we know that we're all serving the same clients. I think we know we can do better to make sure that we're sending the right teams at the right times and making sure those handoffs are really, really tight so that people don't fall through the cracks. In a number of different ways, we're practicing that collaboration. City Hall has
Is there like a task force or working
yeah, there's a
group?
task force.
Okay,
So the City Hall has empowered H&H to hold a task force around people with serious mental illness that are the hardest to serve, that DSS, DHS, and our colleagues at DOHMH participate on. The work that I'm helping to lead on the ground on encampments, which again, often includes people with serious mental illness and other substance use disorders. We're working hand in hand, again, to make sure that we're sending the right resources, we're offering the right placements. And so I think we see it playing out, the collaboration playing out early and effectively. Is there more we can do? I'm sure there is. And I think, we have important work we can do at the front door of shelter to make sure that we're identifying people with those needs and sending them to, even within the shelter system, the shelters that would be most appropriate for them, and then making sure they are connected to the broader Medicaid-funded behavioral health system. We can't do it all within the shelter system. The healthcare system
Right.
has to complement.
Right, and as we know, because we want to prevent this revolving door and lots of recidivism that happens constantly that we see. And so obviously if we can get people into housing, out of shelters, in prevention services, that's obviously the goal. So it's good to know that there's coordination, but oftentimes I have to say in the past it's been, as a service provider, it's been frustrating because there's so many silos and different regulations and different processes, both at the state and city level, and then within the city. So it's good, and hopefully that will keep happening where conversations between agencies are constantly happening, so thank you. Okay, going into really quickly the savings exercise. In January, of course, obviously the mayor released Executive Order 12 on the chief savings officers and the plans for each agency. How did DSS determine which savings to include in the executive plan, and what was the process and what metrics were used to make the assessment?
Thank you. That's a great question. So, Executive Order 12 asked each agency to identify both the Chief Savings Officer to review the operations and to find opportunities to streamline our processes. Our Chief Savings Officer is Carrie Chung, our Deputy Commissioner of Budget Operations. We took a very collaborative and extensive approach to savings. And in this initiative, we looked kind of across the agency to engage more of our offices to help us find savings, and particularly find savings that protect the services that the New Yorkers that rely on our services require, and to take meaningful steps to make the city more affordable. So we did find a number of efficiencies that ranged from contracts by either eliminating or renegotiating contracts or insourcing. We optimized our claiming. We re-estimated our future costs for programs to more properly align our budget, and all with no reduction to services for New Yorkers.
Okay, perfect. So you just answered my next question. So there are no direct services or programs that will see a decrease in funding related to the programs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were any programs or aspects of HRA or DHS's budget exempt from this exercise and requirement?
Again, we wouldn't say a program was exempt, but we did take a meaningful approach to not impact services.
Okay. And I know that funding for many social service programs comes from a mix of revenue sources. How much state and federal funding will be lost due to the savings included in the executive plan, if any, and can any of it be retained and diverted to other programs?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, generally speaking, we were targeting our city tax levy funded portions of our contracts.
Right.
And our federal funds are, you could sort of think of them as fairly fluid. So funds that are not claimed as a result of the efficiencies that we took would likely just be claimed in other areas of the agency.
Okay. But not to sort of as to complement, but I know you can't mix the line items per se, but hopefully it can be used to help any areas that didn't have fully fund.
Yeah, maybe the more appropriate way
Yeah.
to say it is that, we took efficiencies in things where we thought we were either not going to spend funds or where we could spend funds or leverage federal sources more efficiently. So I wouldn't think of it as a loss of federal funds because we're
Okay.
not spending city funds, yeah.
Okay. In March, the mayor released an update on the savings mandate, stating that DSS is terminating various contracts, and I think you had alluded to this in your testimony, and beginning to insource services. The March press release stated that DSS will insource nearly 24 IT contracts. It will maximize revenue for Wi-Fi provided in shelters, partnering with OTI to renegotiate the contracts, and that DSS's contract with McKinsey would be terminated. Which services will be insourced, and please walk us through how DSS will transition such services from contracted to insourced, and will you need to hire additional staff to support the insourced services?
Sure. So the insourcing as a part of this was largely related to, that you noted are largely related to our IT services. So we'll be we'll be hiring city employees and having less of a reliance on contracted vendors for our IT, just our normal general IT operations.
Okay. Can you tell me more about what kind of work HRA and DHS has used external consultants for, and how many contracts do DHS and HRA currently have with external consultants such as McKinsey?
Sure. So we had two consultants that were like McKinsey. It was McKinsey and Guidehouse. Those contracts ended earlier in this fiscal year. We're not continuing those services.
Okay, and what was the actual spending on the consultants for FY25, going back to the last fiscal year? And can you provide the committees with a breakdown of the contract amounts, services, and descriptions?
Yes. Let's see. I want to, I'll have to get back to you on those.
Okay, if you could follow up, that would be great.
Yeah.
Let's see. And then would you be able to provide any more details about the contract with, I know I'm going to stay on this a little bit, with McKinsey that was terminated, and what kind of services was the contract for, and how much would have been spent had it not been terminated?
I can talk about what the contract was utilized for. We were working with McKinsey to develop a tool to support the SNAP payment error interventions that we're doing in the agency as part of HR1. One of the very significant measures is that the federal government will shift portion of actual SNAP benefit costs, which have been covered by the federal government, to the states and likely to the localities based upon your payment error rate. And so we were working with McKinsey to develop a quality assurance tool that utilized AI to be sort of a last check on the work that the worker had done up to that point. It's really a sort of cross-reference looking at what did the worker enter into the system, and how does that compare to the information the worker had access to in the system. So say a paycheck said a person is paid every 2 weeks, and the worker mistakenly put in that the pay was every week. This tool basically will just flag for a worker to say, you should go back and check this because it seems like it is a disconnect, and then the worker would take actions to resolve any issues. So that is the tool we were working with McKinsey on. It doesn't replace anybody's work or a worker.
Right.
It's really meant to be a supportive
Assistant
tool to help.
type. Okay. And then internally, how many IT employees will you be hiring, and when? Is it included in the budget also?
Yes, so the budget includes, I'm sorry, just to go back one moment. So for FY, okay, actually, all right.
He took it back.
We will stick with it.
I have the amounts. I found them in the book.
Oh.
The amounts for the contracts for McKinsey, in FY26, it was 9 million, and for Guidehouse, that was also mentioned, it was 300,000.
Okay.
And I think you had asked about FY25, so that was about 450,000 for McKinsey.
How much? I'm sorry.
450,000 for
Okay.
McKinsey and 256,000 for Guidehouse.
Okay, great.
The one thing to keep in mind for these contracts, these were on-demand contracts, so the spending levels would be kind of variable each fiscal year. So for the upcoming fiscal year, we'll look to insource or really conduct the services we would have used with them in-house with either city employees relying on other city agencies to support us. So we wouldn't have an estimate for FY27.
Okay, because for example, the IT employees that you're not going to be using the outside consultants for, is that going to be in-house with you all, or is that going to be in a partnership with OTI, or how would that work?
Yeah, so we received 13 additional heads
13, okay.
in the executive budget, and those will be on our payroll.
Okay, perfect. And in the executive plan, we saw savings reflected for Wi-Fi and shelters, which I know is a big thing as well, but did not see any IT insourcing savings reflected. Was the IT insourcing included in the executive plan for either DHS or HRA, and if so, how much?
I will start with the IT savings. So the agency had, as you know, substantial fiscal cliffs. So the savings would have been offset by the increase that was provided for the IT department. So we can get you what the savings estimates were for that. I'll take the Wi-Fi. So for the Wi-Fi initiative, there's two components to it. First, the Wi-Fi had initially been included in the budget for OTI. By moving it into DHS's budget, we're able to claim based on the claiming rates for the individual shelters. So that will generate additional federal resources. In addition, OTI has been a really great partner in this Wi-Fi initiative, and they were successful in negotiating lower rates for our Wi-Fi providers.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question on this line of questioning about the consultants. So I know you said you terminated, but between 2014 and 2027, or FY27, the city paid McKinsey $27.5 million to reduce prison assaults in Rikers Island. However, multiple flaws were found in the firm's methodologies, including maybe changing some of the results of a pilot. And so the city ultimately abandoned all of McKinsey's recommendations after they proved to be ineffective. Was DSS aware of the incident when you hired McKinsey, and how did you oversee their work to ensure the methodologies were sound?
When we procured both the McKinsey and the Guidehouse contracts, that was through a competitive RFP process. So everything went through, that particular process. And then, as Chief John said, the contract itself was based upon a per project that we were utilizing them for. So in case of what we were doing with them right now, that was really working together to build a tool, not for them to be doing analysis. It was based upon our own understanding and knowledge of where we needed to focus around the payment error rate and what we knew to be the issues. And so on a project by project basis that they were utilized for, it was very specific and focused on a very particular project that was being utilized. So.
Okay, so throughout the process, because, obviously if it's an RFP, there's very clear guidelines, what the expectation is. And so my assumption, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that once you felt that they were no longer meeting those needs, that is sort of partially the reason for the termination, correct?
Yeah, the reason for the termination is that we believe that we don't need to have kept either one of them on to continue the work that we have been doing. As the Chief John said, we would bring them, we can do that work and support it internally or in partnership with other agencies.
Okay, and then in terms of the sort of incorrect guidance, maybe perhaps if that's a correct way to phrase it, that they gave you guys based on this report, is that also another reason why it was abandoned? So not just that you could do it in-house, but that the results were not in alignment with what you were all seeing.
I can't speak to that prior report. I don't think any of us were here at that. I think
Okay.
the decision to not continue the contract with them, I think, was based upon our internal determination that the work that we have been doing is something we could do internally or across agencies within the administration.
Okay, perfect. So as I mentioned in my statement, obviously the council hears from a lot of the contracted human service providers about issues with contracting, delays, lack of increase in reimbursement rates, frequent changes in the contracting steps. So what is the average number of days it takes DHS and HRA to provide reimbursements to providers when they submit invoices?
Yeah, thank you. It's a really important issue and something we take very seriously and acknowledge the challenges for nonprofits when those payments aren't coming. So as of March 2026, the average cycle time from invoice submission through payment across DHS and HRA is an average of 31 days.
31 days, okay. And does that include the potential back and forth if there are questions or issues with certain invoices, or is that outside of that?
I'll defer.
Is that assuming there's no issues with the
Yes.
invoice?
No,
Okay.
that includes the back and forth.
Includes the back and forth, okay. And have there been any major delays due to the change in the agency's data management or the contracting system? And if so, what has been done to address the issue?
Does anyone want to take that? Go ahead, Christine.
Good morning, and thank you for the question. When the agency transitioned to the new citywide passport system, there were some snags as we all learned the new system and the nuances of submissions and invoicing processes. Since then, DHS has taken a very proactive approach to monitor what we see in the system, to proactively outreach to providers, to listen to the concerns that they've raised, to make sure that we are resolving any payment issues as quickly as possible.
Okay, because I believe Passport, it's been a while now. I know that there's been hiccups between Passport, HHS Accelerator, and the transition between the two, but I know that it was originally started when Mayor de Blasio was here. And so if there are still delays in the issues, I know you're saying most of it has been resolved, but have you been in regular contact with MOX?
Absolutely, we meet with MOX regularly.
Okay. Does DSS have an accounting of all nonprofit contracting and payment delays? And if so, can you share this with the committee? And please include the number of contracts experiencing delays with the reason for the delay.
Yeah, I can offer some numbers there, and if there's additional information you need, please just do let us know.
Sure.
So we, across DHS, we have an on-time percentage rate of 68%. So that's pretty good. And within the delays, about 14% of them are within 30 days, and none go beyond 365 days. So we're processing timely for DHS, and when there are delays, they're mostly within the first month. And for HRA, the number is a little bit lower. It's about 41%. There too, where there are delays, many of them are in the first 30 days. That's 14% as well. But we do have a group that is between 181 days and 365 days. That's about 26%. Okay. So that's something we're watching very carefully and taking a look at. And again, work very closely with both MOX and MONS, track items across the contract registration, invoicing process, talk with our providers very regularly to make sure that we're addressing the payment issues that they have.
Okay, and the 68% on time, what's the number of contracts or providers? And then same with HRA.
Yeah. Yeah, probably have to get you that number. I don't have it noted here unless somebody knows it off the top of their head. Okay, we'll get you the number on that.
Okay, perfect. When the contracting process changes, what steps do you take to ensure providers are aware of the changes and that they don't cause delays?
So we do a couple of things on our contract changes or just contracts and payments in general. So we do meet regularly with the providers. We do both meet with the executive directors. We meet regularly with their CFOs. We also have smaller working groups that we have with groups like the Human Services United. So, you know, we're trying to stay in constant contact with our providers. We will issue official guidance, but we also like to get feedback before we issue that guidance to ensure that the changes we make won't have unintended consequences on the contracts.
Okay, and do you usually who do you usually ask feedback from when you're making those changes? Because if there was like a small sample of providers that you could go to and say, hey, what would happen to you guys and how would this impact your implementation or, you know, daily activities if these changes were made?
Sure,
Do you
yeah,
have
it sort of depends on what the change is. So again, you know, we have a larger group with functionally, I think, all of our CFOs, but we also have a smaller working group of CFOs that are sort of self-selected on who wanted to participate, and we'll bounce ideas off of them on changes, because again, we have a good understanding of what happens on our end, but on their end, it's, you know, they understand their operations better than we would.
Okay. And hopefully it's a good range of like larger groups versus smaller groups, because those challenges also look very different, so.
Yes.
Okay. Legal services contract delays. We've also heard specific concerns from civil legal rights providers about extensive contracting payment delays with the HRA contracts. And obviously they're doing a ton of work for the city for, you know, as best that they can, given the limitations. And so what is HRA doing to expedite the contracting and payment timeline for legal services and nonprofit groups?
Sure. So we have recently put in place, right, more streamlined processes with the legal services providers. We'll acknowledge over the last year we've had some turnover in the unit itself, but that has all very much stabilized itself. And in close partnership with the providers, we identified some areas that were unnecessary pain points that we have been able to streamline, being much clearer around budget templates and other aspects of the process that we have developed recently over the past period of time to address those issues that the providers had raised to us.
Okay. And you basically answered my next question, which is whether you're checking in with the legal services providers, which you are regularly doing, so that's good to hear. And then I'm gonna, before I hand it over to my co-chair, just really quickly on the federal HR1 SNAP cost shifts, which obviously is on everybody's mind. So at the preliminary budget hearing, Chair Hudson flagged that due to HR1, there would be a reduction of federal support for the state SNAP costs, which will go from 50% to 25% starting in October 2026. And I think you all had testified that you were having conversations with the state on how this would impact the city, given that a good portion of your budget comes from the state. The state budget was just recently enacted, and we would like to get an update on what was included. Earlier this year, OTDA had indicated that the state would cover $36 million of the cost and shift the burden for the remaining $168 million to localities, with $111 million shifted to the city. And then in FY27's executive plan, we could not identify the $111 million needed in HRA's budget. So did you guys add the funding or into the FY27?
So the state budget came out too late for us to add in the executive
Got it,
plan,
okay.
So we'll have to add in a future plan.
Okay, and will some of that be reflected in FY27 as well, hopefully before the adoption? Or is that gonna be?
I don't know when the money will be reflected in the budget.
Okay.
But
It's okay, Sharif's coming up on Tuesday, so we'll ask.
Yeah.
Okay, and then from conversations with state partners and review of the final budget documents, do you have any update if the enacted state budget includes state funding to fully cover the federal cost shift? Or is it?
It does not.
It does not, okay. And at the preliminary hearing, Chair Hudson also flagged that starting October 2027, under HR1, there will be an additional new cost shift to states that could be up to 15% of benefit costs. The rate will depend on the state's error processing rate. And HRA had testified that they had spoken to the state and noted that the cost shift would likely impact HRA's budget. So do you have an update on that conversation with state partners?
Sure. So I think there's ongoing conversations around that, right? federal fiscal year on which the final determination of what percentage will be shifted hasn't completed yet. But in conversations, right, the amount of money to the state itself could be upwards of $1.2 billion. That is not something that the state is, capable of, I believe, covering on their own. It's also something the city, right, would be greatly impacted by. So we continue to encourage everyone here and elsewhere to continue to advocate at the federal level around this, as that's something that won't only impact New York State, it will impact other states, and that level of shift is supremely impactful.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to pause and ask more questions later, but I want to recognize that, in the balcony, we have been acknowledged by the Elliott School of International Affairs, George Washington University, D.C., so just wanted to recognize you all and say hello. Thank you for joining us and observing what goes on in municipal city government work, so thank you so much. And then before I pass it to Chair Hudson, just want to say during our roundtables, and I'm sure other people will bring this up and you'll hear more about this, but one of the things that a lot of the groups had said that would be extremely helpful just in terms of their own staff timing, which would save costs for them, is simply if there's a way to do one application for both housing as well as the SNAP benefits. And I think just having something, I don't know if it's something that you could look at with OTI in your conversations with IT, but that is something that I think would be extremely helpful just in their day-to-day function. So just wanted to put a plug in for that.
We will definitely take that into account. I will say, I think in conversations we've had about this before as well, some of those, and particularly SNAP, is extremely regulated by the federal government in regards to what we are or are not able to, ask or do, but we will take that back.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Chair Hudson.
Thank you so much, Chair Lee. I want to ask, and we've been joined by council members Brooks Powers, Pedina Sanchez, Feliz on Zoom, Ung, and Joseph. I just wanted to ask a couple of clarifying questions from your testimony. So bear with me a second here. On page 3, you go through the folks that will be or have been impacted by the new work requirements. And I just wanted to clarify the numbers and make sure we're understanding these numbers accurately. So you said you estimate 342,000 individuals on SNAP were impacted by the new work requirements. And then you mentioned repeated direct outreach to the remaining 126,000 identified SNAP recipients, and you helped more than 80,000 New Yorkers comply with the work requirements. The 126,000 are in addition to or separate from the 342,000 or inclusive? Inclusive.
That's inclusive, right? So 342,000 at risk, about 220,000, and we're continuing this all the time, were exempted. Remaining 126,000, of which 80,000 have complied, given us the information we need to ensure that they are complying with the work requirements.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. And then you mentioned another 42,500 SNAP recipients are potentially impacted by benefit reductions.
Right, so that's the balance who haven't yet complied, and
From the
of course we want to
126 and the 80.
acknowledge that we want to acknowledge that it's not too late, so people can call us now and still regain access to their benefits.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for clarifying.
Yep.
And then, do you have a specific number for the 3% that are unsheltered?
Yes. So the latest hope count that was published, I think the number is 4,500. It might be 4,500 and a few, but it's around 4,500 people.
Okay, thank you. And on page 5, you referenced a contractual goal for home base, that you've exceeded the contractual goal. What was the actual contractual goal?
30,000.
30,000?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, great, thank you. That's all. Oh, sorry, one other question on page 2. You mentioned benefits are currently federally funded, about $5 billion a year, and do not flow through the budget, but represent another critical. Actually, I think I have questions on that specifically, so I'll follow up in just a second. Okay. Thank you. Okay, vacancy reduction savings. As part of the administration's savings mandate, agencies were required to eliminate half of their vacant positions in the executive plan. Presently, both HRA and DHS have a high vacancy rate at 13.1% and 20% respectively, and there's still a need for increased staffing for direct client services, especially related to the administration of benefit programs. I'm concerned that the savings mandate will impact HRA and DHS's ability to maintain its current level of services at a time when they're more needed than ever. How did DSS determine which positions to eliminate in the executive plan?
Sure, thank you for the question. I'll start and then others may want to add in. So as you likely know, probably better than I do, the agency and across city government has been in a hiring freeze essentially since COVID, with the 2-for-1 hiring efforts that have significantly hampered operations for a long time and have essentially led us to not be able to fill any vacancies. And so we appreciate being able to participate in this alignment exercise, which then removes the constraints to hire and will allow us flexibility to fill those vacancies. And while those numbers are large, and I don't take lightly any headcount reduction across an agency this size, it's not that significant of a percentage. And my goal here and my job is to fill the other half of those vacancies and fill them with speed and get up to the line where we have filled them all. So this will be an effort across all of the people sitting here at the table, as well as others across city government. My job and my goal is to fill all of those vacancies starting last week when that exercise was complete. And if we reach that goal and we need additional headcount to do our work, I will, of course, communicate that with the administration, but pleased to have the opportunity to fill vacancies again. And when it comes to how we thought about those vacancies across the agency, I think certainly 2 things dominate our thinking. One is reductions of any impact on client-serving, people-serving functions. And then the other, and I haven't had enough time yet to take full advantage of this, but I still think even after a number of years, these agencies are still coming together, and there still can be administrative efficiencies as we further integrate these 2 departments that, in my mind, really belong together, and we can think about how to do that as well as possible to reduce any impact on the front line.
Okay, thank you. That sort of answers my next question, which was what was the process and what metrics were used to make the assessment? So you talked a bit about the process. Are there any specific metrics that you're using in these assessments?
No, I think unless others want to weigh in on the real nitty-gritty of how we thought about this. I mean, I think we, again, want to make sure that we reduce impact on any front, people-facing operations, looking at opportunities where we may not need those staff on the administrative side and can, again, use those vacancies to support functions at homeless services, for example.
Great. And how many positions were eliminated from each DHS and HRA, and in which program areas?
Yeah. So the executive budget included a reduction of 67 vacant positions for DSS HRA and 183 vacant positions for DHS.
Sorry, 67 and then 183?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. And, those are targets for us, so we're still assessing which positions it'll impact and what specific areas it will impact.
Okay, and did DSS hit its vacancy reduction target, or was the agency permitted to lower its target?
We could say we met the target. I mean, we didn't have a position target per se. So it's a really very collaborative effort with the Office of Management and Budget to ensure that, as the commissioner noted, that we were eliminating vacancies where we thought we could ensure that we could maintain the high quality service that we currently provide.
Okay, which sort of alludes to my next question, which is, were any of the eliminated positions for frontline workers, benefit specialists, or housing assistants? Or I guess a more specific question would be, has it impacted, have any of the vacancies, or do you anticipate any of the vacancies impacting any of that work?
We do not. We took into account when looking at the vacancies that the first thing we did not want to do was impact operations of those benefits.
Okay, so it could mean that some of the eliminated positions may be frontline workers or benefit specialists or housing assistants, but without a direct impact on the quality of service provided.
Potentially, but it would be extremely minimal.
Okay, that's an honest answer, thank you. Were any positions or program areas at HRA or DHS exempt from this requirement, such as frontline workers? And if so, which ones?
No, there was no exemptions. However, again, we prioritized administrative functions over client-serving benefits functions.
Okay, great. As of April, bless you, 2026, the actual headcount for the agency was 10,810, with 1,519 positions vacant, or 13.1% vacancy rate at HRA. At the preliminary budget hearing, HRA testified they've been taking innovative approaches to hiring and expanding recruitment. Are there any updates you can provide since we last spoke about this at the preliminary budget hearing?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I mean, as part of the vacancy realignment exercise, the administration eliminated the 2-for-1 hiring freeze, and that was a freeze that made our hiring process cumbersome and also lengthy. So removing that constraint should give us the operational flexibility to fill these critical roles, and it'll allow us to, fast track the hiring process for the remaining budgeted positions, and allow for a more effective service delivery. So.
Do you have any success metrics that you might be able to provide to highlight the effectiveness of your new hiring strategies?
I mean, the 2-for-1 was just lifted, recently, but we could say that since the preliminary budget, we have successfully onboarded 74 new employees, 36 caseworkers, 23 eligibility specialists, and 15 benefit opportunity specialists.
Sorry, again, 36 caseworkers.
23 eligibility specialists and 15 benefit opportunity specialists.
Thank you.
And I would just add that we will be setting up those metrics. I think internally, we're interested in, of course, what we can do to move the process as quickly as possible, and then with our partners who also have to approve various positions now that we are in a position to hire again, to make sure we're holding our partners accountable too for moving those processes quickly. And of course, we are always committed to working across our agency and with labor partners to do as much as we can to get the word out about the various job opportunities, to be as thoughtful as we can about different audiences who might be interested in our positions, and retain the staff that we have. I've seen a lot of really strong work on retention at DSS while I've been here, and so pleased that while we would like to see even higher retention, those would be metrics we'd be looking at.
Chair Lee mentioned our roundtable earlier, and I do want to just bring up the fact, as you're talking about recruitment and identifying folks to fill the positions, I think a lot of your employees come from social service providers, and contractually, they're not allowed to pay as much as city employees might be paid. And so I think there's a sentiment that among providers that they sort of train the talent and then they're pulled from their agencies and pulled into yours. And so I think any effort that we can take to implement pay parity across the board and ensure that folks who are doing this really important work are being paid similarly wherever they may be doing the work would help retain more people in the full system, not just at your agencies. Thank you. And then for DHS, in July 2025, DHS's actual headcount was 1,733, and it's been steadily declining every month since then. DHS's vacancy rate did improve even after the vacancy reduction included in the executive plan, but it's still extremely high at 20%. At the preliminary budget hearing, you testified that DHS's high vacancy rate was because of the transfer of housing administration program from DHS to HRA and the new needs added in the plan for street outreach and shelter maintenance. Then the executive plan eliminated 183 positions from DHS's headcount, but still the vacancy rate continues to be high. Why is DHS's vacancy rate still so high?
I'll go ahead and take that as, I think I've caused the confusion there. So I do apologize for the confusion in the preliminary budget. So at the preliminary hearing, my intention was to emphasize that comparing the actual number of headcounts for that July period could be misleading, because while we transferred the budgeted headcount for housing services in the executive budget of that year, the actual positions didn't move until the fall of 2025. So that 1733 was about 103 heads higher than it should have been. So, you know, when you take that into account and look at the headcount as of the FY27 preliminary budget, we had noted that it was 1,614 staff on board. And you're right, the vacancy rate at that time was 27 positions, but some of that was driven by the addition of new heads in the preliminary budget. You're right that, you know, as of March 31st, the agency had an active headcount of 1611, which gave us a vacancy rate of roughly 20%. And that reduction in the vacancy rate is largely attributed to the vacancy realignment exercise that we'd had. You know, again, as part of that alignment exercise, the elimination of the 2-for-1 hiring freeze is, we think, going to be really meaningful in helping us to fast track the hiring and to, you know, complement the recruitment strategies that we had. Like I had noted, doing civil service list hiring pools and holding hiring halls and conducting job fairs in coordination with the hiring programs and our career services departments.
Thank you. And can you provide the committee with a breakdown of the 405 vacant positions? Where they live?
That is, we'll have to get back to you on that. I don't have the list of the vacant positions with me.
Okay, and what is DHS doing to fill vacant positions and to reduce the rate of attrition amongst staff?
I'll start. I mean, I think the answer is very similar to what we gave for HRA. I think we are, again, committed to moving the process as quickly as possible, and when people are looking for a position, they're not willing to wait forever, and so I think looking at those kinds of improvements really will help us to bring on additional staff faster, and that will also help with retention as more people come on, and there are more people to do the work. And so I think we're just really pleased to be able to start that hiring process. But Administrator Fellini, if you had anything to add about our strategies. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And just for reference for my colleagues, I have several more questions specific to city FEPS, and then we're going to go to member questions. The executive plan included savings of $543.5 million in fiscal 2027, $280.6 million in fiscal 2028, $336.2 million in fiscal 2029, and $381.8 million in fiscal 2030 across HRA and DHS from city, state, and federal sources. These savings will be generated by a cost containment plan for the city FEPS program and DHS shelters, where DSS aim to more effectively maximize the use of non-city funded housing subsidy programs, ensure long-term shelter residents obtain subsidized exits, improve shelter diversion at intake, and more closely review rent levels for new and renewed city FEPS voucher holders. Can you tell us in more detail how the savings will be achieved for each HRA and DHS?
Yes, and I'll start, and I'll just start at a high level, and then we'll make sure we get to all of your specific questions. So at the highest level, there was a time when city FEPS wasn't the only way that people exited shelter. There was a time when the federal government was investing in public housing and Section 8, and I hope we all do just continue to advocate for additional federal and state investment in our communities. It shouldn't be, from my perspective, that New York City has to cover all of these costs on their own. That said, that is where we are. And the administration is clear, and I am very clear that CityFEPS is a critical, crucial program and really a lifeline to people exiting shelter. It is, in fact, the tool that we have and a really critical piece. Some data to illustrate that point, which you all are probably very well familiar with, but 69,000 households, 150,000 people are on the voucher today, and it's become the primary way people are exiting homelessness. There are over 13,000 people with shopping letters, a term of art, of course, here for people who are looking for an apartment who we're ready to subsidize. And through this March, nearly 28,000 New Yorkers were able to obtain permanent housing using CityFEPS. That's a 24% increase. So if we all care, and I know we do, we care a tremendous about the sustainability of this program. We do have to look at that sustainability and make sure that it's fiscally sound. As you know, the program has more than tripled over the last 3 fiscal years. And so we've got to look at how we can contain costs. And the cost containments, as you started to allude to, will be reached through smart policy and operational efficiency with no curtailing of the program, not cutting vouchers or creating wait lists. Yes, as you mentioned, ensuring reasonable rent levels for new and renewed vouchers, ensuring the city is not paying above the legal rent for rent-subsidized units, reducing the use of brokers' fees, considering the Council's Fair Act, the NYCHA payment standard being adjusted to 103% of FMR, increased subsidized exits other than CityFEPS, which are about 10% right now. And then for the people who we can work with, and that's not everyone, there are a number of people on vouchers who are older adults or who have disabilities. But for the people we can work with, we do owe it to them to work with them on jobs and training opportunities that may allow them to not need that voucher in the first place. And so just to reiterate, and we can go into more details about the specific approaches, this is an incredibly critical program, and we're looking to make sure that it's sustainable for the future through operational efficiency and other cost containment, but not actual cuts to the voucher program, no wait lists, no curtailment of the program.
That's great to hear. Thank you. Are there any specific agencies at the local or state level to support these cost containment efforts?
Just to make sure I understand the question, I mean, yes, we're working across all of city government, thinking about, with our partners at NYCHA and HPD, how we execute on both the mayor's plan for housing as well as ensure that people exiting shelter have access to all of those other vouchers as well.
Okay. And how will engagement with long-term shelter residents change?
So in terms of long-term shelter residents, we always have, I think, or have for a number of years, been prioritizing long stayers for exits. And I think we want to continue to do that. We want to make sure that for people that are often probably the hardest to serve in the housing market with a shopping letter, that we're offering the kind of housing navigation and support to help them get into those units. Does that answer your question, or were you thinking about something else?
No, I think that's fine. It sounds like you're just going to continue to do the work that you've already been doing, and there isn't necessarily any change in approach.
In terms of long stayers, I think there's more we can do to make sure that we're prioritizing that group. But it has been a group we've been looking at for some time. But certainly, when you get those folks housed, it has disproportionate impact on the city.
Right. And then when did or will the cost containment measures begin?
Yeah, and a number of them have already begun, and a number we are still rolling out. If you'd like additional details, we could probably, amongst this table, we could probably provide.
Yeah, I would love to know how the efforts have been rolled out and if there are any metrics you can share on their effectiveness.
Sure, so I can speak to a few of them. They've all started relatively recently, so I think metrics of success are still to come. But we rolled out the rent reasonableness and legal rents in late winter, early spring, and that is done in a combination through, a partnership with HCR at the state level to be able to check on legal rent levels, as well as what recently we've just started also rent review processes specifically for market rate apartments to make sure that the rent that's being charged is appropriate to that area. So that's recent. Happy to report back as we have more data on that in the future. The broker's fees that's referred to here is something that will be coming. It has not started yet, but happy to report on that. And we anticipate that those savings will come through a combination of fewer broker's fees by the change in what's happening, but for individuals who do need to retain a broker because they are not able to find an apartment on their own, we will be able to offer a broker's fee, but it will be significantly less than in the past. It'll be 1 month rather than a percentage of the yearly rent. So through both of those measures, we anticipate the broker fee savings to come, and that will roll out in the coming months.
I just want to clarify, given our passage of the FAIR Act, you're saying that you all would be paying a broker's fee?
Under state TANF regulations,
Okay.
an individual who's receiving public assistance who cannot locate an apartment on their own, we are required to provide a broker's fee. We have adjusted that percentage and the amount that that broker's fee is to the 1 month. We will be when we roll this out, but there is requirements under state social services law that we do provide that opportunity for a specific group of individuals.
Copy. Thank you. Sounds like we need to do some work with our state partners. The administration, or sorry, hold on. Can you share a little bit more about how you'll divert individuals at intake from entering shelter?
Yeah, let me touch on the shelter cost savings a little bit, just from a higher level, and then yes, we can talk about prevention and diversion efforts as well. So, as you know, the costs have increased significantly over the past couple of years. There's been, or number of years really, there's been a confluence of issues there. Certainly, New York City's efforts to support the asylee population, which I'm grateful for New York taking more than their share of that population here. Additionally, the last administration really let the shelter pipeline stagnate. We weren't opening new shelters, and so we didn't have those to use. That led to a proliferation of hotels, and as folks are probably well aware, hotels are not what we want to be investing in, and they are more expensive than our typical purpose-built shelters. And so moving out of hotels is a really key part of our strategy. And Chair Hudson, just to touch on some of the other things, parts of our strategy that you've actually touched on in your testimony and comments and questions, I will note that the shelter population is actually down. It's not a tremendous decline, but it is a decline, and it has that's been long in coming. We see reductions in the families with children population of about 15%, and reductions, of course, in the asylee populations. And across all groups, not just families with children, across single adults and adult families, we do see length of stay in shelter down across all groups, and so we're continuing to monitor those trends, and if those trends continue, that will also have an impact on the cost of our shelter population. And as you know, we're of course always pursuing other interventions that are aligned to our values to better manage the shelter system. We've talked a little bit about targeting long stayers for subsidized exits, and then increasing prevention and diversion. We were pleased to get some additional HUD funding from the Emergency Shelter Grant that will allow us to enhance our diversion efforts at the front door of the shelter system. As well, we can talk about efforts to, of course, keep people stably housed through right to counsel programs, our home base efforts, and so on. And then I'll just also say, while it doesn't take effect overnight, the mayor's housing plan, which promises working to build towards 200,000 units of new housing, as well as 200,000 units of preserved affordable housing. Those investments, coupled with investments in NYCHA, I think really do give us hope that there will be additional units for people to exit to in the future. And at the end of the day, it is really units we need in order to reduce the shelter population. You asked about diversion specifically.
Yeah,
I wanted to share a little bit more of the plan. But,
I appreciate the details. That's helpful. And I'm just wondering if you're concerned about increasing the number of families with conditional status.
Something we look at really carefully. I don't know, Administrator Fellini, if you wanted to add anything there. As I'm sure, as everyone is aware, people are, of course, still in shelter while they are in that conditional status. And I know we've done a number of things to make it easier for people, including not having to present in person, not having to bring children, and so on. So I think we've made efforts to continue to look at and improve that, those numbers, but if there's anything additional you'd want to add. But we'll continue to watch those numbers for sure.
Okay. And then with all of that, the planning and assessment and implementation, do you project the number of people exiting shelter will increase? And if so, by how many and when? Do you have any specific targets in that regard?
I don't. We continuously monitor the shelter census, both the overall shelter dynamics, the ins and the outs, functions of admissions, exits, and length of stay. And while we haven't set specific targets, we're certainly watching closely the reduction on the families with children side and asylee side, and of course also watching the increases on the single adult side. We're really thrilled, of course, at the dramatic increase in the number of people exiting over the past few years, including being able to announce 10,000 people exiting to subsidized placements by the mayor's first 100 days. We're going to continue to push to make that happen. That requires both units, which the mayor's plan for housing initiates, and also the speed in which we process applications. And so I know there's lots of focus on the City FEPS application process, and that's something that we are also, of course, very focused on and making sure that we do everything we can to process quickly.
And thank you. And then with regard to all of that, it's our understanding that a part of the process of determining client eligibility for City FEPS is HRA first ensuring that clients are ineligible for other rental assistance programs, especially ones that are supported by state and federal revenue. How does HRA plan to change this process to achieve savings?
Sure, I can take that one. We currently do also look to see if someone is eligible for another subsidy, in particular, if someone is eligible for state FEPS rather than city FEPS. And we work closely with DHS in particular to enhance processes within the shelter to ensure that families we believe would be eligible for state FEPS, where those costs are shared, are active on cash assistance, which is required, and so they actively have access to the state FEPS voucher when they have identified a permanent residence to go to, so that can be utilized rather than city FEPS. We believe that savings are really going to come through that process that we've worked very hard on with DHS and the shelter providers to make sure when families come into shelter that they who are eligible are connected to cash assistance and that's active and available and ready to use at the moment of move out.
Thank you. And how many HRA clients who applied for City FEPS were referred to a non-City FEPS housing program and successfully registered in that program in fiscal 2025 and in fiscal 2026 to date?
So we don't track the data in that way, so I don't have that at this moment.
Is there another way you track the data?
Not that sort of cross-references in that particular way of,
Okay.
Multiple eligibilities, as people could, and many are eligible for multiple different pathways to exit shelter. So we don't have a way in which that is tracked across eligibility and then ultimately what is used.
Okay.
And if I just want to clarify one thing on the broker's fees to make sure that
Yep.
it was clear. In that, where we will pay that fee, it's that the individual, the client and the resident needs to engage a broker. And if they are on cash assistance, we then would
Cover
pay
the
that fee. We will not be paying any broker's fees for landlords. That's not something landlords can access. It's just for individuals receiving cash assistance.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And then I just wanted to flag some feedback that since now you're requiring that every rent amount for City FEPS be reviewed for rent reasonableness, it is causing delays, and more than 4 weeks on average, as I'm told. And because if you all say that the rent is too high, then the landlord can appeal the process, and that takes many more weeks. So I don't know if there's a way that you're sort of addressing this unintended delay.
Sure. So that process rolled out very recently. We will acknowledge that at rollout there was a technical issue with a system that has been rectified that impacted timeliness, and so that has been addressed, and we have fixed that. There is the possibility that this process, can take several weeks. It is not something that has to happen in a silo. We have told providers as well that there are concurrent aspects of the move-out process that can happen while rent review is also occurring if we need to get additional data from HCR, and there needs to be back and forth with the landlord. We did base this on the process that is utilized by HPD and others as well. So, but it is something that we're looking, as we've just rolled it out, we want it to be as efficient as possible. We don't want it to add unintended delay. We also then want to balance that, though, with ensuring that we are paying appropriate rents for places where people are going. So
Of course.
It's something we're tracking very, very closely to see if there's additional changes we need to make to process so that it's as minimally, impacts the timeline as minimally as possible.
Okay, thank you for that. And then we'd like to better understand how HRA is going to implement the verification of legal rents for rent-stabilized CityFEP's clients. Can you walk us through the verification process from beginning to end and what aspects will be changed under the new policy?
Sure. So the process in general is we have, for rent-regulated apartments, we have a data feed with HCR that we get updated biweekly. That we then will carry forward in regards to approved rents for those, legal rents for those apartments that fall under rent regulation. For market rate, we utilize a tool called Rent Watch, which is sort of the standard tool individuals use to assess the rents in that particular community as it pertains to the particular unit that person is going to be renting to ensure that the rents fall within those ranges. So those are the two things that have been added to the process. The data match is, the one that potentially could add some time to the process, and we're talking with our HCR colleagues to see, if there's something down the road that could shorten the interval of between updates on that.
Thank you. And before I continue, I just want to acknowledge that we've been joined by council members Marte, Nurse, Maloney, and Jay Sanchez on Zoom. How many people will be dedicated to that task? And are these new employees, or will additional tasks be assigned to existing employees?
These are tasks that are part of existing staff's work, as it is processes that have been added to already existing workflows.
Okay. And you already mentioned that you're doing everything you can to not create a more lengthy process.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then with regard to the new rent reasonableness reviews within the CityFEP's program, can you walk us through that process too for verifying rent reasonableness? What specific parameters will be used to determine the definition of reasonable? How will this process change under this new plan?
So that's basically, that is the same process as the process. It's the same process I described before.
Okay.
One sort of flows into the other, or it's just interconnected depending on that particular unit.
Okay, and do you feel there's sufficient budgeted staff to conduct all of these assessments?
We do. We believe that the tools that we're utilizing.
In a timely manner, sorry.
Yes. We do, given, the tools we're using are tools that are the standard tools out there, and in most cases, there shouldn't really be a delay in the process. It's just us doing the check. So right now, we believe that we have adequate staffing. Obviously, it's something we will be tracking as well if we are seeing that the time frame is longer than we would like it to be. We'll obviously crosswalk that to our staffing levels as well to determine if that is the issue or if it is another part of the process that needs to be addressed.
Okay. And has HRA explored developing a CityFEP's focused transition support program since our last discussion? And if not, have there been discussions internally to implement a program in the future?
Yes. As I mentioned, at kind of the top of all the strategies around city FEPs, I think we just haven't had probably the opportunity in the city to think about a dedicated program to work with folks who would be eligible for job training, education opportunities. So as I mentioned, there's of course a number of people who are older adults and who have disabilities, but for others, we should do our best work to make sure they have access to the employment training and education opportunities we have. So we have started thinking about that. Nothing has rolled out, except to say that, of course, for people who are on cash assistance, and a number of people, of course, who receive the City FEPS vouchers are on cash assistance, we have a program that already works with people around employment training and other opportunities. And so I think it is an area of opportunity and one we need to take as we look at the financial sustainability of a program like City FEPS, which is just so critical to people exiting shelter and people staying housed.
Absolutely, and I agree that it's an area of opportunity at the preliminary budget hearing. And I asked a question because specifically I raised the concern that the number of individuals that are not, the number of individuals of City FEPS recipients using vouchers for more than 5 years specifically is growing, and that they're not receiving the support they need to reach self-sufficiency and exit the program. And so I think there's great opportunity in that space to address those folks specifically.
Yeah.
And then with regards to the ABOD requirements, on March 1st of this year, the first notice of noncompliance for SNAP ABOD was delivered. We'd like to get a better understanding of the current landscape since March of this year. So to date, how much has HRA spent on sending out notices and outreach to SNAP ABOD clients?
We don't track costs in that way that would directly be connected to ABOD. Some of the communications also are split between us and the state.
Okay.
But, you know, we have also, though I will say, done more communication than is required by federal regulation through both in the mail, but also many people receive these e-notices through their Access HRA accounts and don't have costs that are associated with mail.
Okay, and you've reached out to every single one of those, right?
And certainly any cost to communicate would be worth the benefits in people's pockets. I mean, we are talking about, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars in benefits that go into the community and to people. So any additional mailing or door knocking or work with community-based organizations feels really critical at this time.
It feels really critical in that you are investing in those ways?
Correct,
Okay.
yes, absolutely.
Okay. And we also just want to make sure that you have enough funding to do that work and have had. How many first, second, and third notices has HRA sent? And of those notices, how many ABOD clients have responded? And if that goes back to your the numbers in the testimony, then I think we have that on record, unless they're separate.
Yeah, it's those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
The only thing I do want to just underscore, because again, it's a positive thing and hopefully it continues, when that number was sort of at the bottom of in my head, this is a funnel. And so that's why you see me do that. The 40,000, as we start the new set of people who would get one strike, it is much lower. It is 15,000. And so we're pleased to see that. That's again, just a smaller number of people we can do boots on the ground work with community-based organizations, door knocking, and so hopefully that continues. So this is still obviously catastrophic loss to our community and not to be understated, but I think through a lot of really good work, hopefully making a dent in the number of people who are really at risk.
And I think I just want to add to that as illustrative is, you know, we're talking about the 42,000 who, right, are imminently at risk. That number initially was about 45,000, and within a week, based on these outreach efforts and sort of consistently saying the message to folks also, please contact us. We were doing outbound calls as well. We were able to remove people from that list. And so I think I just want to sort of reiterate that, like, it is never too late for individuals to contact us for us to see if there is a way that we can help you maintain your benefits. So even if you did receive a notice that said your benefits are going to close, right, it's supremely, in your best interest to please reach out to us or contact the PACE provider you've been connected to see if there's something we can do to make you not have this negative impact.
And that's a perfect segue into my next question, which is that there was a New York State Focus article that noted many SNAP ABOD clients who received first strike notices were unable to connect with the HRA staff in a timely manner, and some were directed to an automated phone number that said their cases had been closed. Is HRA aware of these issues, and what is being done to address them?
We definitely want to clarify, and we are trying to also reiterate for individuals when they are reaching out to us to use the Snap Now number and not other numbers that HRA has, which may have longer wait times.
How are they receiving the Snap Now number?
So we're including the Snap Now number on the strike notices. It indicates to reach out to the Snap Now number.
Let me just ask. Are you including the Snap Now number in addition to the HRA hotline or any other number, or is that the only number that's being provided on the notice?
On the strike notice, it is just the 718 Snap Now number.
Okay.
I will indicate, though, through transparency, the initial closure notice is a state notice. That does include and have the general HRA number. It is something that is hardwired into the system as part of all of their notices. So there is, unfortunately, a dissonance between those two, which is why wherever we can, we are really emphasizing 718 Snap Now is the number to contact us at.
And what type of communication or outreach have you done with social service providers and your advocacy partners and nonprofit partners and contracted partners to ensure that people have that information and understand that that first initial notice is from the state, but that they should still call the Snap Now number?
Right. So we continue to do the outreach we've been doing basically since last October in partnership with CBOs and others. So we, continue to hold our community meetings and updates in partnership with convening organizations, whether it's philanthropy or other organizations like Homeless Services United, United Neighborhood Houses, HSC, and among the others. We also push out our information to them. I'm very proud and thankful for the close partnerships we have had with the community on this issue from the very beginning. Everyone understood how important it was, and I believe that it has been an extremely collaborative process between us all. So we are constantly sharing updates with them as well to push out through their networks.
Thank you.
And I think the media has been helpful here in really helping to publicize this issue and publicize this number. So there's been, in addition to purchased media, there's been a lot of other media coverage with this phone number very, very present.
Thank you. And June is the first month in which SNAP benefits will be terminated for non-compliant ABOD clients. Since Monday, how many SNAP ABOD clients have lost benefits due to non-compliance?
So we aren't actually going to know how many of the 42,000 lose benefits until the end of the month for a variety of reasons. One is the way the state processes. Everything doesn't happen on the first, right? It's benefits are rolled out over the first 12 days of the month. So there are people we anticipate are on this list, but something still may be able to happen between that period of time. And so there's sort of rollover processing in that way. So we're tracking that, but we won't really have the final number of how many people truly had their benefits reduced or closed until we can do sort of that rectifying at the end of the month.
Thank you. I'm going to pause here. I have dozens more questions that I look forward to asking you in just a bit, but I'm going to turn it over to Chair Lee for member questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so first up we have Deputy Speaker, followed by Councilmember Aviles.
Hello. I'm just ask some district-related questions first. So in my office, we are increasingly seeing cases involving disabled tenants and individuals struggling with anxiety, grief, or other mental health challenges who are at immediate risk of eviction, despite actively seeking assistance through HRA programs. In many of these cases, they are already living in stabilized or permanently affordable housing, yet the process for obtaining additional support or exceptions can take months while eviction proceedings continue. How is HRA addressing these delays?
I think happy to follow up on the individual specific cases, just understanding what those situations may be, and we'll connect with our intergovernmental affairs team to understand what's happening in those particular situations. Are these households that currently are receiving subsidy, or is accessing the subsidy part of one of the issues that's being addressed in the situation?
I think it's the latter.
Accessing the subsidy. Okay. So I would be happy to speak specifically about specific cases so that we can talk about whatever might be the issues in those particular instances.
Okay, so just using another constituent as an example, which I'm sure this is a problem across the city, someone who lost both parents, fell into rental arrears after losing household income, secured DRE assistance to permanently stabilize her rent, and still faces eviction despite pursuing every available form of assistance through HRA. In situations where preserving tenancy would cost the city far less than shelter placement, how does HRA allow for greater discretion or case-by-case flexibility in decision-making?
So we do have the ability to look at a case-by-case basis. We also, though, really try to utilize all resources prior to that, so such as one-shot deals and other things that can help clear out what might have been an accumulation of arrears that could be very difficult to get through, and really look at that as sort of, the first order of where we can work from, but happy to get more specific details on that in particular instance to understand what the issues were and where we may or may not have discretion.
So I'm gonna ask a very loaded last question that's gonna combine a whole bunch of things, but the theme ultimately is staffing, appropriate staffing levels to address the many issues that tenants are facing in New York City. So we also hear concerns from the special population. Again, folks with disabilities, and we know that the special population oftentimes requires a commissioner-level exception request, and they are very difficult to navigate and often move very slow for households facing imminent displacement. Same thing, the average processing time for special population exception requests can take a very long time. So just trying to understand what safeguards and staffing levels are in place to ensure tenants are not being displaced while waiting for a determination. Same thing with the one-shot deals. Essentially, we see a situation where the city can save money by helping people to stay in their homes, but the time frame to getting assistance or getting adequate assistance is just not on par. They enter into the shelter system and cost the city even more money. So given the ongoing affordability crisis and increasing caseloads, do you believe you have the appropriate current staffing? And again, is there anything that you've done to address fast-track various requests, specifically for individuals who are trying to get one-shot deals or for the special population disabled tenants and vulnerable households?
So we do have several pathways, especially for individuals who have disabilities or barriers there. We do have a special HRA Benefit Access Center that is meant to specifically help those individuals. So I would want to make sure that we are connected in a way that your office and individuals know how to.
Yeah, we work with that office,
Okay.
but I think who I'll have to say, my person who does constituency services specifically wanted me to ask this question, so she's not, she's very focused
Okay.
on constituents,
Yep.
and she's very familiar with this office, but it takes so long for them to respond, and to your point, you have this unique office, but it feels like there is not an adequate staffing level to be able to address these issues and many other ones outside of the Special Population Office.
Got it. So I will take that back to really understand the delays that are being talked about here and see if there is something that is specifically happening located within that office that isn't being seen overall within the overall sort of timeframes that we're sort of seeing, so that I can understand what specifically might be happening there. Just because within the overall timeframes, we are not seeing extensive delays as it relates to one-shot deals, but I want to make sure that if there is an area where something is unnecessarily being impacted, we rectify that, especially for those populations. Absolutely. Thank you.
Perfect. Councilmember Aviles, followed by Epstein.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, I think it is, right? I wanted to ask a couple of different things. We continue to see very alarming rates of theft of SNAP benefits with no remedy at hand. At a time where obviously people are going to lose even more benefits as we are fighting the Trump administration. I'm deeply concerned about the New York City benefits program. We have many providers. Hundreds of my residents deeply depend on it. Our office depends on nonprofit providers to fill that gap and make sure people can get access to these benefits that we work so hard to build and fund. I would love to hear some commitment to ensuring that that program will remain full and intact at $9.75 million, and that we won't be losing any of those services in addition to what we're seeing federally.
Thank you for raising those two very important points. The first point about people stealing SNAP benefits obviously is well known, and we are pleased. It is our understanding that the state has finally put the funding in for chip technology that will reduce the ability for that to happen at scale. That does create additional, of course, work for us to work with the particularly mom and pop shops who are accepting SNAP benefits to make sure everybody is ready across the board, across the city for what we understand to be a January 2027 rollout. So long-standing, terrible issue with some kind of solution on the forefront. So pleased to be able to report that, and really going to work hard across the system to make sure people know how to use those cards and that people are able to accept them when they roll out.
And has the city figured any interim remedy for people who are losing all their benefits, like telling someone good luck with no food for the next 2 months? Yeah, go ahead.
So unfortunately, the federal government took away our ability to continue to replace those SNAP benefits. We have focused on the areas in which people can protect their cards, so ensuring they understand how to lock their card, which I know does not replace if your benefits have been stolen, right?
Well, it's particularly problematic for older members who have to lock after every transaction. It's
Understood.
very hard.
We work with our state colleagues as all of the chips and the technology and operational as of the EBT cards are under state oversight, not our oversight. Yep. We do have, if someone has had their benefits stolen, individuals, can apply to us. There's the possibility they might be eligible for an emergency grant. We would have to look at that on a case-by-case basis. But the biggest thing is the rolling out of the chip cards, which, the state is leading, and we hope to see roll out in early 2027 to hopefully start to minimize the impacts this is having on people and communities.
Thank you. I will follow up on the emergency grant situation, because we need an interim solution for people who need food. Can I ask a couple of questions, Chair, around AI and the use? During the General Welfare Committee's hearing on food insecurity in April of this year, DSS had testified it began using AI, artificial intelligence, for the first time to help reduce SNAP payment error rates. Could you give us an understanding of the overall use of AI within both HRA and DSS? Is it being used in any other specific programs? And if so, please detail.
Thank you for that question. I'll let Administrator French talk about the specific use case where we are using AI. We started to talk about that earlier this morning. But no, there are no other use cases in play or in planning across DHS, HRA, DSS.
And what's the specific AI that is currently being used? And can you talk about the procurement of that particular program?
Sure, and I'll let Administrator French take that one.
Sure. So the particular tool that we are still in the development and rolling out phase is the tool that is meant to support in the SNAP program around SNAP payment error rates. So it is sort of a last check before someone officially submits the budget that compares what was entered into the system with the information that was available to the worker at that time, whether that's through documents that an individual submitted to us or data matches that we had also received. And it really just, is looking across, doing math checks, as it were. It's really meant to be quality assurance and to just flag to the worker something looks like it might not be aligning, so that the worker can go back and look at it and actually determine, is something not aligning or is it? And if they do need to make changes, they can make those changes before they officially submit, that budget, which helps us avoid a payment error rate and ensures that the individual is receiving the appropriate amount of SNAP benefits. And so we developed that tool with McKinsey through a contract we had at the time that will be ending at the end of this fiscal year. And that tool itself is, still, it has not been rolled out to all staff, We started with a very small pilot. At this point, there are approximately 70 staff who are testing it so that we can really see if there's unintended consequences we did not anticipate by rolling this out. It's meant to help and be a very strong support to staff, but we also want to make sure that we're testing it appropriately so that if there are unintended consequences we didn't realize or anticipate, we can fix those before it actually rolls out any further.
So in terms of so it sounds like is it a proprietary AI that you're developing, or is it?
It is utilizing technology through AWS.
And is there, what are the particular data privacy guardrails that are being put in place, and or just ensuring we know there are many errors with AI and there are many breaches with AI, including making up stuff.
It is there is significant privacy and data protections. As I had sort of mentioned before, anything that includes SNAP must be approved at the federal level. So even for us to do this, we needed to be approved to move forward. And the data protections that are put in place around SNAP in those ways has been carried over to the AI to ensure that it does not have susceptibility to those kinds of concerns. We also work very closely with OTI and City Cyber, who have also assessed this tool and are assessing it ongoing with us to make sure that we meet all necessary parameters.
Yeah, I think one of the greatest breaches that we are concerned about is the federal government itself, and how we protect ourselves from the current federal government. Is there any consideration around environmental impacts in the use of AI and workforce impacts?
So a couple of things. On workforce, I want to stress again, in no way is this AI replacing or meant to replace any work a worker does. It is solely a useful tool to help and support them, but they take all of the actions, they make all of the determinations. This does not replace any of that work in any way whatsoever. In regards to the overall larger sort of climate considerations and such, we take our guidance from the overall city oversight and approach to utilization of this technology.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being generous with time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Epstein, followed by Ressler.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. For the street homeless count, do you have it broken down by borough or council district where you find street homeless people to be?
I Don't have that with me, but I'm happy to get back to you on that.
Yeah, it'd be great if you could share that data so we can know where we see the street homeless people and then how you concentrate your resources in response to those.
Absolutely. I will say I've been looking hard at where 311 calls are for persons in need, where we know encampments are, and yes, where we know unsheltered homeless from the Hope Count exist. And so thinking about resource allocation.
Yeah, it'd be great because I talked to your team a lot about this issue. We see a lot of that happening by us and really looking for longer term solutions. I'm wondering, I know you've, talked about the accomplishments of getting people into housing, and big issue for a lot of street homeless individuals are just supportive housing units. And what we hear from, unhoused people is they would love to go into a supportive housing unit, but those aren't available. And so they're kind of in this place. They don't want to go to a shelter, but they are still street homeless. And I'm wondering what the timeline is to kind of move that process up, because it really would resolve a lot of our issues.
Yeah, no, I think you raise a really important point. In my experience here and elsewhere, and looking around the country at what's working in terms of really supporting people who are on the street, we have to be making offers that people can accept. And today, only about 10% of people are accepting those offers. And that's not a place where we're going to make the kind of progress that I want us to make. So we are working hard to think about what those offers can be. When it comes to the very small percentage of people who are on the street, to me, these aren't really, yes, we need to worry about systemic changes and how we think about this overall system. But this is a very small group for which, systems have failed in the past. And what we do need to do is really listen to the folks that are there and what they need and want. And so for one person, it could be that kind of bridge to supportive housing. For another person, it could be as long as they're, with their best friend, they're willing to go. But I think that's the work ahead of us, and I'm optimistic, given the resources of this city and the collaboration I see across city government, that we can make more offers that people will accept.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to the intake center. I know you've moved it to 3rd Street. There's some litigation around it. I'm wondering what's in the capital budget this year for that. And I know in Councilmember Maloney's district right next to mine was a 30th Street intake. I'm wondering if there's capital dollars to rehab that building in this year's budget to move that project forward, because we've talked about 3rd Street being only a temporary location.
That's right. I'm giving us a moment to make sure what we know is in the capital budget. I don't think there are capital investments this year, but I think these are conversations we're starting to have about what the future of those locations could be.
No capital dollars for 3rd Street and not for 30th Street, or just?
Not for 30th Street. We are, and folks can correct me if I'm wrong, we are making capital improvements to 83rd and Kenton.
But the decision is that it's only temporary. This is not a long-term commitment for 3rd Street. It is my understanding from our conversations that it's only temporary, right?
That's right. That's right. We need, obviously, as you're well aware and as others are aware, we needed to get out of 30th Street, Bellevue, for safety considerations. And so the mayor made that announcement, and we're working to move single men's intake and adult family intake there. And right, long run, I think we would envision a different intake facility overall.
And Chair, just one more question. We talked a lot about affordability, and part of what we talk about is people being able to keep their pets. And in the past, we've talked about pet food pantries, and there was a pilot program introduced through HRA's CFC program to establish purchasing and stockpiling pet food. I'm wondering if that's available, how it's available, and where's that pet food being distributed, and how can people be made aware of this?
Yeah, I might actually lean on First Deputy Commissioner Saratu Grate for that one.
Can you hear? Okay. The CFC program does not currently have any funding for pet food. So we would refer people to the Office of Animal Welfare has an online resource with a range of information where to get food, pet food at no cost. So we understand this is a need, and we continue to look for how we might be able to meet it.
Yeah, Commissioner, I would encourage you to look for funding this year in the budget for this. This is a, we heard from ACCs and ASPCAs across the board that a big consideration for people giving up their pets is the affordability issue. And I know the mayor's talked a lot about this, and we'd love to see the administration put some resources into this budget to kind of help with this affordability crisis that puts burdens on other parts of our city and other resources if people turn over their pets, to shelters, and those are burdens we're paying. So this could really be a good preventative method that a little bit of money could go a long way.
Yeah, we continue to look into that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Ressler, followed by Wilson.
Brilliant. Thank you so much to our distinguished co-chairs, two people who are, I think, deeply committed to improving social services across the city. Commissioner, nice to see you. I think we're connecting later today. I'll just say for a moment, during the Bloomberg years, I disagreed with almost all of HRA's policies, but found that there was a very committed and able group of professionals across the agency. And over the last 4 years, too much of the agency has been hollowed out. Senior leaders are gone with rich experience, and the staffing vacancies that have the attrition that we've seen in the agency has been deeply, deeply problematic and impacted DSS's ability to do its job. So I just want to say plainly, I think you have an important turnaround job ahead of you. I think you have some strong people at the table to your left and right who I've worked with over the years and think very highly of. But I don't want to understate the challenge that you have ahead to restore competency at the agency, and there are a few areas I'd like to dig on today. So first is mandated vouchers. I imagine Administrator French may want to jump in on this one as we talk about it all the time. He might be my interlocutor of choice today. But there are 32,000 children who have mandated child care vouchers today. Is that correct?
Correct, approximately, yes.
So that's an increase of about 4,000 from where we were a year ago, last May. But you still are expecting that number to more than double over the course of the next 18 months.
Yes, we have, since our last conversation, right, we went back to the model, and I know I've said this to you before, but I also want to update it based on trends we're seeing. We adjusted the model, and we anticipate we'll hit the 63,000 number by September of 28. One of the things we're seeing that I'm trying to also sort of dig into a little bit more is we are actually seeing very good month-to-month increases of new people coming onto the vouchers. That is being offset somewhat by people going off the vouchers. And so that's what I'm trying to understand what might be happening there.
Do you know where they're going?
That's what we are digging into right now to understand, right? Some people maybe decide, I don't need to utilize this voucher anymore, and okay, but we're trying to make sure there isn't any unanticipated or unintended things, but I think that has impacted us staying on the trajectory I've spoken to you about for quite some time.
I still don't totally believe in the trajectory that you're promising exists, but we have started to see some more notable increases in the last couple months, which I do recognize. It's still a big leap in a relatively short period of time. And I do understand that all families are required to be offered a voucher, but are we doing everything we can to make sure that we're also offering full day 3K and other after school programs and other resources that might just meet the needs of families just as effectively?
Absolutely. When we determine that someone requires childcare to comply with their mandatory engagement requirements under cash assistance, we'll let them know about the full range of services that are available to them in New York City. But at the end of the day, if they say I want to access
100%
the voucher, I do need
Could I do one more topic and then come back for round two, or you want me to just wait for round two? Round two? Oh, okay, great, it's okay. Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate you. Next up, my other favorite topic, I'm sure to shock you, Administrator French, is the vacant supportive housing units. So as you know, the Progressive Caucus launched a campaign with Speaker Menon for rentals within reach to try to help fill the 590 vacant HRA supportive housing units that are offline with no referral in process. Please correct me if that number is updated. What's the biggest obstacle to getting these units back online? Would you support additional flexible funding to get these units repaired and activated?
I mean, I think I know you reached out and we are getting back to you on discussing your proposal further. But I think the mayor has also shown that he is very focused on, right, this vacancy issue and, you know, very much focusing on the available units right now, right, and what can we do to get that vacancy rate down as much as possible, working closely with HPD, DOHMH. I believe they announced in the SPEED task force that they've created a supportive housing vacancy task force that we actively participate in.
Has that task force met?
Yes, it has. It has met.
Once?
Also, what?
Once?
I believe once since the report has been, you know, announced. Though there were conversations that have been ongoing around that led into the report. So.
And as you've looked at your 590 vacancies, again, if that number is most up to date, could you just help us understand? What percent of those units can we just fix with repairs? What percent of those units are scatter site units that we just actually haven't found space for? What are the barriers? Have you done that breakdown? Can you speak to that?
We do have it. I don't have it with me exactly right here.
But we're going to meet in the next few days to go through it in more detail?
And I prepared myself also as expecting this to be a line of inquiry that we were going to talk about around more on the available vacant units, which is about 5,400. You know, and so we are addressing those, and
those are units though with a referral in process that are just moving too slowly. Like that's where the bureaucracy is not working well, and we need to do a much better job of getting people into those units more quickly. It's a problem.
Yeah. But we are, yes, the offline units, though, as we've discussed before as well, a large portion of these units are driven by the state and are not under.
Understood. But I'm only asking you about the HRA ones. I recognize that there are more OMH units than DOHMH and HRA units combined, and that OMH needs to get their act together. No argument here. But the stuff that's in the city's control, we should be maximizing every single one of those apartments. The commissioner was just speaking eloquently a moment ago that the 4,500 or so people on the street, if you trust the Hope count, which we can have a different conversation about. But if you do, those 4,500 people, we could be getting a lot of them directly into supportive housing if we were fixing up these units and doing it more quickly and efficiently. The fact that there are 590 offline units with no timeline or no referral and process for how we're activating them is, I think, a serious problem. So I'm talking too much, but thank you to the chairs. I'll be back for round 2.
Awesome. I signed you up already. Councilmember Wilson, followed by Brewer.
Thank you, chairs. Wanted to follow up some of Harvey Epstein's line of questioning about outreach, specifically about encampment sweeps. So in February, DSS was given the lead on these engagements instead of the police, and I'm wondering how the department handles that responsibility differently than the police, and how is that specific new duty reflected in this budget?
Yes, thank you for those questions. And I'll make sure amongst the team here that we do tell you how it's reflected in the budget, which I think I have. So yes, a really important switch I think that the mayor made to put the Department of Homeless Services in the driver's seat, if you will, in charge of the work around encampments. This makes good sense to me in terms of this being an issue, a challenge around people and not, and not the physical spaces of the encampments. And so we're pleased to take that role. And it means that we take the lead in outreach. It means we take the lead in making those offers of assistance, and that our partners at Sanitation and NYPD are there to play their roles, NYPD just for safety. And we are, as much as I would love to report that the number was much higher in terms of percentage of people taking our offers. It actually is up quite a bit since we took that responsibility, and we are seeing also less encampments when we go to actually do the cleaning. People aren't there anymore, and so we are starting to see some success there. And yes, this is an area I'm particularly interested in and have a focused planning effort with my partners across city agencies. And just, I said this a little bit already, but making sure we're sending the right outreach folks. So our Department of Homeless Service folks are incredible, but across the city you have people who are experts in substance use disorder. They're clinicians that can assist with psychiatric disorders. So that piece is critical. We've already talked about, making that right offer to people. What is it that people can accept that will work for them, and how do we flexibly meet those needs? And so I'm optimistic that with the resources of this city and the intentionality and partnership that we can continue to make progress on this important work. And you asked about money committed. Sorry. I was like, I know there was a specific question in there, and I'll let my colleagues note if I missed anything, but I think the administration committed $30 million in baseline funding for outreach expansion and $11.9 million for New York City Health and Hospitals to support their behavioral health engagement and show units, as well as their Bridge to Home site for individuals with serious mental illness. Those are important investments that will help us here.
Great.
Okay, great. Another one? Yeah.
Just wanted to pivot from that to some HASA caseload questions. The local law 49 mandates that casework ratio of 34:1 and 25:1 for families. But in previous testimonies, HRA has testified that the average caseload is 48:1. What is the current average caseload for HASA staff?
Currently, it is 1 to 51, but we are actively hiring caseworkers to bring that back down. We have a good number of vacancies that we now have the ability to freely move forward for, and we are aggressively doing that.
Does the executive plan provide any additional funding to meet the caseload ratio mandates? And if not, how much funding is needed?
It does not include that, but that is an ongoing conversation we are having with the Office of Management and Budget.
And what is the current average wait time from when a HASA applicant receives issuance of a housing benefit to attaining permanent housing?
We have a goal of 30 days to do that within and we are within that goal. The way HASA operates as well, it doesn't operate the exact same way as the city vouchers does in regards to a shopping letter. So we actually process the person's housing benefits when they have identified a unit that they want to move into, and within that, we do that within 30 days.
Okay.
Good. Okay. Councilmember Brewer, followed by Wong.
Thank you. First of all, Commissioner, you're a miracle worker on 76th Street. I don't know what you did with those two guys, but they're gone. But Freckles is still on 75th. Okay. The other question I want to, congratulations. I don't know, everybody's in shock. Just as a policy issue, when outside of safe havens and shelters, people have to learn who run them to clean up, to sweep. I don't want to have to make a stupid bill that says that, but I just wish we could help. I spend so much time literally getting the broom myself sometimes, but they will not go outside the building. We only take care inside, and that makes the neighbors nuts. They get tickets for sanitation, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just saying how you could help us with that, I would appreciate it. Another small issue, 126 West 83rd Street, I'm working with HPD on it, but what 15%, 10% has to go to homeless. I suggest that we do more screening. With all due respect to staff doing screening, I want to do the screening or somebody else to do the screening because you're moving into a low-income rental building. And so then if you bring in troubled families, then you bring trouble to everybody. So I would love to see some different kind of screening for those that are in it's not a full homeless shelter. There are no services there. It's just the families who are there already. So I would love to see that. The other thing is Main Chance. Why are we closing Main Chance? That's my favorite drop-in. I guess you went there and there were some issues. I don't know. I saved it last time. I want to save it again. Scott knows that. So I'd like to know why we can't keep it open beyond June. I don't know where those folks are going to go. They're not going to go to 9th Avenue and 51st Street. So what are we doing about Main Chance?
Thank you, Council Member. we can't speak of this contract as there's current litigation, but I can speak to the other drop-in centers throughout the city and the others that are in Manhattan. DHS staff have been at the site that you referenced to make sure that clients have the information and we can offer alternative resources.
Okay, let me just say, when I was at 50, the one on 9th Avenue, HRA was in the room, not your administration, a previous one. It was packed. There wasn't 1 inch available. And HRA didn't know how smart I am and said something like, "Are you going to have room in here?" They had no idea that I was what I was talking about. And they said, "No, we have no room." I don't think you have enough room for those folks at Main Chance, and they do hang out in Midtown. And this is where they can go, as opposed to not going over to 59th 9th Avenue, they're going to hang out in Midtown. So I'm still going to fight. I hope this litigation is successful. I feel very strongly about Main Chance. Just other quick question is on the low barrier beds. I know there's a cut, I understand, in the executive. Can you tell me, are you going to have fewer low barrier beds? And if so, which ones are not going to open? Are you going to have delays, or is it all going to be fine for the low barrier beds?
Okay. I mean, I'm happy to turn it over to Chief Gonzalez. I don't think there are,
So yeah, I'm happy to chime in. So, this is, certainly a priority for the agency, for the administration to invest in our low barrier bed capacity. We have, I believe, another 200 plus sites coming, beds coming on before the end of the year. I'm not aware of a cut. I'll
jump in and just give, just add a little bit of more specificity to the numbers Chief Gonzalez gave. Yeah, so as of June 2026, we have a total of 4,290 low barrier beds. As you know, during the height of the cold snap, Mayor Mamdani accelerated those available units and made 300 additional available. And my notes suggest we have an additional 350 safe haven beds to come online before the end of the year. I don't. I'm gonna let the financial folks weigh in here as well.
Yeah, I think you're referring to the $40 million savings.
I am.
Yes, of course. So that's it's not a cut to the budget per se. We're just aligning the budget to match the anticipated openings for sites. So when we'd set the budget prior to the executive budget, we had used, I guess you could say, an older assessment of when we thought sites would open. So we're just reflecting the current timing of sites now. I think it's a delay of one site that will open in the next fiscal year.
Okay. And then just SROs, I know HPD is also involved, you're working together, but the Imperial Court on 79th Street, the Windermere on 57th Street, they're both available, sitting there, ready to go. Nobody wants to, I guess it's too much to purchase, but they're sitting there. They're empty. At least Windermere's empty. Imperial Court has some families in it. Why aren't we buying them and making them available to families who are homeless?
We'll take a look at that for sure. I wasn't aware of those properties, and happy
Everybody
to take a
else
look at
is
every
aware of them, but, okay. I mean, it's like the whole administration has to work together. You, HPD, they're sitting there, they're empty, et cetera. All right, I have more questions, maybe second round. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Councilmember Wong, followed by Purina Sanchez.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Commissioner, thank you for coming. Now, I hear this constantly from my office, and I know my colleagues hear it too. Working with HRA on behalf of constituents is long, burdensome, and often ends in frustration before it ends in any resolution. Caseworkers do not call back. Council officers leave messages that go unanswered for days. My staff spends enormous time chasing down information that should take one call to resolve. Is HRA planning to do anything in FY27 to actually improve the speed and quality of communication between council officers and HRA caseworkers? And as a follow-up, and I don't mean a new 311 category, I mean a real accountable liaison structure. Please reply.
Sure. I mean, I would say on the HRA side, we definitely want to be responsive. I will, defer to Chief Gonzalez, who oversees the IGA area, to understand what's happening and making sure that we're getting resolutions quickly.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So, I mean, I think there is a process for incoming. We work through our correspondence unit, and anything that comes from an elected official is flagged for IGA, and given a certain level of priority. If there are outstanding cases that and it sounds like there might be,
Yes.
feel free to reach out to me or my staff, and we'll look into them and make sure we get back to you in short order.
I will do that. Okay. My next question is about IDNYC. It started in 2015, and I've been looking at the annual budgets, which is about $13 million a year, plus or minus. Now, as of February 26, in this report over here, IDNYC has enrolled more than 1.8 million unique cardholders, but only 466,300 New Yorkers have renewed their cards to date after reaching the 5-year renewal date. That's 25%. Now, do you have a theory as to why the other 1.43 million people did not renew their cards? Because we spend so much every year. It was more than 150 million since 2015. Please reply.
So I will need to dig into that data a little bit more on the renewal rate and the drop-off of that. But there could be a variety of reasons why after 5 years, right, someone decides they don't necessarily need or utilize the card, whether they've gotten another ID that they are utilizing as their main ID, if they have moved or not. But I will look more into that renewal rate on theirs, because we definitely want people to keep the cards, keep using them. We're also looking at the moment, the length of how long the card is good for. Currently, it's 5 years. We're looking at if there might be something around extending.
Because I see IDNYC card centers all over, but I don't see people renewing. So please look into it. Thank you. I have saved for round 2, please.
Chair, if I can make just one clarification point. This was a point that was made by Councilmember Epstein earlier about the 80s third site. The preparation for intake is actually expense. It's not capital. So I just wanted to make sure that was clarified. Thank you.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Thank you, chairs, and good afternoon, Commissioner. In March, the New York Post published that Mayor Mamdani signed a $1.9 billion contract, a 3-year no-bid contract to house homeless households in New York City hotels. Can you tell us more about this contract? Who is going to be housed?
Just to make sure I'm answering your question correctly, you're talking about the hotels in Brooklyn. We have 2 hotels that we are working on right now. That would be my thought on what you were referring to, but let me make sure
This is a $1.9 billion contract with Hannock to house homeless families across the city.
Got it.
Yeah.
So and I'll let others jump in here as well, but I think this is, of course, the vehicle that we use to partner with hotels when we are in emergency situations. I stated earlier, this is not a situation we want to be in. We want to put forward a thoughtful planning process on where we do shelter sightings. Last administration, a number of shelters did not move forward, and so we are in a position that we don't want to be in and having to use hotels, and I think that's the vehicle we use to, when we need emergency capacity.
And sorry, I do want to get to the other questions, but are these shelters, is this contract for exclusively for DHS use, or is this other agencies going to use it like HPD?
The contract is with DHS.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, is it correct that New York City shelters currently house roughly 82,000 people at roughly $3.2 billion in shelter contracts and staffing costs?
I'll defer to others, but that sounds right to me, the number of people, and that sounds right on the financials as well.
Okay, and is it correct that City FEPS vouchers houses roughly 153,000 people at $1.8 billion?
Again, I'll let my colleagues confirm on the numbers, but feel free to go ahead.
Okay. So my understanding, and I want to get from the agency whether it is a fair characterization to say that today, looking at a snapshot in time of today, City FEP's vouchers are housing roughly double the number of people at half the cost. Is that a fair characterization?
I think it's a really important question, and so I think you deserve a real analysis and answer from us. And so let us get back to you with that answer. It's an important point that you're making, and I'd love to just make sure we look at the numbers ourselves and can validate or raise any questions about it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please get back to me. You have an army behind you, so I really hope that we can just make sure we're talking about the same numbers, apples to apples. With respect to the chairs, just continuing the chair's line of questioning around cost containment with the program, if I may, Chair? If I may? The city must absolutely operate this program, the City FEP's program, as leanly as possible so that we can maximize the number of families served. I'm glad to hear about cost containment measures, but just to understand the ballooning costs. So the media loves to talk about how the City FEP's voucher program has tripled in cost. I think you actually repeated that yourself earlier in today's hearing. Were those ballooning costs largely driven by the number of families served since fiscal 2023? Or are you telling us that inefficiencies in the program in connection with those the changes that you announced in the housing plan, changes looking at rent levels, rent reasonableness, administrative costs? What are the drivers of the tripling in costs since fiscal 23?
Yes, I'm happy to let my colleagues jump in as well, but I think it is what you said. We're serving more people.
Okay.
There are always efficiencies to the program, and we want to work on them, but that is not where we will generate very, very significant cost savings.
Great. I just want to make this statement, and then my last question. If we're serving more people, and that is the reason that the City FEP's voucher program is costing more, that is good. That is a good thing for New York City. That is a good thing for New Yorkers. It's a good thing for low-income people. And so I think it's disconnected when I hear the members of the administration, the members of the mayor's team talking about the ballooning of the City FEP's program, which is housing more people, in a negative sense when it's achieving what we want, which is to stabilize more New Yorkers, because City FEP's keeps people from being homeless, which destabilizes New Yorkers. As you know more than, I know that I'm preaching to the choir, but I have to say that out loud. And so my last question is just in terms of forecasting forward and the savings that you have identified, is the agency forecasting that the growth rate of City FEP's today, not considering conversations around expansion, but today, are you forecasting that the rate will increase, stay flat, or decrease compared to the growth seen in previous years?
Yeah, I think the short answer is we would expect it to continue to increase, but at a decreasing rate.
Great, thank you, chairs.
Thank you. Councilmember Nurse, and we've also been joined by Councilmember Mealy.
Thank you. I don't know if this came up, but I wanted to ask about kind of housing first, home first, street to homeless. I ask every time. Curious to know if there's anything in the budget for that this cycle, and if you could detail a little bit about that.
So happy to say, since the last time we talked, in the housing plan, the administration did announce that we will be expanding the Street to Home program. So it will be expanding to approximately 150 units in partnership with the nonprofit provider who oversees those SROs. So we're in the planning phase to begin a rollout, but we will be expanding that program.
And it's one provider, or how many providers are you? I only know of the one that we had.
It's the one provider who oversees a specific set of buildings that also have specific aspects to them that make it able for us to do this type of approach with those units.
And so the 100 folks that you'll be able to place, is that an expansion or is that in total?
It's an expansion, so we're approximately almost doubling the program from where it is now. It'll be 150 total units that we could access.
Yeah. That's exciting and really great. Thank you for that. And then before, we've had conversations about the 2010E form. Is there going to be any effort to try to look at that form or cut down the process of all the stuff that people need to fill out to qualify?
That is something we are looking at in partnership with our colleagues, given that it impacts multiple agencies. So ourselves, DOHMH, our state colleagues, to figure out if there are ways in which we can try to streamline and simplify that form as it aligns with sort of the large number of different supportive housing programs as well that are funded in different ways. So it's something ongoing that we are looking at, but don't have any sort of determinations yet.
Okay. I'd love to stay following along on that. And for the expansion that you're doing, well, for the existing set of units, I think last time we spoke, we were hearing from folks that the referrals were a little bit smaller than, or, not quite at the capacity they could have been. Have we made any progress on kind of beefing up those numbers?
Yeah, we have worked closely with the provider to make sure that we are leveraging all of the different pathways through DHS, which is right, and the DHS street programs. And I think we've been able to sort of redouble where all of those are coming from, which will increase the referral rates.
Do you know do you have any data to show about that in terms of the increase in referral rates?
I don't have that right now at the moment. It is something that we've just recently initiated with them. So happy to report on it more as there have been more months for it to really settle in.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, chairs.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Mealy?
Yes. Hi, Commissioner. I was just wondering, with your facilities, HRA has allotted $70.7 million over the executive commitment plan for the improvement of HR facilities. This comprised about 17.7% of HRA's total executive commitment plan and is about 11.1% less than the budget amount in the preliminary commitment plan. The largest of these projects is for the design and construction at the Brownsville Community Center at $10.3 million. In the last year commitment plan, a total commitment of $39.6 million was allotted for the Brownsville Community Center. Was the difference all spent over the past year on this project? And if so, what was the completion of this? Or is it complete?
I can take that one. The Brownsville Community...
I can't hear you.
The Brownsville Community Center project has been allocated $132.5 million in the capital budget, of which $122.2 million has been committed. And the $10.3 million balance that you mentioned remains in the executive budget, with $8.3 million in FY26 and another $2 million in FY27.
Another $2 million?
Yes.
Okay. What is the scope of the Brownsville's project? What is the current status? And when do you think it's a completion date?
So we have broken ground on that project, and it's going to be a new community center, which will be next to the multi-service center. The construction is expected to be completed later this summer.
This summer?
Yeah, and we have an anticipated opening in the latter part of this calendar year.
Okay, I know this but in last year's commitment plan, there was $35 million provided for construction at the East New York office. It's not my district. This year is no more remaining funding for this project?
Yes, because it's open.
I know it's open, but if we cannot, it's open, that's the, isn't it the
2400 Fulton?
Yeah,
2400 Fulton opened on
2440.
2440, yes.
Okay. Yes, 2440, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How is that center doing? Is any leftover funding, anything extra that we could use in Brownsville?
The commissioners visited as well. It's looking great, and clients are flowing through. Staff are happy. Yeah.
As a building, I think it is something we're really happy with, as it has been able to bring primarily almost, I think, all of, if not all of the client-serving programs that HRA has into one location, which is really, I think, amazing and great for the community and constituents, just given that many people don't come to us for just one thing, they come for us for many things.
Thank you. Looking forward this year or next year.
Late this year.
No, not that. I'm talking about Brownsville.
Great, thank you. And wraparound services is hugely highly important, so yes. Okay, so really quickly, a few questions, and then I'm going to pass it back to Chair Hudson. So are you keeping track actually of how many refugees and asylees are potentially losing their SNAP benefits due to the new HR1 restrictions?
We concur. Unfortunately, the number is about 15,000.
15,000.
Yes.
Over the, it will occur over the year. So it went into effect, I believe, in April. And unfortunately, then at recertification, this will impact individuals who will no longer be eligible for benefits.
Okay, so since April. Got it. Okay, thank you for that number. And then just to go back to the question around the, the benefits. So it's not, I don't think it's in the executive budget, but is there I believe there's another year left on the contracts, right, for New York City benefits. And so what's the plan to fund it and baseline it, if at all? Because it'd be awesome if it could get baselined. And can you share any data about the program's success?
Yes. Just give me 1 second. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, especially following the questions around HR1 and you hearing me talk about both an all-of-government and an all-of-community approach. We do need these NYC benefits providers. There's 38 contracted providers. The data that I have, and I'm sure they have more, 37,000 applications submitted last year, and so far 27,000 applications for this year. We know that they're successful in submitting those applications to us. Cash assistance, they're 26% more effective than if people do it on their own, and for SNAP, 45% more likely to be accepted. So there is efficiency in those folks helping residents. They've been able to bring on an additional $20.3 million of annualized SNAP benefits to households in New York City. So clearly they are doing their part throughout the community and are an important part of our community-based infrastructure to help people keep their SNAP benefits. So yes, we are committed to funding those programs in FY27. And after this budget is done, we'll work quickly in short order to look at the out years and make sure that there's transparency about the future.
Okay, yeah, because I think as we've heard with the challenges around the procurement process, it's really difficult to move forward if there's no understanding or commitment to make sure that it gets funded. And so, okay, and then also hopefully it will be in the adopted budget as well for FY27, fingers crossed, right?
Yes, obviously those conversations are ongoing.
Okay. And then finally, I just have one question on behalf of Councilmember Joseph, because she wasn't able to stay. So it's really talking about the children in the homeless shelters, and she's really focusing her questions around the youth. So how do we improve the school attendance rate among children in the DHS system?
I think it's a really important question and something that I hear from the deputy mayor and from the administration, a real focus and interest in making sure we do well across government there. So there is a group that's being convened by City Hall across education and Department of Homeless Services, DSS. My own analysis of education data in other jurisdictions suggests that actual school moves are a huge indicator of chronic absenteeism and other challenges. And so we have a really important part to play in making sure those kids don't have to move within the school year and without planning. And so clearly we have a critical role to play in ensuring that educational attainment. And so look forward to starting that work and really partnering with our colleagues at the Department of Education. I will say the Department of Homeless Services staff and our provider staff work really hard to make sure there is continuity whenever families are moving. But I do think a broader effort can bring additional focus on those metrics, and it's a critical issue.
Yeah, and this is especially true when we saw under the previous administration, a lot of the families getting moved around in the asylum seeker shelters. And so if there is ongoing conversation, that's encouraging to hear, and whatever we can do to improve that would be great. And I think slightly above, bless you, slightly above 60% of families are initially placed in shelter in the borough of their youngest children's school. How are you ensuring our shelter system has capacity where it is needed, not just where it is available?
Yeah, I think that's a really important, broader question, so I'll take the opportunity to think about it more broadly. You might have noticed, I certainly did, that in the mayor's housing plan, there is a sentence about the development of a homelessness plan over the next year. And I see that as a really nice opportunity for us to take a step back as an administration and be planful about where shelters are and how that meets our values. You've heard a lot about us wanting to move out of hotels for lots of reasons, not just cost, but also cost. And then making sure we take a fresh look at where shelters are and where they need to be and where there may be too many at this point. And so I see that plan as an opportunity to really take a look there.
Yeah, definitely. And I will say that, especially in boroughs like Brooklyn and Queens, like I'm all the way in Eastern Queens, and for me to get to, during rush hour, Western Queens, it can take sometimes more than an hour. And so just thinking through how that impacts families, attendance, all of those things is important. So thank you. And her last question was, we have 20,000 families in shelter. What is the administration's plan specifically for reducing the number of families in shelter?
Happy to defer to my colleagues, but we have seen a reduction in families in shelter. So I don't have the numbers right the second in front of me, but I think 15% over the last couple of years and 11% in the last year, and length of stay reductions as well. And so I think we are starting to see, exits more than entries, which is what we want to see, making sure families can get into housing quickly. So we want to continue those efforts, and happy to partner with the council member and others to be thoughtful about that.
Great. And then this is just my little add-on question from myself, but are you also keeping track of where they're going? For example, are they staying in New York City, or are they moving out of state, other parts of the state?
Yeah. Yes, we have that.
Yes, we track where placements are made.
Okay, and what percentage of the folks that are in New York City shelters end up staying or getting housed within New York City?
I think the majority, but we'll certainly get back to you with specifics.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Chair Hudson.
Thank you so much, Chair Lee. I wanted to follow up on Councilmember Pirina Sanchez's questions. At prelim, you testified that the cost for shelter stays was more expensive than the cost for city FEPs on a monthly basis. Do you have an updated figure for monthly cost for shelter versus city FEPs?
Looking around the table, I don't think we have that with us here, but happy to produce that.
Okay. And in the long term, would city FEPs save funding on the shelter budget?
That is certainly the hope, for sure.
Okay, thank you. And I also wanted to ask two questions, it seems, on behalf of Councilmember Brooks Powers, who couldn't stay. Historically, shelters have been disproportionately placed in communities like the one she represents. Can this administration articulate how you're planning for future shelter placements, how you plan to engage with community stakeholders, and how you intend to rectify the disproportionate burden often placed on outer borough Black and brown communities?
I would just repeat what I mentioned just a few minutes ago. I think with the new administration, with the mention of a homelessness plan in the mayor's overall housing plan, I see that as an opportunity for us to take a step back and take a look at where we have been placing shelters from an equity perspective, from a fair share perspective, of course, and also how that meets our other values around purpose-built shelters versus hotels and so on. And so I see that as a great opportunity to engage with council and with others in the community to take a hard look at that.
Great, thank you. And then her second question was, less than a third of eligible New Yorkers are currently enrolled in the Fair Fares program. What effort is DSS making to enroll more New Yorkers in Fair Fares? And what new strategy does this administration have to ensure more eligible New Yorkers can benefit from this critical program?
I'll start, and then I'll let Administrator French jump in as well. I mean, of course, transportation is a key part of any affordability agenda, and we know for low-income households, it takes a disproportionate share of income. And so this program is really important, and Fair Fares plays a critical piece, and we know we're not reaching, it's not to say we're not reaching, but only 40% of people eligible are enrolling. We've done a lot, I think, to increase awareness. I think we've also done a lot to make it easier, particularly for people who have other benefits, so cash or SNAP, to enroll through a fast track program, which I think takes something like 5 clicks in order to enroll. I do think one place where we want to take a closer look and see if we can't do better is on the renewals. People are falling off of this program. They have expressed interest in it in the past. What can we do? Can we improve that process? Can we make the renewal process longer? So that's a place where I think we can take a good look and help to make sure people are staying on those benefits.
Great, glad to hear that.
I think you covered everything I was going to say.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to move into Pathways for Access to Careers and Employment, or PACE, and ABOD. As part of the fiscal 2027 executive plan, $3.2 million was added in fiscal 2026, and $1.5 million was baselined starting in fiscal 2027 for PACE. We would like to get an update on the PACE program and how it's helping to address the new ABOD work requirements. How is the additional funding for the PACE program helping to address the increased need for employment services?
Sure. So that funding was meant to support an expansion of PACE sites, so that we would have more sites and open satellite sites, which we realized was necessary to have, more locations for individuals to go to, especially with the added, service on the PACE providers to support the ABOD population. So that's what that is actually going to be supporting with those individuals, as we are connecting individuals who do have to comply with the work requirements, who are not doing it in another way, either through working or indicate they would like assistance to connect meaningfully to education, training, or employment. We are connecting everyone to a PACE provider. So that's where the additional funding came for.
Thank you. And then do you have statistics on how many individuals with new work requirements due to ABOD attended their initial PACE appointment for career services support, and how many did not?
Yes. So since November, the percentage of people who did attend the appointment was 13%, but I can say since March 1st, which was the first month that we started tracking, that percentage went up to 24%. We are also seeing that a large number of people are complying in their own way, that I think was indicated by the numbers the commissioner cited, and approximately 66% of individuals have complied with work requirements, and so they're doing it through, sometimes with the PACE providers, other times they're working, or through other connections to education or training that they are reporting to us, or we are being able to identify in data matching.
Thank you. And I don't believe you mentioned specific numbers, but do correct me if I'm wrong. Of the total SNAP clients deemed to have work requirements due to federal ABOD changes, how many were able to meet the work requirements as a result of HRA's expanded partnerships with providers through PACE?
I don't have it broken down to that level. Of the 126,000 we've been talking about, over 80,000 did comply and have not seen an impact on their benefits for the month of June. That compliance is done through a variety of these different activities, some of it through PACE, some of it through self-directed work of individuals.
Okay, so do you have a breakdown for employment versus volunteer?
I don't have that at the moment. We are looking at our systems and our reporting so that we can sort of add that sophistication moving forward. We definitely spent the bulk of our time just making sure we had systems up in place and could connect people to activities, but ongoing, we definitely want to understand how people comply, what are they interested in, what might not they be interested in, so we can address or change approaches.
Thank you. And how many new community-based partners or providers has HRA partnered with to help clients meet work requirements? And how many of them are providing volunteer opportunities?
Over 100. have stepped forward through the process I described the last time I was here, right? We have ongoing relationships with many more community-based organizations. The PACE providers have those relationships as well. But I think all of the ones who step forward are providing some version of community service volunteering opportunities.
Great. And I know you all have been doing as much as possible around those new requirements and working with partners, so thank you for your efforts there. Hotel shelters have historically been DHS's response to unforeseen events, such as the pandemic or the large influx of asylum seekers that began in 2022. What is DHS's plan for reducing its reliance on hotel shelters?
I'll just stay at the top and then turn it over to Chief Gonzalez, but I think just to reiterate the point about having a broader plan so that we are not, in fact, reliant on making emergency decisions where we would have to rely on something like shelters, but we can provide some more information here, I think.
Yeah, I think, as the commissioner said, obviously we'll be looking, kind of long-term to kind of see exactly what opportunities there are to move away from hotels. Part of this process is really investing in our purpose-built shelters to be able to take the capacity that is currently at hotels. But, again, as you all know, we are a right to shelter city, so once we are at capacity, we do rely on hotels to be able to, meet our legal mandate. But that is, that is a consistent goal for the agency, to be able to move away from hotels, as soon as possible.
Okay. And then how many of the approximately 500 shelters are hotels, and how many of the hotel shelters serve families with children?
Of the approximately 500, 173 sites are commercial hotels, and of those, around 95 are for families with children.
Thank you. And according to the April Asylum Seeker Response Term and Condition Report, DHS operates 154 asylum seeker shelter sites, 2/3 of which are for families with children. How many of these sites are hotels?
So DHS no longer operates asylee hotels. Those were absorbed into our
DHS system.
Yeah, exactly.
Are any of the DHS asylum sites reported in the terms and conditions included in the DHS shelter count we just discussed, or are these additional locations?
I don't think they're reported in the terms and conditions, but we can double check on that.
Okay. And what was the actual spending on hotel shelters in fiscal 2025 and so far in fiscal 26? And what is the budget for hotel shelters in fiscal 27, please?
As we mentioned before, DHS has a contract with the Hotel Association of New York. The spending for FY25 was $581 million. For the FY26 budget is $62 million, with spending as of June 2nd of $441 million.
Sorry, 441
million.
Is what number?
So the FY26 budget is $622 million, with spending as of June 2nd of 441 million.
Oh, thank you.
So of that
441
yeah.
million. And then do you have the budget for fiscal 27?
Is 622 million.
Okay. Shelters are an important part of serving vulnerable New York City residents confronting homelessness. However, they do not address the city's lack of affordable housing, which is a key driver of homelessness. Additionally, the development of new shelters often faces community resistance. One possible method of addressing both these issues is to ensure that new shelters are constructed to be easily convertible to permanent housing. Is this an approach that DHS has explored as a more long-term strategy?
Happy to start. I mean, I think that's yes. I think the purpose-built shelters that I've seen are places that, without further configurations, can be turned into housing. It could be turned into housing at the person level, at the building level. And so I think it is a way of us to continue to move towards housing for people.
Can 100% of the purpose-built shelters be converted to housing?
I don't know the answer to that, folks.
I don't know if 100%.
We'd have to get back to you on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think, going forward, the way we want to think about purpose-built hotels, purpose-built shelters, would be so that they are easily converted to housing, and the ones that I have seen do have that in common.
Yeah. Same. It would be great to get to like 100%. All of them are being built in that manner. How many shelters in the pipeline could easily be converted, whether purpose-built or otherwise?
We'll have to get back to you on that one.
Okay. And then I wanted to just share details about a case that my office has been handling, and with a constituent of mine who entered shelter in October of 2025. She was told a voucher application was submitted by shelter staff in December of 2025. She was incorrectly declared to have left the shelter in March 2026 after a hospital stay due to complications with her pregnancy. She was contacted by her caseworker and told to return to PATH for placement after being discharged from the hospital. This was also confirmed with her shelter's site manager. Shelter staff bagged her belongings, and she was sent to PATH immediately after being discharged from the hospital. PATH then informed her that she was still registered with the shelter, so she returned and unpacked her belongings there. Her housing specialist informed her that she had to restart the voucher application process and confirmed to her that a new application was submitted in March of 2026. In May, HRA reached out to her after our office contacted them, and she was told by HRA that there was no voucher application associated with her case. Through continuous follow-up from my office, the issues were resolved within HRA, and a shopping letter was issued just this past Tuesday on June 2nd. But the questions that I have are, one, does HRA have access to client files and or the ability to submit applications on behalf of clients when there's been either gross incompetence with a provider or miscommunication with a client?
We have ways in which we can sort of prioritize and fast track that. I'd have to look at each individual instance just to submit something on someone's behalf. But yes, if we identify that there has been some or a series of issues that have gone about it, we can see how we can get that on track quickly and move it forward as quickly as we can.
Okay. I personally don't believe that anybody should be giving birth in a shelter or returning from a hospital after giving birth in a shelter. And so I'm wondering if there's a specific or concerted effort to expedite the exit of expectant women or parents or families from the shelter system. And just, I'm sure as you can tell from just the few details that I've shared, this woman who has, by a doctor's note, been determined to have a complicated pregnancy has been having to deal with these issues while also managing her complicated pregnancy, going back and forth to PATH and the shelter, and then turning out to have not actually been discharged from the shelter. I can only imagine the stress that would be put on to an expectant mother, and especially one with a complicated pregnancy. And so I'm just curious to know what efforts are being taken to keep expectant families like this one out of the shelter system.
There is a pilot effort that has been ongoing for a bit, and I think Administrator Fellini could report.
Sure. We have a pilot program at PATH, which we refer to by the acronym CRIB, where we're assessing pregnant individuals or those with very young children and assessing for diversion efforts. And we've seen some success in helping these individuals find housing instead of coming into shelter.
Okay, and I want to thank your team who has been responsive to my office's outreach, but the circumstances that we find this woman in are just really frustrating, even that we've had to be involved as much as we've been. And I actually did a visit to the shelter the other day to just follow up on all of the engagement that we've had. But it really does break my heart to know that this woman, you know, who has a complicated pregnancy is struggling to find housing and doing everything right, you know, and following all of the processes and procedures that she's being told to follow, and then still seems to be falling through the cracks. And so it would be great to put real, you know, concerted effort in expanding the support for families like hers.
Yeah, and if I could just comment also, would be interested to know the details of this case so that we can find out that shelter exit and then having to go back to PATH is
happy to share all of the details, and also want to just note that she's due, I believe, in 2 weeks, and we're working with Anthos Home, I think, to expedite a housing placement. But given the you know, medical sort of complications of her pregnancy, I would say time is certainly of the essence. And so any further assistance you all can provide us in getting her secured housing would be great. And we can follow up with that information. Thank you. In May 2026, Mayor Mamdani's block-by-block report announced a plan to explore ways to improve HRA's Affordable Housing Services program, including the development of new terms for the program, and I know you referenced this a bit, Commissioner. Can HRA describe the new terms for the program and how this may impact the rate at which voucher holders enter affordable housing units?
So we are in the process right now of creating the new term sheet that will publicly define the financial parameters of the program, similar to term sheets that HPD does. So it's currently in process, but it is not done yet, but it will be informed by all that we've learned over the last 3 years of the program, right? Things that were successful, things that maybe we needed to change a little bit, and that will be reflected in the term sheet itself. But it won't, the process for selecting and placing voucher holders in these units will remain the same. That won't change. The term sheet is really about financing parameters as affordable housing that will be covered there.
Okay, thank you. Okay. How many units in the Affordable Housing Services Program are currently inhabited by voucher holders?
835 units have been created under the AHS program. I'll have to check if there's any vacancies there, but I will say these units in these buildings rent up and become fully occupied extremely quickly. And there are 226 still in the pipeline.
226 additional
Units, yes.
Thank you. And what are the primary barriers HRA has encountered in implementing this program?
I think what we've explored over the time is, I think, in learning and what we're reflecting in the term sheet is, right, understanding what is the best structure for the program to move forward so that there's a sustainability to it. And I think we've been able to pull those things together, and in working with a consultant on this, we'll be able to have a term sheet that really proposes a strong financial forward step for the program. So I think that probably is something that we've learned the most about. The program itself, I think, has been extremely successful in the buildings that have opened. I will say again that like the ways in which we've been able to rent up those buildings, especially for these buildings, these are some of the buildings where we have targeted long-term stayers in particular, have happened very, very quickly.
Great. And I assume that's a consultant other than McKinsey?
Correct.
Thank you. How often do HRA and HPD coordinate to ensure that voucher holders are being placed in affordable units, and what does that coordination look like?
Every day, we work together with our HPD colleagues around a variety of issues. We work with them very closely, in particular around the homeless set-aside aspects of their affordable housing, and making sure that we are sort of moving through that process as quickly as possible. I think within the SPEED task force as well, the mayor has committed that collectively we are going to look to make sure that we can improve that process even more. But I will say we are in daily contact with HPD and work extremely closely to move people out of DHS shelters or other shelters into HPD units.
It's great to hear. Thank you. As part of the same report, the administration proposes connecting tenants to financial assistance more efficiently. We'd like to better understand HRA's role in this effort. What specific preventive measures is HRA adopting to ensure tenants in arrears enter a payment plan or apply for a one-shot early in the process?
So there are a variety of diversion programs that we're looking at. Some of them we have been doing within our own area. I think the last time I was here, I talked about right to counsel and how we were about to start piloting a diversion that's a little bit more upstream to connect with people receiving city FEPs and landlords who have just entered into housing court to try to understand what's going on and can we resolve that issue with one-shot deals or other aspects of it. And we're in conversations with HPD around what might be something we could pilot that looks at sort of affordable housing writ large or on a larger scale, or something that isn't necessarily connected into eviction court, but what is happening out in the affordable housing landscape, which we know has been experiencing some challenges. So those are ongoing conversations right now.
And what kind of interagency system between HRA and HPD will be set up to track early access to one-shots specifically?
So that will be informed by what the collaboration between us looks like, but it will definitely include some type of data sharing, crosswalking of our systems and what we are tracking with HPD's affordable housing databases and systems.
Okay, thank you. And moving on to fair fares, eligibility expansion and out-year funding. As part of the fiscal 2026 adopted budget deal, the eligibility for fair fares was expanded to include those making up to 150% of the federal poverty level, up from 145% of the federal poverty level. This became effective on October 30th of 2025, and we are pleased to see the executive plan increase the baseline amount of fair fares by $25 million to continue one-year funding that had been added to fiscal 26 only. And the baseline budget for fair fares was increased to $120.6 million. How much has been spent to date in fiscal 2026 for the fair fares program?
Yep, I can provide that. So through March, spending for the program was about $62.5 million.
Thank you. Do you anticipate Do you anticipate the program will fully exhaust the budgeted funding in fiscal 2026?
I think, yeah, we're tracking that, and as we get to the very end, we'll be able to get back to you with the exact amount of spend.
Okay, we're almost at the very end, so I'm wondering if you can.
Yes.
I think we're.
Are we on track?
We are on track. There is the possibility there may be a small amount of unspent funds, but I think we still have 3 months to rectify here. So we still have a whole quarter to go through. So we're tracking it. We're tracking it closely, but we want to also ensure that we utilize the full amount of the funds that we can and that people maximize the benefit.
Okay, so I'm going to guess you wouldn't be able to share how much might be unspent.
At this time, no, we would not.
What uptake rate, percentage of those eligible applying for and using the benefit has HRA been seen since the new federal poverty level was implemented this past fall?
Sorry, it has been hovering about 40%.
40%, okay.
Yes. Goes
Thank
up
you.
and down a little bit with percentage points, 39.7, 38, but it's been
Around
hovering
40.
around 40%.
Okay. There's been much discussion about further expansion of eligibility for the City FEPS program. In May 2026, several reports were released calling on HRA to expand the program with cost estimates for various fair fares expansion scenarios. What does HRA estimate it would cost to expand fair fares eligibility to 175% of the federal poverty level, 200% of FPL, or 250% of FPL?
Yeah, I mean, it is a reasonably complicated analysis to think through the cost estimates, and so I don't think we're prepared to share those, but we're willing to, of course, work with our partners at OMB and across the administration to do that kind of analysis.
Okay, do you have an estimate of the increase in number of clients enrolled in the program that would be associated with each of those scenarios?
Don't think we have that either, so we could get back to you on that.
Okay, and has HRA assessed the potential impact on benefits usage, as in the average number of rides per week, if the program is extended to clients at higher FPLs who may be working more hours and taking public transit more frequently?
I think that's what's included in part of the complicated analysis, right? To be able to run sort of a variety of models to understand what we think it might potentially look like from that perspective. So it's work that's happening.
Okay, and would you be able to say whether an increase to the FPL required would require an increase to HRA's budget for overhead and staffing costs associated with operating the Fair Fares program?
Most likely there might be some, right, depending on sort of the expansion and what the anticipated volume would be. We would have to look at the current staffing levels to determine if we believe that would be acceptable and support the program as it needed to be.
Okay. I'm going to ask a couple of questions about the closing of Bellevue Men's Shelter and the Intake Center, and then I think we can go back to round two, or if the chair has any other questions, which is not to say that I'm exhausting all of my questions just yet, but soon enough we'll get there. In March of this year, the administration announced that it will be temporarily shutting down the Bellevue Men's Shelter and Intake Center, and that intake would be relocated to 2 sites in Lower Manhattan. Additionally, Bellevue's 250 single male residents were expected to be relocated beginning May 1st at shelters that were to be determined. DHS recently announced that the agency plans to open 2 additional hotel shelters in Brooklyn to house clients displaced by the closure of Bellevue Men's Shelter. Can you tell me how these contracts were procured? Were they emergency contracts? And when will the sites open?
I mean, I think the simple answer to that is that the hotels come through that Hotels Association of New York contract, which was procured, and we are moving forward to open them later this month.
Later this
month.
Thank you. So were they emergency contracts?
Those were not emergency contracts. They were part of the overall.
Okay.
And as you know, when something as significant and sizable as 30th Street closes, there's a whole ripple effect of ramifications for the system. And so 30th Street itself had to be decanted, and then as we worked at 80s 3rd and Kenton, that also had to be decanted, creating additional needs across the system. And so given the emergent situation there, hotels was the use that we had. But as I've stated earlier, not the way we want to be siting shelters in the future.
Understood. Does DHS expect to open any additional hotel or purpose-built shelters to house Bellevue's residents?
So certainly not hotels, but we do have a pipeline of shelters that are going to come online before the end of the year. And so, as the commissioner was stating, there's a kind of a ripple effect of the impact of the folks that were moved from the assessment beds over to other shelters. So yes, there will, in those newer sites, there will be maybe not folks directly that were at assessment, but folks that were impacted by that move.
Okay, and do you know how many of the new beds will offer mental health and substance use treatment services?
Do you have that?
I mean, while the team is maybe looking up the specific answer there, I mean, one thing to note is that we, in the project renewal site at 80s 3rd, we knew we were essentially losing a site that had integrated mental health and behavioral health care. And so for the new Barbara Kleiman site, we switched that use from an employment-focused shelter to a behavioral health-focused shelter. And so brought on those beds in that way. There may be additional answers to that question, but wanted to point that part out.
Yeah, and if I could just add to Chief Gonzalez's comments, as he stated, Bellevue offered assessments, so they weren't necessarily mental health beds. There was mental health screening, but it was not serving as a mental health shelter. And as he's mentioned, the commissioner's mentioned, we're constantly assessing the needs of clients and making sure we have appropriate services at the shelters that we do open. And mental health, behavioral health services are always top on the list.
Thank you. In April, a resident of the behavioral health shelter site, Kenton Hall, Stephen Rosa was his name, was transferred to a hotel shelter site in Brownsville as part of the administration's effort to convert the site into an intake center due to Bellevue's closure. Rosa was receiving mental health services at the East Village shelter and died by suicide not long after being moved. While DHS can transfer shelter residents at its discretion, it must provide the resident with 48-hour notice, which Rosa's family says was not provided to him. Rosa's family has also said that the isolation of the Brownsville hotel site likely exacerbated his mental health difficulties. How many shelter residents that were in mental health beds have been transferred as part of the effort to close Bellevue?
Yeah, give us 1 second while we look up the details there. So obviously we cannot comment on the case of Mr. Rosa, and a very sad story there, and deeply regrettable when there's any kind of incident. When we were working with the partners at Project Renewal at 83rd in Canton, we partnered with them to think about next placements. And to my understanding, we did follow all of the requirements around notification, but not only that, working with Project Renewal on prioritization for the appropriate place. As I mentioned, the new Barbara Kleiman site that Project Renewal now runs does offer behavioral health services, and we prioritize clients with those needs for that site, and a number of other people across 83rd and Canton were transferred to other facilities, including the location that you mentioned. In that particular location, there are not additional behavioral health services on site, and the provider should be referring to community-based services for clients who need those services. But let me see if my colleagues have anything they'd like to share.
Yes, so to your question about how many residents were transferred, 197. And just want to clarify that
Specifically that were in mental health beds?
They were in substance use beds, so those two sites are substance use sites.
Thank you. And did DHS consult Rosa's case manager or mental health provider?
Yes, as the commissioner mentioned, part of the transfer process was sitting with DHS staff, provider staff, sitting and reviewing each person's needs to determine an appropriate assignment.
And do you know if there was a specific reason why he was transferred to a hotel site rather than one that offered services comparable to where he had been?
Again, can't speak specifically about Mr. Rosa, but in general, again, we work with provider staff to understand what's going on with each client to determine if a hotel setting is appropriate for the needs that they have, and if not, making sure that we get them to a behavioral health site.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to pass it back to Chair Lee to conduct the second round of questioning.
Sorry, my back is hurting me, so I'm standing up. What's just really quickly piggybacking off what Chair Hudson just said, how many formal either contracts or subcontracts or MOUs do you have with providers that have the Article 31 clinics, the outpatient clinics, and is that something that is mandated by the I mean, I know a lot of the shelters work and have social workers there, but I was just curious about that, more specifically with severe mental illness needs.
Yeah, I can speak to the numbers. So we have 11 single adult sites that have Article 31 mental health clinics. It is not required as part of DHS shelter contracting. There are many requirements that go into standing up a clinic like that. Some sites may not be able to be licensed in that way, but we do have 11. All of our other shelters, whether they're purposely a behavioral health site or not, are required in their assessing of each client's independent living plans to make sure that service needs are getting met, which might mean clinical staff on site, not in a licensed clinic, or referrals out to the community.
Okay, and that's 11 sites out of how many total? Sorry.
Just under 500, 493.
493, okay. And yes, I started in Article 31, so I know how painful that process is, so I get it. Okay, we're gonna go to Deputy Speaker, followed by Councilmember Epstein.
Hi again. I'm going to ask a series of questions on the racial equity plans, which was a guide to agencies in addressing systemic inequities across race, gender, income, and other factors. We would like to discuss some of the report's findings and how DSS anticipates incorporating them into the work of both DHS and HRA. So could you tell me how you plan to address the goals laid out in this report? What, if any, budgetary actions would need to be taken for each DHS and HRA?
Thank you. I'll start. So my understanding, I mean, we received a 38 on the scoring for the racial equity report. And so that's an area that we see as an opportunity to continue to improve. And so I think while we have strong initiatives at DHS, DSS, HRA, one of the areas for opportunity for us is really embedding these values in our more systemic processes. And that's, of course, the harder work. Having initiatives can be somewhat easier than thinking about the procurement process, the contracting process, the hiring process, and how we're embedding equity principles throughout that work. So I think that's a place where I want to learn more and do additional work across the agency.
But any budgetary actions, though, for FY27 to address what you all put forward in your racial equity plan?
Don't think there is anything in FY27. But as we continue to think about this going forward and plan, we'll work with the administration on any budgetary implications.
Okay. At the prelim budget hearing, Chair Hudson inquired on the status of DSS's labor force. As part of the racial equity plan, the Mayor's Office of Equity and Racial Justice identified addressing secondary traumatic stress symptoms for frontline staff working directly with clients who have experienced trauma or crisis as a goal for DSS. The plan advises DSS to partner with public and private experienced trauma, public or private sector agencies to provide a series of health and wellness programs throughout the year to reduce traumatic stress that all staff face in our client-facing and non-client-facing offices. Is this a strategy that DSS currently practices? And if not, how does DSS anticipate implementing programs that reach this goal?
Yeah, thank you. Again, I'll allow my colleagues to comment if they have more specific information. In the 3 months that I've been here, I've seen a lot of focus and energy on employee wellness and engagement. I will defer to my colleagues and/or get back to you to identify if there's specific clinical kind of trauma-informed care types approaches that are being integrated into those models. But I see really robust employee resource groups. I see focus on thinking about succession planning. I see focus on employee wellness. I see a lot of important and critical and well-done recognition events. And so I do think the agency is taking the issue of employee wellness and care seriously, and I've been impressed by it. I'll defer to see if anyone has anything more specific on clinical or at least semi-clinical trauma-informed care approaches in that work. But if not, it's something I'd be happy to look at.
Okay, it doesn't actually seem that. I hear what you're saying, that you do take employee wellness very seriously, but it doesn't seem like you're taking the racial equity plan seriously, because I have not heard like any specific tangible thing that you're actively doing to implement the plan that you put forward. And I know this is a prelim plan, but the final plan is going to come soon. And so this is something that you all put in your plan that you would do. And so it's a little unfortunate to kind of hear that it doesn't seem like there's any current practices or any anticipated practices to implement the program to reach the goal that you set.
Yeah, it may just be that I'm not yet aware of it, and others may be able to offer. If not, I will get back to you. We would have every intention of implementing the plan that we set.
I will just say, yes, I think there are many of the short-term goals that were outlined in the plan that are actively in process, right? Those goals were centered around expanding access to benefits and employment, reducing food insecurity in underserved neighborhoods, and then improving housing access from shelter to permanent housing. And I think we have many things related to that, you know, in regards to access to benefits and employment. Much of the work we've done around expanding and supporting around the work requirements, I think really connects into here, because the numbers of people, right, who receive our benefits predominantly come from people of color communities. So wanting to make sure that they're staying connected and where we need to, expanding services and supports to make sure folks remain connected to those, as well as some of the things that have just been put out in the housing plan and the speed plan to more efficiently and effectively move people out of shelter into permanent housing, again, which is, you know, primarily serving people of color communities. And then I think some of the longer terms are really part of advocacy strategies, I can say, from the benefits perspective. Many of the things that would be long-term changes actually are going to require changes at the state level. If you look at cash assistance, especially, many of the benefits that folks receive are very antiquated and have not been updated in decades in regards to like moving expenses or other types of expenses or estimates of what living costs are. So those are longer term aspects that are part of a developing agenda and will be developed obviously in partnership with the new administration.
Okay. Councilmember Epstein, followed by Ressler.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on questions I was asking before, because we talked about the intake center on 3rd Street not opening yet, 30th Street's closed. Now, I know you're closing Main Chance in my district as well. You know, obviously, that place has a lot of people who are unhoused going there. Where do you expect those people to go if the Main Chance Center is closed? And what are your expectations to kind of provide services to people who are going there if that facility is no longer operational?
Yes. One thing I wanted to point out, Chief Gonzalez, do you mind? I know we corrected the record on something that I said in response to a question you had, so I want to just make sure you heard that. Do you want to provide that?
Sure. Yeah, it was just correcting the record on the repairs that are going on at 3rd Street. They're actually expense, not capital repairs.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure you heard that. I unintentionally referred to them as capital expenses. But yes, we've been planning for the transition of that facility, and I've been looking at weekly reports of how we're engaging with the people that are frequenting that space, and I think we've worked on a strong plan to transition folks to other locations in the community. So, Administrator Fellini, if you have any additional information you'd want to provide, but while we obviously can't comment on the specifics.
Sure, but like where? What transition to where? Because we've heard from the community board who's like, hey, this is a place that is central. We've heard from bids in the neighborhood say this place is necessary because there's no other place to go. With 30th Street closed and this place closing, we're going to have a proliferation of street homeless issues that is just going to get further exacerbated with this location closing.
Yeah, we have additional drop-ins in Manhattan. Understand the concerns.
Where
about,
in like Community Board 5? Where in Manhattan?
Get you specifically the community boards. I don't have that at my fingertips.
So like in that vicinity, are there places close by where people who are traditionally going there would be able to walk to another place?
I think we have that information. Whether we have it at our fingertips is another story. But given the amount of planning we've been doing there, I'd be happy to get back to you with the specifics.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful because, you know, we already talked a lot about trying to give people stability, and people who are homeless, like the way they build relationships is the way they then get to a place where they can take services. And if you're kind of breaking up some of those relationships, you're causing a lack of trust to a future provider and making it more difficult for that person to get the services. So I would really like to hear this plan, and maybe what we could be hearing is what the plan will look like, and presenting it to us and people in the community so we can understand it, because I think we're getting we've heard a lot of pushback, and we haven't heard what this plan looks like. We don't even know where these people are going and what the plan will be. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, great. Councilmember Ressler, followed by Brewer.
Thank you so much. And I would just make a suggestion on that topic that, 30th Street, Bellevue, intake for adult single men and for adult families, it impacts every council district in the city. And setting up a briefing for all council members on what you all are doing and what the impacts are would be a really helpful thing to have done and to still do, because we direct all of our constituents there. And so these are locations that are known to everyone and have been known for generations as the place to go when you need help, and they're not anymore, and we could use some information. So with that, I'd like to switch to the topic of street homelessness. Generally, I would say the one thing that unifies everybody who's on the streets and in the subways in New York City is that they've all been through the shelter system and decided not to go back in. And so I think to solve for street homelessness issues long term, beyond the handful thousand people that are on the streets and subways today, I think it actually fundamentally comes back to shelter conditions and improving the experience of people in shelter and connecting them to longer term solutions. That being said, I think we have the highest concentration of street homeless folks in Brooklyn in our district. And when we reach out to providers, they show up days later. We get no real updates. They never show up at the times that we ask when we tell them these are the times and locations to find people and to engage. So I'm just interested generally, how does DHS track and evaluate the performance of the street outreach teams? Do you have comprehensive data on every engagement that is happening and the housing placements that you're making? I am profoundly empathetic of how difficult this work is, but I'm just concerned we don't do enough to hold these outreach teams accountable, and the outcomes are frankly totally unacceptable.
Thank you. And I'll see if we have specifics on how we're monitoring. I know it is, at least my understanding from the time I've been here, that there has been increased not only scrutiny and look at outcomes amongst the providers in the last couple of years, but also, I think, more consistent rebidding of those contracts. And so I think there is a focus within DHS on holding providers accountable. I'm disappointed to hear that folks aren't showing up when you're giving them information about where people they might be able to engage with folks. We can certainly follow up on the specifics there.
And then they send us an email like every month of like, these were the outreach efforts we made, but with no information on outcomes or no tangible information whatsoever. It's like totally useless. And I just am shocked that you could probably give me a number. Maybe Chief Johns could give it a number on how much we spend annually on street homeless engagement and services, including safe havens. Yeah. Do you have a ballpark figure for us?
Yeah, our streets program for 27 is $450 million.
450, that includes all outreach, stabilization beds, and safe havens?
And drop-in centers.
And drop-in centers, okay. So we're spending $500 million, and I just think our outcomes are embarrassing. And we have so much, we should be doing such a better job in connecting people to the help they need. I've been really encouraged by recent conversations I've had with Housing Works about new models for safe havens that are more flexible even to try to bring people in. We're proud to have opened one of the largest safe havens in Brooklyn in our district in Greenpoint, the largest supportive housing development in all of Brooklyn in our district in downtown Brooklyn and on the edge of Dumbo. We want to open the facilities that make a difference and that actually connect people to the care that they need. But I just think that currently our outreach is not working. And I really hope that this is a priority for you for the days, weeks, and months to come, because if we continue with this status quo, it's one of the #1 complaints we get in the office of just people who are struggling with severe mental illness on their corners, on their subway entrances, on their platforms. And we call it in, but it never changes anything.
Yeah, no, point taken, and it is an area of focus for me, and I think one of the things systems can get trapped in is an over-focus on process over outcomes, right? And how many things are happening with this many hours, and how many people are out in these places and not focusing on what matters most, which in fact is placements and connections to care, reduction of encampments, and honestly, this is harder to measure, but public perception around how we're doing on those fronts. And so those are the things that I am focused on, is not so much, of course, process is an important piece to be taking a look at, but in fact, what are the outcomes we're driving at, and how do we reach those outcomes?
It's totally anecdotal, but this is my 5th year in the council. In 2025, we got more incoming from constituents on street homeless conditions than we had any year that I've been serving. And so things are not getting better. And considering how much we spend, the lack of outcomes and accountability, I'm glad to hear is going to be a priority for you. I think we have a very long way to go.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Councilmember Brewer, followed by Wong.
Thank you messer much. I agree with Lincoln Ressa in the sense that what I do is I just call you. I mean, when we have a problem, or whomever, or Scott, or Chris, or something. Because I think the local street homelessness efforts, they are only asking, do you want to go in? And nobody wants to go in, so they all say no. And so that doesn't get us very far. So maybe that system needs to be looked at. Because, and then of course my guys just, when you tell them that they have a date when they have to go in by, they just go around the corner and then they come back. So, they're pretty smart, the street homeless folks. So I guess the question is looking at the process for addressing street homelessness. But anyway, I know what to do. And I have no problems getting in touch with HRA. I want to be clear on that, none at all. So in terms of food, the Community Food Connections, as you know, CFC, counts each organization around a single fixed emergency feeding routing number. This is a data question. And that is tied to a brick and mortar site, but we understand that a growing share of food reaches New Yorkers through mobile markets, pop-up distributions, home delivery. A lot of home delivery is what my folks are doing. And it doesn't capture what needs to be captured, because it means that HRA's provider counts, pounds distributed totals, and supply gap analysis are undercounting both the reach of these models and the true scale of the need. So the question is, will HRA modernize how FROs are registered, funded, and measured so that non-site-based distribution is recognized, so the data reflects how food is really distributed?
Yeah, First Deputy Commissioner Gardy, do you want to weigh in?
You're asking, beyond our own CFC program, how we can include other sites?
Yes, because what happens now is like the brick and mortar site is only place that is counted. It's not counted in if you distribute to home delivery, et cetera. So it looks like all the folks in one neighborhood are getting food when in fact it's all over the borough or the city, because the way that you're counting. So I think you have to rethink how you measure and count the distribution of food for those who are hungry.
This is something we can look into. So
okay.
Try to understand how we are maybe miscounting.
All right, thank you very much. And the other question I have is, a while ago, I don't know where we are with the faith-based sleeping in the churches and synagogues. Where are we with that program? Because Main Chance used to use that. I know you're sticking here about Main Chance, but I'm not giving up on Main Chance, just so you know. So what's with the faith-based sleepover?
Yeah, my understanding is through our street outreach providers, there is a consortium of faith-based overnight sites that are still being used and can be used. I've visited one myself, and I know there are more than that. I don't know the overall numbers, but those exist and are an important part of the continuum.
And do we want to expand them? Is there funding to do that?
There's not additional funding in this budget to do that. It is something we can consider as we move into the out years and see if that model.
It has great repercussions for those who are there because they get a lot of support that you wouldn't get in an alternative situation. I assume you know that.
Yeah, the site that I saw was really excellent, and I could see why it played an important part in the community and for the people they were serving.
One other question that hasn't come up: how many people coming from, as we say, upstate, meaning prison, end up in your shelters? My understanding from Fortune Society is about 5,000 people come to New York City every year, and 2,500 of them end up in your shelters. Of course, we'd rather have them at Fortune and, you know, Exodus, et cetera. But how many end up in your shelters? Because it's really hard to give them the support that they need if it's not tied to their experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, apologies that we don't have that handy. We'll get back to you.
Okay, and then can you talk about other ways of supporting them? That's what I'm looking for.
About individuals being released from
Yeah, that they should go to a shelter or a home that is run by, I guess, as an example, Exodus, Fortune, et cetera, programs that work with people who are formerly incarcerated. It's really hard to get the support that they need, and it could be recidivism if they are not given their support. I don't hear people talking about that enough. Obviously, Stanley Richards will talk about it endlessly, but it would be good if you did also.
Yeah, I'm going to see the Commissioner Richardson tomorrow, and it can be a good start of a conversation.
Yes.
And we also do need to count on our state partners who are releasing folks to also be providing both supervision and support, not just on.
I don't think you're going to get much support there, but you can ask for it. I think it's going to be on our dime that we have to figure it out. And just they, you know, will be having alternative choices, not going to your shelters. Like I said, go to theirs.
Yeah,
All right, thank you. Don't forget, I want to screen people going to 126 West 83rd Street or any place else. Be glad to screen. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Wong, followed by Nurse.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I represent Glendale, and the Cooper Avenue Rapid Rehousing Center, it's in my backyard. And my predecessor, Councilmember Robert Holden, spent years fighting it. That shelter has generated 2,251 calls to 911, 677 other emergency calls, and 278 arrests since West Hab took over in 2020. In January 2025, there were public calls to close it. The city's response was to award West Hab a brand new 3-year contract running into June 2028. And my question is, what specific performance benchmarks does West Hab require to meet under that renewal contract? And what remedies, including early termination, are available to DHS if those benchmarks are not met? Can you please answer them?
I'm going to ask for some help from my colleagues on this one. I don't know the details of the contract specs, except, of course, to provide a safe, secure setting for people. I will say I'm used to, in my previous position, getting 911 data every 15 minutes and being able to look at it and monitor so that I know before you tell me what the calls are, and we can monitor that up front and then reach out not only to our shelter partners, but also to other community safety partners. So it is an important piece to me to look at not only the 911 data, but our incident reporting across our shelter system, use that information to monitor progress and challenges across our shelter system. And so that's certainly something this team has heard from me. But in terms of specific contract, I'll defer if we have the answer.
Yeah, and apologies, could you repeat? The question was about renewing?
The question was, what specific performance benchmarks is West Hab required to meet under the renewal contract, given all these 911 calls and emergency calls and the 278 arrests?
Okay.
Because it seemed to me that they fail in every scale in running a safe shelter, and they should not be renewed. Another vendor should be chosen.
Understood, and appreciate the concern about the number of incidents and arrests in that area. And we'll certainly go back and look at the incident rate, and it's something that we address often. We need to understand what's going on. Is it a particular client, a group of clients? Are there protocols that are not being followed by staff? We'd really need to look into that specific to this case. But for contract renewal, at contract end, the negotiation is this provider meeting the standards of the contract?
Yes, and after looking at all these numbers, it seemed to me that they're not. So there's a bigger question, a higher level, that is there a formal competitive procurement process on contract or renewals, or this is a sole source continuation or just renew,
We
give
can
it to
look
them?
into the
Yeah.
specifics, but we do have a responsibility determination every time we renew a contract. Our ACO takes care of that, so we can look into the specifics.
Yeah, so I'll give you my contact and let's work on this because clearly they're not doing a good job in running this shelter. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Nurse, and then I'll hand it back to Chair Hudson.
Thank you. A question, a follow-up from Deputy Speaker, a question on some of the racial equity work. One of the goals of MOERJ, one of the goals that MOERJ highlighted was to ensure that DSS's workforce development programs connect clients to career pathways that help reduce income inequality for underserved populations. Given the newly implemented HR1 SNAP ABA-WD work requirements, this goal is crucial to provide services to the most vulnerable New Yorkers. As part of this goal, DSS, along with the Mayor's Office of Equity and Racial Justice, identified 2 strategies. 1, the need to conduct a needs assessment to identify specific workforce development needs in underserved populations, and 2, to launch pilot programs in select underserved communities. What is the timeline for conducting a needs assessment and starting a pilot?
I'll have to get back to you on the exact timeline because I think there's another area of the agency that would be part of that process that we don't have here, so I don't want to misspeak on that. But I can say that there are things we do already have in process as well. We are collaborating with some other agencies focusing on workforce development, specifically targeting specific populations in specific sectors. It's not sort of finalized and ready for prime time at the moment, but I will say there are two things in process already right now that speak to that particular goal. But we can get back to you on the needs assessment, the broader need assessment timeline.
Okay. Do you think you'd be able to start a pilot in this calendar year, or is this something that would be in next calendar year?
The 2 programs I'm talking about would start this year, maybe later this year.
Okay. Okay. And my second question, one of the long-term goals laid out for DSS in the plan is creating predictive tools to anticipate housing instability, to systematically prevent homelessness. Can you tell me what such a tool would look like or any information you want to share here? I know there was some earlier conversations around technology.
I need to learn more. This is an area that I haven't had a chance to dig in deep with the team clearly, and it's a really important area. So I will take this opportunity to go deeper into that work and make sure that we can answer all of those questions. They're important.
Okay, yeah, I think, given that the last administration really dragged their feet on just the racial equity plans, but there was a lot of work done, and the way this has rolled out has been a little bit shaky. I think it would be really important for DSS in the next couple months to be prepared for this. I think the final version of the plan is coming out in like a month maybe or more, so being really up to date on that is going to be key, and we're going to be expecting all of the agencies to be able to say, like, what is their plan on this, especially going into next fiscal year budgeting, because next year there will be no excuse for racial equity to not be fully woven into the DNA of that budgeting process. So I hear you on that. Would love to get this line of questioning, chairs, included in the follow-up.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I did want to just ask a question about Main Chance, because I know Councilmember Brewer said she will not relent, and so I just wanted to ask. Can you provide a reason for the pending, I guess, closure of that site?
There's ongoing litigation here, so I don't think there is anything we can say.
Okay. Is it scheduled to close, though, at the end of this month?
It is.
Okay. I guess the litigation will.
Yes, barring
deal with
any action from the court, it would close.
Okay. Moving into cash assistance and SNAP timeliness rates. According to the dynamic MMR, as of March 2026, the cash assistance processing timeliness rate was 77.8%, which is a 10% jump from when we discussed this at the prelim budget hearing. And the SNAP processing timeliness rate was 88%. While these are improvements from the prior year, they're still below your target of having 95% of benefit applications processed within the state's required 30-day time frame. What is the current timeliness rate for cash assistance and SNAP processing?
Those rates are the consistent current rates. There's always a lag in regards to
reporting
it out. But it is something that we are continuously focusing on. I think when I was here last, I did indicate, especially on the cash side, that there were a couple of automations that we were going to be putting into place. Those have recently gone into place, so they won't reflect for a few months when we catch up to those months around those pieces. But we consistently are looking at those ways, and I think improving the cash rate will improve the SNAP rate because sometimes they are connected. Together. So.
And so the 10% increase that we've seen since prelim, you're saying is not attributed to the changes because you won't.
It's not attributed to the automation. There were other changes and other ways in which we've been managing this work, and tracking things and using other interim reports to make sure that we are addressing actions within the timeliness range. And I think that you are definitely seeing reflected here. The automation that I'm talking about is connected to really just a way in which cases get closed and the timeliness gets calculated, especially as it relates to one-shot deals that individuals get. And so we are automating the closing process after the benefit is granted. Right now, it's a two-step process, and we've seen instances where staff will give the person the benefit, but then don't necessarily take that second step because they move on to the next case of trying to get a benefit out. So we're automating that last step, which will be a better reflection of what's really happening.
Okay, and could also contribute to even better timeliness rates in the future.
I expect our rate is better than what is reflected here, but I can't prove that to you officially, but I believe this automation is going to help reflect that work as well.
Okay, that's great. Are you currently using overtime to meet the demand?
We utilize voluntary overtime to meet the demand as needed, so it is elective, right? We really try to minimize mandatory overtime that has to be utilized. I just, in all transparency, do want to say we had to mandate overtime yesterday for the cash assistance program. It was due to a tech issue that we experienced the day before, so we needed to catch up on things. But that is really last resort and is not something we need to utilize as we did back in the time when we had significant backlogs. So it is overwhelmingly just volunteer overtime.
Okay, do you know how many hours and what the cost is?
Yeah, and for FY26 to date, DSS HRA staff have worked 1,008,465 hours of overtime.
1486 or 68, sorry?
Sorry, 1,008,465.
465, okay.
With a total cost of $45.6 million.
It's a lot of overtime. Can you provide a breakdown of the hours and cost of overtime by benefit program? So for SNAP, cash assistance, rental assistance, and Medicaid, for example?
We'd have to get back to you on those specifics by program.
Okay, that would be great. And according to the dynamic MMR, as of March 2026, there's been a slight decrease in participation rates in cash assistance and SNAP, with 583,000 individuals receiving cash assistance, which is a 3.5% decrease, and 1.7 million individuals receiving SNAP, a 3% decrease. In the executive plan, HRA re-estimated the cash assistance caseload and reduced the budget by $1.7 million in fiscal 2026 and $31.9 million baselined starting in fiscal 27. Do you know what's driving these decreases?
So in the decreases regarding benefits access. I think on the cash side, some of that is related to attrition we anticipated seeing as we continue to roll out the cash assistance mandatory engagement requirements, which we had not done for about 5 years during COVID, where people self-select to make the decision that I'm going to move on from this based on the requirements. I would say on the SNAP side, I think there is a nationwide, they are seeing a decrease in people accessing SNAP. I think nationwide the rate is about 9%, so I would say ours shows that many of the efforts we're doing are working to make people stay connected, but obviously we track that closely to, if we see trends starting to increase as well, to try to understand what's happening and ensure we are getting the word out there that if you believe you're eligible, apply. Just apply to us.
Right. Do you expect a further decrease in both SNAP and cash assistance in the out years?
I'll comment on SNAP. I mean, I think regardless of all of the incredible work I think that we're trying to do across government and community, this is an intentional effort to keep people from their SNAP benefits and make it harder, and they're good at what they do. And so I do think nationally we will see that. We're tracking that as our major outcome measure, reducing the amount of people who are falling off.
Right.
So that is something we are going to take a careful look at, but and it won't do us any justice to feel that we're doing better than others across the country, but that we're gonna do our best to lead and keep as many people on these benefits as possible in the face of efforts that are outright designed to keep them from them.
We appreciate that. Well, I'll say I appreciate that. I don't want to speak for others. How did HRA re-estimate the projected cost for cash assistance in the out years?
Like all programs, we're constantly evaluating our expenditures and also the caseload. So the estimate that we have in the budget, part of the savings, is just part of our normal review of the program and our expectation for its trajectory in the future years.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question on, just to revisit the hotel shelters. Hotels have been granted billion-dollar contracts to provide emergency shelters to fulfill right-to-shelter requirements. This appears to have created an incentive for these industries to construct hotels in generally underutilized areas only for these hotels to, within just a few years, be converted to shelters. How is the administration moving to discourage this pipeline from becoming normalized?
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, I think the job to do is to work on a homelessness plan that includes a shelter plan that includes intentional siting for the shelter services we need and want and value across the community, of course, acknowledging that we are a right to shelter community. And so I don't think a plan to build hotels in low-income communities is going to be a good economic investment. I think we want to be investing in purpose-built shelters that can be converted to housing quickly and do so in a planful manner and in an equitable manner across the 5 boroughs.
Thank you. And just in the same vein, and this is a question from Councilmember Ressler. But there are 93 hotels housing families with children today. You testify to 15% decline in families with children population. Do you have a goal for how many hotels you can close for housing children this fiscal year?
I don't know if I can state a firm goal, but I do think I can state a goal around reducing the number of families with children in shelters by the end of in hotel shelters by the end of the calendar year.
Sorry, a goal to remove all families with children?
No, a goal to move more.
To move more.
Yes.
Is there a specific number?
No, I don't think we have a specific number in mind, but we've done some of that work already, and to earlier questions from Chairperson Lee too, we want to be careful about how we do those moves to reduce disruptions for school, but we also, I I think, even though I haven't spent nearly enough time with these families to be able to speak for them, but that these are also improvements. So moving from a hotel for a family into a Tier 2 shelter provides amenities and services and supports that, like a kitchen and so on, that are desirable. And so I think we want to move on that plan, but do not have a specific number in mind.
Okay, and, I know that we've been through a lot over the last several years, but he does want to note that a few years ago, we had 0 families with children in commercial hotels.
We can get there.
Thank you. And at the preliminary budget hearing, I raised concerns over staff retention and lack of institutional knowledge within the APS program. While HRA testified that they provide additional training to APS workers, I fear the continual increase of APS referrals is outweighing HRA's efforts to retain caseworkers. As the PMMR shows, across fiscals 2021 to 2025, there was an 81.4% increase in referrals and a 91.5% increase in wait times for a case to receive services. In fiscal 25, the number of referrals surpassed pre-pandemic levels at 33,875, and there was a 10-year high in wait times at 45 days. Has HRA seen an improvement in APS retention as a result of the additional training?
Yes, we have 90% of active APS caseworkers have been in their title for over a year.
Thank you. And a report by IBO from last November listed HRA's main reasons for APS case rejections in 2025. APS being unable to locate the individual was listed as the second highest reason. Could high APS staff turnaround influence the challenge in locating individuals with referrals? How does HRA ensure that referrals do not fall through the cracks due to staff turnaround?
So no, we do not believe that the staffing is directly connected to that reason as for not being able to locate an individual. APS is a voluntary program. People have to agree to participate in that. And many people who are on APS, or have been given a referral are actively also living in the community. So us going there is a possibility that someone is not going to be present. But we have various level checks in place to ensure that, all referrals are being followed through appropriately and that all the required actions are taken. And these include but not limited to supervisory review and approval and case consultation discussion with program leadership. So.
Can you walk us through how you track information on APS clients who also receive other benefits?
So,
and just as an example, do you know how many APS clients have a City FEPS voucher?
1,066 APS clients have a City FEPS voucher currently.
Great.
And we record in our case management system what services the individual needs assistance with and is receiving, including recertification of benefits, such as the housing subsidy. And so it's through our systems that we track those things.
Okay, great. And I saw a group come in and join us in the chamber here from Berkeley Carroll, which is where I went to school. So welcome to City Hall and to the chambers. CFC funding. Community Food Connection is a vital resource providing much needed food to the city's vast network of food pantries and soup kitchens. This program is especially important given the current changes to SNAP as a result of the federal H.R. 1 bill. As we've discussed at the prelim budget hearing, I'm glad to see that the preliminary plan increased the baseline funding by $53.6 million to approximately $75 million starting in fiscal 2027. According to a recent report from City Harvest, visits by families with kids to food pantries in fiscal 25 were up 97% compared to 6 years earlier. Pantries had an average of 1 million visits by families with children every month. While the increase in baseline funding for CFC is crucial in addressing the rising food insecurity across the city, I'm concerned that it's still not enough to meet the growing demand. What's the actual spending thus far in fiscal 2026 for CFC?
The total spending through March FY26 is $47.5 million. And CFC, under its food contract, is on track to fully spend the $71.8 million budget across more than 700 providers.
Sorry, 71.8 million is the total?
71.8 million is the total, and we expect to spend it across all of our 700 participating community kitchens and pantries.
Okay, but 47.5 million to date.
Yes.
Thank you. How does HRA plan to allocate the increased funding across the CFC network in fiscal 27 and the out years?
As you mentioned, we are also pleased that the executive budget has dramatically increased the baseline food contract budget at $69.4 million, and the CFC funding is allocated by a methodology that takes into account neighborhood by neighborhood in New York City, the need and the supply, and then there's a weighted scoring that allows us to equally distribute the food allocations to our providers.
Okay, and while increasing the baseline is substantial, food insecurity in the city has continued to increase, and the increase in cost of food due to inflation puts a burden on the city's food pantries. Will HRA consider making annual adjustments to the CFC budget to account for inflation and the increased cost of food procurement?
Of course, we are continually reviewing our program, and we will work in close partnership with OMB to identify additional resources should they be needed.
Thank you. Has HRA explored any other innovative ways to address food insecurity outside of its centralized food ordering system?
Yeah, so we have a $2 million capacity grant that we give out to our providers to help them increase their ability to serve the communities. And we are also undertaking a pilot with a provider called Mercado. And we will be able to give out credits or like cards for our participants to be able to just purchase on their own rather than picking up physical goods. So we'll report back on that pilot, which is quite exciting and will really allow families to purchase what they need.
Right.
Yes.
This came up in a previous hearing, I think, that you mentioned. How much of CFC's budget will be allocated towards this pilot?
I'll look into that.
Okay.
Confirm the number.
Okay. HRA's Office of Civil Justice, OCJ, administers tenant protection legal service programs, including the city's Universal Access to Counsel program. Since the end of the eviction moratoria and the post-pandemic resumption of proceedings in housing court, the legal service providers have been experiencing considerable capacity issues. Providers have seen a spike in caseloads, but they do not have the capacity to fully handle it, which means not all eligible individuals are able to receive legal services. We were pleased to see that the executive plan includes $15.6 million baseline starting in fiscal 2027 for the anti-harassment tenant protection program, as well as $14.3 million in fiscal 2027 and $40 million baseline starting in fiscal 2028 to expand right to counsel. How will the right to counsel expansion be implemented, and how will additional funding be allocated across providers?
So our intention for the additional funding is for that to be able to see an increase in attorneys and thus see an increase in the number of cases provided. We will be doing a process with the providers, right, to equitably distribute these funds, and there will be a process that we're still developing where providers will come forward and tell us how much of this, right, new lawyers and new service do they think they would be able to handle, and through that process we will ultimately determine how the $40 million is being allocated, but it has not been determined at this point. There will be a process.
Okay, thank you. Given the increase in caseload and provider capacity issues, does the increased funding in the executive plan fully match the level of need?
I think we are going to see how this increase, right, addresses need and what we think still remains. We think this is an important step, but we also want to assess right through the implementation of this, especially on the staffing side, if there is sort of within the community the number of lawyers that we're looking for who would want to be doing this type of work. So that is something that we're assessing, and then we sort of will continue to look at that year over year to determine if we think additional resources might be needed.
Are there any upcoming RFPs for civil legal services?
We've just concluded an RFP for immigration services.
And I'll just add, in addition to what Administrator French said, we referred earlier to additional diversion efforts. If there are fewer people coming into the court, then we will need fewer attorneys, obviously, to represent them. So I think those parts are also important.
Yes, I'm very excited about the upstream approaches to helping folks and keeping them in their homes and out of court, potentially. Have any providers that, as far as you're aware of, stopped taking new cases this year due to capacity issues?
All providers are currently taking new cases.
Okay. How many eligible tenants facing eviction this fiscal year had cases proceed in housing court without representation because they were unable to get a lawyer due to the right to counsel program's capacity constraints?
So we don't currently have a concrete way to estimate the total number of individuals who would have been eligible for right to counsel either through income or the other avenues and populations who are served. That is something that we are working on internally to better be able to estimate so that we can more appropriately identify how many are being represented by the right to counsel. Citywide, the representation rate in housing court was 44%, regardless of eligibility. But that's something we're actively working on, being able to calculate appropriately and working with the courts to access data we would need to be able to, I think, make more informed estimates there.
Totally. And they seem to be, just for whatever it's worth, I sat on a panel with one of the judges from housing court, and then I don't recall the specific position, but whoever the person is that's over all of the judges in housing court was also there. And they're certainly, willing partners in trying to work with the city to address this, and even mentioned specifically a willingness to open an affordable housing court part. So I think whatever we can do to work with them and partner with them on, keeping people out of housing court and helping them address the housing issues before they get there would be great. What challenges, if any, have providers expressed with hiring, retention, pay parity, or other things? And what is HRA doing to address these issues?
So providers have shared that, the difficulty, one of the prime difficulties they have is being able to hire up the number of lawyers that are in their contracts. And so, we have addressed that in ways in which we've been able to add funds to contracts, though I will say, pay parity and pay on the provider side is something that is determined there. Many of them are unionized, so there are other factors in there, but it is something we track closely and we speak with them closely about to identify ways in which we can sort of assist. And I think as seen in the budget, the addition of $40 million in FY28 and out is a key indicator of our commitment there.
Thank you. And then I wanted to ask a few questions about the Tillery Street Women's Shelter. Concerns about safety are a serious issue that dissuades many individuals from entering shelter. One shelter, the Tillery Street Women's Shelter, which is located in my district, has had a number of serious incidents, which include assaults, arrests, medical crises, and deaths. The rate of incidents at this location was more than double the citywide average for single adult shelters in fiscal 2025, according to a recent report by The Gothamist. Advocates and residents have argued that Tillery's troubles stem from mixing residents with different health issues in close quarters, staff's failure to de-escalate and intervene when conflict arises, and a lack of oversight by DHS. Can you tell me how the agency is working to address the situation at Tillery?
Sure. Our primary responsibility and our oversight of our providers is to ensure the safety of clients and service delivery. And like to Councilmember Wong's concern, right, when incidents are on the rise, it's our job to make sure we know what's going on and that we're working with providers to support resolution. Incidents normally are a symptom of something, right? Where there's a client issue, there's a staff issue, there's a protocol issue, so we need to dig into it to understand what's going on. I think for this site in particular, at the start of the calendar year, there was a change in provider, so that's also specific to the Tillery site.
Okay. How many beds does the Tillery Street shelter have?
200.
200, and what's the average occupancy rate?
I know today it's 182 filled beds.
Okay.
I'd have to get back to you on an average.
Okay, but it's almost 100%. Do you think the density of the shelter contributes to its rate of serious incidents?
We'd have to look into density. We have other mental health shelters with 200 beds. It could be the layout of the facility. It could be where the entrances and exits are. It could be proximity to transportation hubs or areas where people use or purchase drugs. There's a lot that goes into our assessment of what's going on at a site.
And does the Tillery Street Shelter offer mental health support services on site?
Yes.
Do you know what kind of services they
I do
provide?
not. No, I'd have to get back to you.
Okay. And in general, are there best practice guidelines that DHS follows regarding the size of facilities that serve particularly vulnerable populations, such as those with serious mental health issues? I'd be curious to know how many shelters. You said there are other shelters that serve the same population with 200 beds. How many of those shelters of that size do we have, and how many are larger than that? Or I guess on average, how large are those types of facilities?
That's a great question. So we max at 200 beds.
Okay.
So we can do an
So
analysis
there wouldn't be any larger than that?
of mental health. Yeah, they will not. We can
Okay.
do an analysis of our mental health shelters to get a sense of what we see the trend is based on capacity. But I think, like I said, there are other mitigating factors.
Yep.
And I'll just add, that's another opportunity as we think about a longer-term shelter plan, to think about, ideally, how do we move towards a vision of, if it turns out that smaller shelters for people with serious mental illness are clinically more appropriate, how do we start to move in those directions? Those would all be long-term planning efforts. But
Right.
it's an opportunity to rethink that.
Absolutely. And how does DHS monitor shelter providers' performance, including their ability to keep residents safe and their ability to effectively provide services?
Okay. There are multiple touch points that look at various aspects of shelter operations. So the state visits shelters every year. The DHS program team visits shelters every year. There's a facilities inspection. There's a security assessment. We do annual contract evaluations. That's just at the administrative level. Day to day, the program team is in touch with shelter providers, monitoring incidents, monitoring service delivery, placements, people connected to housing. And those are the ways that we monitor. We're constantly pulling data to identify trends. We meet with providers regularly, both at the staff level, at the executive level, to share experiences, share best practices.
Thank you. And how does DHS monitor shelter provider, what training does DHS provide to contracted shelter staff and security on de-escalating conflicts?
We are subject to 2 local laws. So Local Law 124 requires that contracted shelter operators offer 40 hours of training beyond what the state requires. And this includes things like trauma-informed approach, sexual harassment, de-escalation, conflict resolution, and the basics of crisis intervention. Additionally, Local Law 49 requires that all of our client-facing shelter staff receive customer service training, which touches on equity, accountability, crisis intervention, understanding violence, using a trauma-informed approach, and cultural sensitivity.
Great. And can you tell me what the protocol is for responding to a Priority 1 incident?
Yeah, so providers have to report into our 24/7 incident hotline within an hour of notification of an incident. They have to submit a formal incident report in our system of record. It gets reviewed, it often gets updated, and those critical incidents go to DSS for review before they're shared with the state.
Thank you. Let me just run through and make sure I haven't forgotten any questions, but I believe, and I know we're over our scheduled time, I believe that is everything from us. Yeah, okay. Great. Well, thank you all for your time and your honesty and transparency. We do greatly appreciate it, and that's what we're here for. So enjoy the rest of your day, and I'm sure we will be seeing you very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. And we look forward to all the follow-up questions.
Indeed, we have
answers.
dozens more to send for follow-up.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we're just going to take a couple minutes to transition to Department of Sanitation.
listening
anyway.
Okay, if y'all are ready, I think we can start soon. Sorry, I know we're running a little late. Okay. Okay, so we are continuing with DSNY. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second FY27 executive budget hearing for the day, focusing on New York City Department of Sanitation. I'm Councilmember Linda Lee, and I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague and chair of the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management, Councilmember Justin Sanchez. And today we have been joined by Council Members Epstein, Wong, Zhuang, Ung, Brewer, P. Sanchez, Maloney, and Wilson. Am I missing anyone? I think that's it. Okay. So welcome, Commissioner Gregory Anderson. First, before I begin, I just really wanted to say thank you to Chief Frank Lederer, as well as your entire team and everyone, because I know that a few weeks ago we had those crazy floods that happened, and you all have been so amazing, just helping our neighborhoods and constituents with the cleanup efforts. And so I just really wanted to say a very heartfelt thank you, and for being available 24/7. You really meant it. Okay, without further ado, on May 12, 2026, the administration released the executive financial plan for FY26 to 30 with a proposed fiscal 27 budget of $124.7 billion. The Department of Sanitation's proposed FY27 budget of $2.1 billion represents 2.1% of the administration's proposed FY27 budget in the executive plan, and this is an increase of $34.8 million or 1.7% from the $2.08 billion originally budgeted in the FY27 preliminary plan. And the increase results from the baseline funding for the expansion of containerized waste collection across the 5 boroughs, adjustments made to the snow budget covering costs incurred by increased amounts of snow this past season, as well as increased headcount due to the expansion of vendor licensing and much more. As of April 26, Sanitation's headcount was 294 more than their FY26 budgeted headcount. Today, we look forward to discussing the department's budget and headcount needs to perform its responsibilities in maintaining a clean, safe, and healthy New York City. So I will now turn it over to my co-chair for this hearing, Chair Justin Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning and welcome to the fiscal 2027 executive budget hearing for the Sanitation Department of New York. My name is Justin Sanchez, and I am chair of the Sanitation and Solid Waste Management Committee. Today, we will review the Sanitation Department's fiscal 2027 budget to understand how it addresses the needs of all New Yorkers. Today, we are here to discuss the Sanitation Department's fiscal 2027 executive budget, which is $2.1 billion with 9,774 positions. The fiscal 2027 executive budget has undergone some large changes, increasing $123.4 million since its adoption. The department has 6 new needs in fiscal 2026 and 2027, totaling $119.9 million. The Sanitation Department fiscal 2026 to 2030 capital commitment plan totals $3.4 billion and supports 127 distinct projects. Following a productive conversation, which I'm truly appreciative for during our preliminary budget hearing, and some significant budgetary changes for the department in the past 2 plans, I'm looking forward to discussing the Sanitation Department's priorities, needs, and recent actions. The department has added funding for the future of citywide containerization, as well as additional funding for the derelict vehicle program and vendor enforcement. The committee and myself would like to understand some of these changes. I would also like to discuss garage funding in the capital budget, street sweeper cameras, and more. I am excited for what we will accomplish over the term, and I look to build on previous hearings we have had in the past. I'd also like to give a massive, huge thank you and shout out to our committee staff for all of their hard work. Our financial analyst, Tanvir Singh, our assistant director, Jack Story, our amazing committee council. You should all be jealous. Sorry to the other committee councils. We love you too. But Morgan Barrett, policy analysts Ricky Chawla and Dirk Spencer, as well as all of my staff and my legislative director, River Alexander. I would like to welcome and thank Commissioner Gregory Anderson and our sanitation workers. Of course, the chiefs of all chiefs, Frank Laterra, and the department, civilian staff for all the work that you do. As a point of personal privilege, I cannot tell you the thank you that I have from my constituents that I've been, instead of angry emails, lovely emails talking about the trash cans and the lack of trash on the streets, and you really have helped to subtly transform our community, and I really, really appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. I would also like to recognize all my colleagues that are here with us today, and now I will turn it back over to my co-chair, Finance Chair Lee, to continue.
Thank you. Sorry, Chief, I mispronounced your last name. Okay, so before we begin, just wanted to make a logistical announcement, which I've been saying before every hearing, which is that we're having all the public testimony on one day with every single agency because of the short timeline this year with our budget hearings. And so June 10th, Wednesday, 9:30 a.m. Make sure that all your folks who want to testify in the public hearing portion sign up. It starts at 9:30. Again, June 10th, Wednesday. It'll be loads of fun. We'll be here all day. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to our amazing committee counsel, Brian Sarfo, to swear in our witnesses.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Anderson?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Antonelli?
Yes.
And Assistant Commissioner Kriegman?
Yes.
You may begin.
We good?
Before we start, I just want to note that we've been welcomed by council members Sandy Nurse and Deputy Speaker Dr. Natasha Williams.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairs Lee and Sanchez and members of the committees on Finance and Sanitation and Solid Waste Management. I'm Gregory Anderson, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Sanitation, and I'm joined today by Joe Antonelli, our Deputy Commissioner for Management and Budget, and Rebecca Kriegman, our Assistant Commissioner for Policy and Planning. And before I get into my testimony, I just want to say that tonight our DSNY hockey team has the honor of playing in the finals of the First Responders Hockey Association down in Coney Island. So as soon as we wrap up here, I'm going to head down to Coney Island to cheer them on as they try to take on, no, I'm not playing Lincoln, as they try to take on a team from up in Rockland County to take home the championship. So we're very excited about that. What we're actually here today to talk about is the executive budget that makes historic investments in cleanliness and waste containerization. This is a budget that reflects a commitment to revolutionary change for our relationship with waste and with our public spaces. In my decade of service to this department, I have seen cleaning programs mired in bureaucratic patchworks and initiatives that were announced to great fanfare, but with no ongoing funding. As with so many issues, the Mamdani administration is rejecting this status quo, and as part of a new era for New York City, the Department of Sanitation is taking an expansive view of what it means to keep our city clean. It is often said that budgets are a statement of values. Well, this administration's executive budget is a statement that it strongly supports a cleaner, safer, and healthier New York City more than ever before. A city where cleanliness is measured not by just the absence of litter and trash, but by vitality and well-maintained public spaces. The Sanitation Department works tirelessly to deliver to all New Yorkers the promise of a truly clean city, one where every New Yorker leaves their home to a block they take pride in, a neighborhood they cherish, and a city that helps them thrive. And this budget is an investment in that work. So first, I want to talk about containerization. I worked on this project for many years previously as Deputy Commissioner, and I am thrilled to be back at DSNY as part of an administration that is committed to meaningful progress on waste containerization and actually getting this program across the finish line. By the end of 2031, 100% of New York City trash will be in sealed containers. 100%. This is not just a pie-in-the-sky hope. This is not a dream. Today, we have a budget that puts us on track and fully funds our progress toward meeting this plan. We already require more than 70% of trash to be in containers, all commercial trash, all trash from low-density residences, all trash collected by bids and cleanup partners, and all food waste set out for composting. Residents in low-density buildings are now required to use the official NYC bin, and as we announced a couple weeks ago, we are issuing only warnings throughout the summer as we give folks more time to go to Home Depot and get their bins, and we will begin full enforcement of this rule after Labor Day. Heavier lift in the containerization space, especially in terms of the capital investment necessary, is trash from higher density residential buildings. Larger Empire bins have now been serving West Harlem for nearly a year, performing well even in our cold, snowy winter. And we are preparing right now to install them this fall in Brooklyn Community District 2, including Fort Greene and downtown Brooklyn. Until this executive budget, there were no plans and there was no funding to grow this program beyond a 2-district pilot. But now, thanks to Mayor Mamdani's incredible commitment to citywide trash containerization, we have dedicated funding to make a historic investment in cleanliness and quality of life that will change the way our streets look and feel. Imagine a New York City with no trash bags on our sidewalks. That's what we're doing, neighborhood by neighborhood, and we will not stop until it's done. Next year, Empire bins will arrive in Brooklyn Community District 8, Bronx Districts 2 and 5, Manhattan District 2, Staten Island District 1, and my home district of Queens District 2. And this budget adds 32 civilian positions and 83 uniform positions next fiscal year, growing to 80 civilian positions and 607 uniform positions in FY30 and the out years. It also adds $14.8 million in expense funding next year, growing to $162.2 million in FY30 and the out years as the program expands citywide. The Department of Sanitation has been the lead agency enforcing street vending rules since 2023. We focus on what matters to New Yorkers: dirty conditions, safety issues, items being left out overnight, setups that block public access to sidewalks and curbs, mass transit, and store entrances. While we often issue warnings and give advance notice to vendors about planned enforcement activities, we also take seriously our obligations to ensure cleanliness and to protect quality of life in our neighborhoods. Following the passage of a package of bills by the City Council earlier this year and last year, the budget provides additional funding to increase our ranks of sanitation police officers in our vending enforcement unit. These officers conduct inspections and ensure that vendors are licensed and abiding by the basic rules that ensure public safety and cleanliness. The budget adds 32 uniform positions in FY27 and out at a cost of $2.15 million in FY27. Shifting to our curbside composting program and other sustainability efforts. As many of you know, we resumed full enforcement of our mandatory curbside program this year after it was suspended, in my opinion, erroneously by the prior administration. And we have had a particular focus on those residents and property owners who make no effort whatsoever to participate in the program. These are residents and buildings that don't have a brown bin, don't use a brown bin, don't even try to do the right thing. And we do not want to issue summonses, but we know that this, coupled with our outreach and education programs, is often the best way to boost participation and achieve compliance. And we're not just collecting food scraps and yard waste, we're also giving compost back to New Yorkers. To date, we've given away roughly 6 million pounds of compost at give-back sites across all 5 boroughs, as well as to community gardens, schools, and other nonprofits. Any resident of New York City can sign up for these give-backs at nyc.gov/getcompost. And while I'm on the topic of sustainability, the Packaging Reduction and Recycling Infrastructure Act, which would reduce single-use packaging by 30% and save New York City taxpayers $100 million or more annually, is currently before our legislators in Albany. And with just hours left in the legislative session, I continue to call on our lawmakers to take action on this important bill before the session ends. Our commitment to cleanliness has historically focused on emptying litter baskets, clearing dump outs, and enforcing our cleanliness laws. These commitments remain, but under this administration, we are approaching this work with an understanding that every part of this city is impacted by sanitation issues and services. You will see, feel, and even smell this change, that we are bringing equitable cleaning resources to every part of the 5 boroughs. We need New Yorkers to be part of this effort, to keep their property clean, to throw their trash away properly, and largely they do. However, as I've said before, and as we discussed at the last hearing, there is one area where many New Yorkers often do not do their part, and that's adherence to alternate side parking rules. An estimated 500,000 illegally parked cars prevent our street sweepers from cleaning more than 3,000 miles of streets every week. Because it's impossible for us to write summonses to every one of those cars, we are asking legislators in Albany to give us a street sweeping camera enforcement bill. So once again, I ask Albany to please let us clean. Passage of this bill would increase compliance, and with better compliance and cleaner streets, we will be able to reevaluate our current street cleaning regulations, potentially reducing the frequency and even duration of those regulations, so making it easier for those drivers who today are doing the right thing and following the law. And again, as the legislative session wraps up today, I ask every city council member who wants cleaner streets to put their strong vocal support behind this bill with our state legislators. This past winter, we faced 2 very significant snowstorms, as well as days, weeks even, of sub-freezing temperatures, unlike anything we've seen in at least a decade. Our snow response was the culmination of years of planning, coupled with a new commitment to clearing more areas of the city. And thanks to a recent commitment to something we call snow equity, all streets are on a route. No more waiting days for so-called tertiary streets to be plowed. We now service vehicle travel lanes and bike lanes at the same time. And this past winter, we deployed snow melters and activated emergency contracts to haul snow from hard-to-reach areas across the city. We also activated thousands of emergency snow shovelers to clear pedestrian infrastructure, such as crosswalks and bus stops. And as we prepare for the coming winter, know that we plan all year for the possibilities, revising routes, evaluating performance, and overhauling equipment, so that we have a playbook for every possibility. And we are actively developing internal dashboards for bus stops and other pedestrian infrastructure so that we can better report out on our progress in clearing those areas. Much of this work is outlined in the department's borough-based snow plans, submitted annually to the City Council at the end of September, pursuant to Local Law 28 of 2011. And in keeping with the requirements of the city charter, the snow budget has been adjusted to reflect actual spending during last year's historic storms. And I do hope that the Sanitation Committee takes the opportunity to hold a hearing on our snow preparedness in advance of next season. I just ask that that hearing take place before the season starts rather than after the first snowfall. Moving on to facilities. Before this year, it had been a decade since the Department of Sanitation opened a brand new, built from the ground up district garage. In April, we opened a new garage in Brooklyn to serve District 3. And soon we will open new facilities in Staten Island to serve Districts 1 and 3 of that borough. With new initiatives, our garages need to evolve, adapt, and grow. And some are well suited for that. Others, like the garages we recently replaced, are not. The capital budget includes funding for several major facilities projects, including $488 million in funding for the construction of a new garage for Bronx Districts 9, 10, and 11, $284 million for the construction of a new district garage for Queens District 1, which is slated to begin design later this year, upgrades to the facility that serves as the home for Bronx District 12, which has an overall budget of $52.5 million and began construction earlier this year, $9 million for finishing touches on the $223 million build-out for the brand new Staten Island District 1 and 3 garage, which is slated to be completed. It's actually already basically done. We're just doing punch list work with DDC. And that project, along with the new BK3, means that we will be opening 3 new districts at 2 buildings in 1 calendar year, a rare milestone for this department and a sign of this administration's serious investment in the safety and well-being of sanitation workers and the neighborhoods they serve. The expense budget also includes nearly $4 million in annual funding for a new leased facility in Hunts Point to replace an outdated and structurally deficient garage serving Bronx District 2. This facility will also serve as the new home of the department's supply warehouse, which will move from Greenpoint to facilitate the construction of a DEP combined sewer overflow control project. I'll now turn to the additional specifics of the executive budget. The executive budget includes $2.36 billion in expense funds for the current year, $2.11 billion for next year, reflecting increases of $372 and $73 million respectively from the budget adopted by the council last year. The FY26 budget has $1.42 billion for personal services to support total headcount of 9625 full-time positions, which includes 7957 uniform positions and 1668 civilian positions, as well as $942.5 million for OTPS. Our capital budget includes $3.36 billion in capital funding for the 10-year plan, $1.09 billion of which is for garages and facilities, $2.14 billion for equipment, $59.28 million for IT, and $70.22 million for solid waste management infrastructure. I'm happy to go into the details of all of these investments. There's a lot to talk about there, but thank you. We look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to hurry this along because I know we have a lot of members that want to ask questions. So instead of going into a detailed breakdown of my questions around lot cleaning, I will just generally ask, and if you could provide as much details, because I think we're seeing a lot of discrepancy in the budget when it comes to lot cleaning. So the budgeted amount versus what in reality is getting spent, if you could go through some of those numbers, because for example, there was approximately $9.6 million for staff annually from FY21 through FY26, and the actual expenditures totaled were $5.9 million in FY25, and then $2.2 million year-to-date FY26. So in terms of the budget, as well as, I'll go into questions around headcount and service impact. Can you just sort of paint a picture? Because I know that a lot of our council members would like to, and I know their requests are high. So if you could sort of explain some of those discrepancies, because a lot of council members do want to see the lot cleaning, happening, and, just wondering if you could provide a accurate account of what's happening.
Absolutely. So I'll start with this, which is first and foremost, property owners have an obligation to maintain their properties. DSNY's lot cleaning unit steps in, as is our charter mandate, when property owners fail to maintain their properties. So the first thing I would like to look at in greater detail with the City Council is penalties for property owners who aren't doing the right thing. I think we have to be more aggressive with that, and we have to hold these property owners accountable, especially because these properties are contributing zero value whatsoever to our social life, to housing, to communities. They are just an eyesore. This is a space where in the last administration, the department took very, very, very steep cuts. We had, prior to any cuts, we had 94 uniform positions in our lot cleaning unit. That included 76 sanitation workers and a corresponding number of supervisors, superintendents, and chiefs. That was a fully built out unit that had teams across the 5 boroughs. Today we have 15. So that is a steep reduction, and we are lucky to have those 15 because there was a time a little over a year ago where we had 0 dedicated staff for the lot cleaning unit. So this is certainly a place where the prior administration's very, very steep cuts to sanitation have had a lasting impact. We do have currently a backlog of around 1,100 lots that are ready to clean. And with 15 staff assigned, I think we have probably no hope of getting to them all while the growing season continues this summer.
So what would be the proper number of staff that you would need? Is it that 94 that you previously had, or would you say more than that? I would think more, but for the 1,100 backlog, let alone, I forgot what the number was, but there's quite a large number of lot request cleanup that has gone into the system for FY26. So if you could speak to the headcount.
Yeah, I can't say a specific number that we would need. Obviously, any increase helps us work down that backlog. And I know last summer, the prior administration did work with the city council to sort of surge staffing into the lot cleaning unit over the summer, because that's the period of time where you have weeds growing, you have plants growing, all of that sort of attracts litter. You also have more illegal dumping activity. So, I think that's where we would really like to focus, is a surge in resources in the summer months, so that we can take on those lots when they are the biggest eyesore.
Right, and so the budget has remained, I think, for full-time uniform personnel, fixed at about 8.1 million since FY23, while the uniform headcount dropped from 106 in FY23 to 21 in FY26, but you said 15 actually currently, right?
Yeah, that's the number that's actually assigned to the unit based on the funding that we have with OMB. Our numbers don't exactly line up with the numbers that you have, but those 15 are around 820,000 in annual PS cost.
Okay, and so what is the current, I just want to make sure we have the right number. So what's the current budget for the lot cleaning portion?
820,000.
820,000?
Yes.
Okay, so not 8.1?
Certainly not.
Okay, there was an extra couple of zeros there. Okay, 840,000 you said?
820 is the number.
820, I'm sorry. Interesting. Why such a big discrepancy?
We'll have to dig into that.
Yeah.
It may be that some numbers are being carried in the lot cleaning unit in FMS, when really in practicality they're not assigned there on a daily basis. So we're happy to dig into that with you.
Okay, and then did that have to do with, I don't know if it's related at all, but in terms of the savings plan, because I know that you guys all had the chief savings officers and had to look at headcount reductions, all that stuff, vacancies, not currently filled positions, but if you could speak to that too, were some of the positions that are in this budget part of that savings plan?
Absolutely not. No,
Okay.
we did not take any reductions in headcount as part of the chief savings officer exercise, and all of the cuts that happened to lot cleaning happened in the prior administration.
Okay, and then just moving over really quick to medians, I think Queens actually, from what I could tell, Queens East, which is quite a number of us here in the room, we actually have the largest number of mileage of medians that are in the city, which is interesting. So the resource allocation and baseline, median cleaning does not appear as a discrete budget line in the executive budget. So can you confirm that median cleaning falls under the targeted neighborhood task force? And if you could go into more detail about that.
Yeah, so the median cleaning, I would say, falls into the category of spaces previously considered to be a no man's land,
right,
where no agency really stepped up to take responsibility for them. The Department of Sanitation now has stepped up to take responsibility. So what we are going to be doing this summer, because the weeds are already growing and the litter is already accumulating, is pulling resources from the TNT teams, as well as some additional resources out of our highway cleaning to just really focus on the medians, especially this time of year during the peak growing season. As we get further into the summer, the growing sort of slows down a bit, so this is really the time of year where it's most important to get there.
And then do you track and report the TNT spending on median cleaning specifically? And is that work captured separately from the broader TNT program budget, or is it folded into the single appropriation?
We haven't historically, but what we are going to be doing this year, and we just had a meeting yesterday on it, is tracking for each crew that's assigned, tracking how many linear feet of medians they clean on a daily basis, making sure they remain productive, and that we're actually getting to all the medians that are out there. We have a new map that we're looking at internally that shows us our progress, shows us where we've been recently, where we still have to go. So all of those tools help us keep track of that work.
Okay, perfect. And then in terms of contracting, do you outsource any of those contracts for vegetation management or weed suppression, or is that all done internally?
Yes, we do outsource the contract for the pesticide application.
Okay, and how much are those contracts? And I'm assuming it's through an RFP process?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know how much it is?
We don't have that number in front of us.
Okay, if you could let us know, that'd be great.
Sure, we'll follow up.
And then how many TNT crew hours per week are dedicated to median cleaning citywide, and how is that work scheduled and tracked within the program?
So I think the amount of TNT that's allocated to median cleaning varies over the course of the year, because this is the time of year where we focus the most on medians when the weeds really start to grow, because we want to get in there and sort of cut them down before they start to get unruly. So we do keep track of the total amount of work that TNT is doing, which locations they're cleaning on a regular basis. We could provide your office with a breakdown of how much of their time is spent on medians versus on other areas.
Yeah, I think that'd be great to know, only because even in my district, I know there's a ton of medians that need upkeep, and so it would help us to advocate for specific budget line items if we could parse that out, because if it is such a large portion of certain boroughs, it'd be great to see if we can add more. And that sort of goes to my next question about equity and geographic distribution. So, I mean, how many miles in total does TNT maintain across each borough? And does resource deployment reflect the distribution of median mileage proportionally, particularly in the underserved communities TNT is designed to prioritize?
Yeah, so we have, not everything's measured in mileage, because some of these are like plazas that are individual locations, and others are linear. So we have around 1,700 total sites that TNT is visiting on a regular basis. And those are some of them are on a monthly schedule, some of them are on a more frequent schedule, some of them are on a less frequent schedule or visited as needed as we observe conditions. So it varies widely. Last year we did, I think, a pretty concerted effort to try to get the medians cleaned, and assigned a pretty high number of sanitation workers to that work. I think it was 2,800 individual sanitation worker shifts were assigned to median cleaning last summer. And we have the number now on the outsourced herbicide contract. It's $350,000 per year.
Sorry, 350,000 per
year.
Okay. Okay, perfect. And where can we find data on the median cleaning outputs that you mentioned, including the lane miles, clean frequency, crew development? There was a website you said that tracks that?
So we have an internal map this year for the first time ever that we're using, and we're happy to, I think we need to sort of get our hands around how we're going to track that internally first, but we're happy to do some public reporting on that as soon as we understand the data better.
Okay, perfect. And I'm going to, so before I pass it off to the chair, we've been joined by council members Ressler, Hudson, Thomas Henry, and Banks. And I will reserve my questions because I'm sure other members will probably ask the same ones. So, Chair Sanchez.
Thank you so much, Chair Lee. Let's start off with a fun topic. World Cup and summer events.
Yes.
Has the department determined whether additional funding will be allocated for sanitation services during the World Cup and the other major summer events? At the prelim, the department indicated it would evaluate whether further resources were necessary, yet the exec budget does not appear to have include any dedicated funding for these events. What is the current plan for staffing and operational coverage, and will the department absorb these costs within existing appropriations?
Yeah, so there's no specific line item for the summer events in our budget. Those costs would be sort of absorbed into the larger overtime budget that the department has. We have never had a situation where we declined to provide service for a public event, either on the cleaning side or the security side, because our trucks do increasingly perform blockade duty for major public events. We've never had a situation where we said no because we didn't have resources available, and that will be our approach for this summer. We had a great event this morning with the mayor and the governor talking about both transportation and security preparations, and I was happy to stand with both of them and with my fellow commissioners to say that New York City is ready for everything that comes our way, including the World Cup, including 4th of July, including potentially celebrations around the New York Knicks, and we certainly will use whatever resources are necessary.
So moving on to capital. The executive budget increases equipment replacement funding in FY26 to approximately $362.6 million. That's nearly a $200 million increase, 1.79.4, while simultaneously reducing the FY27 equipment funding by $66 million. Given that new collection trucks are a prerequisite for containerization operations, how does the department ensure that front-loading capital investment in truck procurement does not outpace the infrastructure capacity of the existing garages to house and service these vehicles?
Yeah, so first I'll say to moving some of that money and then adding additional money, there's two things going on there. One is we've added additional funding for the automated side loading collection trucks. The second is we are advancing funding from 27 into 26 for our core rear loader and dual bin collection trucks to try to get some orders placed now before a price increase takes effect in the future that is associated with a change in how the engine is constructed. So we wanted to sort of buy those trucks now, get in ahead of that change, and lock in the current pricing. There's certainly going to be constraints on the facility side as we add additional trucks to our fleet. Some facilities are already bursting at the seams. I'm sure all of you know which ones those are in your districts. And I think we will have to look long and hard at new investments in larger facilities in the future. But right now, our focus is on getting the trucks in. I think in the short term, we'll have space to be able to store them, but in the long term, we'll need to make new investments in facilities.
Speaking of garages, I am curious to know if there has been any further looking into Manhattan District 9 and the placing of those trucks, because I found that in the New York City citywide statement of needs for fiscal year 27 to 28, that the department has requested an expansion of M9 in the Bronx, seeking an additional 25,000 square footage. DCAS has identified that there have been numerous sites submitted, but that nothing has yet met their needs. So curious to know what is happening there and if the locations that are being looked at for M9 are actually in M9 or are they still in the Bronx?
So the item in the statement of needs that you are referring to is actually to address on-street parking of sanitation vehicles, which is something that is a problem in many districts, but particularly at that facility. There's a new school going up right down the block that's going to have several thousand kids on a daily basis. I'm actually going up there next Friday to meet with it's a Success Academy school. I'm going to meet with their leadership to just talk through their concerns around the location of that garage and making sure that the kids are safe as they're going to and from school. So that's to park more equipment off-street rather than rely on on-street parking. I think our goal everywhere in the city would be for each district to house the operations that serve that district. It's something that we've really struggled with over the course of many, many years, either not getting ULURP approval for certain sites, not having funding for certain sites when they become available. I would love to have a Manhattan home for Manhattan District 9 trucks. I would also love to have a Bronx home for Bronx 7 and 8 trucks, which are currently in Manhattan. We don't currently have those at this time, but that's something that I would love to work toward.
The capital plan also includes major garage rehab projects that are heavily backloaded into the out years, including Bronx 9, 10, 11 garage replacements at $487.5 million, the Queens 1 garage at $283.6, the Queens 11, 13 garage rehab at $34.8 million, none of which have meaningful funding before fiscal year 31. How does the department plan to stage new truck deployments and containerization expansion if the garage facilities that anchor these operations are not scheduled for rehab until the later half of the financial plan?
Yeah, so there is work happening on those projects starting now. For example, the Bronx 9, 10, 11 garage, the immediate work that has to happen is the construction of some swing space in order to actually relocate the current operations out of the facility that will be demolished and replaced. So that it's sort of a step-by-step process. So the construction of the new garage, which will happen in the future, certainly is in the out years, but there is work happening in the immediate future that will facilitate that. Look, I think that the thing that I have been frustrated by coming back as commissioner is that I remember sitting in this room 11 years ago, executive budget 2015, celebrating the de Blasio administration putting funding into some of the projects that we're still talking about today. Projects like Bronx 6 and 6A, which we did push out further in the plan to construction in FY31. And I think that just reflects the reality that trying to build garages while you are also operating in those garages is very difficult. And so the thing that is easiest for us to do, and it certainly is not easy, is to find new sites where we can operate a new garage, sites like the Brooklyn 3 garage, like the Staten Island 1-3 garage, where we can build something from the ground up, move the operations, and then decommission the old property, use it for things like affordable housing, which is what we're doing in Staten Island. In the case where we have an existing facility that has significant structural deficits or has a roof that needs to be replaced or HVAC systems that need to be repaired, it takes a very long time to do all of that work, especially because it usually comes with asbestos remediation, lead remediation, other types of environmental remediation, and we have to do that while we're still operating, while we have sanitation workers showing up to work every day. So these things take a very long time. So I have really pushed my team to try to figure out how we can move some of these projects up and stop slipping them into the out years. And that's something that I expect we will continue talking about in the months and years to come. But it is a big challenge for the sanitation department to build these facilities and rebuild them while we continue to operate.
So we have to rebuild and build these facilities now within less than 3-4 years. By fiscal year 31, 32, 33, all of these trucks that are already on the roads that we can't currently house will have more trucks on the roads that we can't currently house. So what is the basis for deprioritizing facility rehab relative to equipment procurement in the near terms? And does the department have an assessment of whether the current garage conditions can even support the maintenance demands for the new automated side loading truck fleet for containerization?
So I think that the justification for moving the facility funding is just that that's the reality of where those projects currently are on the construction schedule. I have challenged my team to move as many of them up as they can, and I have confidence that if I go to the mayor's office and say I can move this project 12 months faster or 24 months faster, they'll say, great, we'll put the funding back where that project should be. But they're currently scheduled based on the realities of the construction schedules and the way that the department has built facilities in the past. So that's just a simple fact. I think we will have a lot of work ahead of us to make sure that we have space to house the new ASL trucks. I certainly hear your concern and agree with it, that it's something that we have to figure out over the course of the next few years as we get to citywide containerization in 2031. And I don't have a perfect answer for you at this time.
But is there a criteria that you keep in mind as you're deprioritizing the facilities? Like, we have several garage projects that have shown significant reduction. You mentioned it yourself, like Bronx 6A. We have Manhattan 128 West 17th Street Rehab, which was reduced. Is there a criteria that the department applies when deciding which garage rehab projects outside of just the current stage of construction to push into the out years? And is the department confident that deferring these repairs won't result in our garages getting worse as we're trying to do? Like, are we putting the cart before the horse?
I don't think we're putting the cart before the horse, but we are being realistic about what we can actually deliver on. The Bronx 6A garage, for example, currently is housing trucks from Bronx 8 while we conduct a major slab replacement at that facility. We actually ripped out the entire slab and are rebuilding it from scratch. So we can't do a major rehabilitation of that facility until we move the extra trucks out of there that are in there. This is all sort of it is all a lot of moving pieces, and we do not have enough space overall. We have not had enough space overall for many, many years, going back to the 1990s. And I think we are, we're dealing with those challenges now. We're doing the best we can, and certainly I am pushing the team to do more, and I hope when we come back to you next year, we have more to show for it.
While you are moving the trucks around, do you have understanding of where you move certain trucks and how things are placed around? Like, for example, M9, or as communities have changed, the community surrounding M9 is drastically different today than it was 5 years ago. And so what update processes or what community visioning processes or any kind of functions like that do you determine to see when our trucks should be parked on the roads, or if you're moving them to a different place to have them on the roads?
Yeah, so our goal is to not park trucks on the streets, which is why we're looking for that additional 25,000 square feet of parking space for the Manhattan District 9 garage, because our goal is to park everything off street. That is not the case today. But certainly, as neighborhoods are changing, particularly as neighborhoods are going through area-wide rezonings, I think that sanitation facilities should be part of that conversation to make sure that we're adequately planning for the needs of communities in the long term.
And just for clarity, the Bronx 7 trucks and the Bronx 8 trucks that are currently not at Bronx 7 and Bronx 8, are they there because they are permanently housed in Manhattan, or are they there because of the temporary construction that is happening in these garages?
So those the Bronx 7 and 8 garages are on 215th Street in Manhattan, but that facility is undergoing a major rehabilitation, including a total slab replacement. So they are currently relocated to other locations, including the current Bronx 6 garage, which is now housing 2 districts, 6 and 8. And when the Bronx 7 8 rehab is completed, they will move back there into Manhattan on 215th Street.
Thank you. I will pass it off to my colleagues to add more. I'll come back.
Awesome. Okay, and also we have been joined by Councilmember Vernikoff, and we first have up Deputy Speaker Williams and then Councilmember Epstein.
Thank you so much, chairs. Just some questions on the racial equity plans. We've been asking all the agencies coming for budget hearings how they're incorporating the racial equity plans into the FY27 budget. So the department's short-term goal calls for collecting and analyzing neighborhood-level data across 100% of neighborhoods by 2026, with a strategy of reducing dependency on 311 reporting by organizing performance and cleanliness data at the neighborhood level. Given this deadline falls within the current fiscal year, does the executive budget include a dedicated appropriation for this initiative, or is DSNY absorbing these costs within existing resources? And I just want to segue and get on like a TED Talk for 2 seconds, that I had an opportunity to talk to the folks in Chicago, and one of the things that they touted as a success with their racial equity plans is that they had realized that they relied solely on 311 data to trim trees. And because certain communities use 311 data more than others, most of the Black and brown communities in Chicago were not having their trees trimmed, and they stopped that. So this is a very important question, and would love to know how you guys are addressing this.
Absolutely. So there is no dedicated budget line item for this work, but and in fact we have largely completed it. We did a big data modernization project that wrapped very recently, where we now have data from all of our different systems coming into the same platform. I don't know the technical specifics, that's not really my subject matter, but it allows us to compare all sorts of data on our enforcement activity, our operational activity, 311 complaints, other sources of information from other city agencies, and be able to compare all of that across different geographies, whether that's council districts, sanitation sections, bids, individual blocks. And so I think that gives us a much better view of what's actually happening on city streets than just relying on 311 data alone. We also are working very closely with the Mayor's Office of Operations to hopefully in the very near future roll out a new version of the scorecard program that I think will give us much more granular data. We previously, the scorecard program before it was sort of paused in 2023, only had data at the sanitation district and section level, which really wasn't actionable. Now they're doing individual block level assessments, and they're sharing with us the outcomes of those block level assessments. That's something that we would like to be able to share publicly as well as an accountability tool, so that New Yorkers can see what we are seeing, and they can sort of know how the city is rating each individual block citywide. That's something that I think we need to contextualize properly when we do release it, because it's not perfect, but it's something that we're looking forward to rolling out soon.
Okay, and so with that, I do hope that how you allocate resources and prioritize neighborhoods across the city is reflected on more granular data versus oftentimes 301 data.
Absolutely.
Okay, a midterm goal that you had was to pilot innovative diversion methods in equity neighborhoods starting in 2028 with strategies including brown bin giveaways and targeted marketing campaigns for compost and recycling separation contingent on available budget. Is there any funding in the current financial plan that lays the groundwork for these initiatives, or are these goals entirely unfunded beyond the out years?
We don't have, again, specific line items for those goals. We do have outreach staff and outreach funds, as well as staff in our resource recovery division who work on those programs, and so they would be the ones delivering on that work. We're also currently in the process of finalizing our solid waste management plan, which is a 10-year plan, and many of the strategies in that solid waste management plan align with these strategies in the racial equity plan. And so when that's finalized by October, we expect that we will begin the work of implementing those initiatives in alignment with the implementation of the racial equity plan.
Okay, one last thing, and I know the chair asked a whole bunch of questions on lot cleaning, and I'd love to know what your suggestion is around enforcing property owners, because clearly, like, that's easier said than done, which is why we have a lot cleaning program. It's just been like a misalignment between the lot cleaning budget and actual expenditures over the last couple of years, still existing now, the department, wanting to understand if you will formally right size, as the chair had mentioned. There's like a backlog of outstanding lot cleaning requests. So just wanting to push again on the lot cleaning program, and also would love to work with you to understand what suggestions you have to get property owners to clean their properties.
We don't have any suggestions sort of ready for this hearing, but it's something that we are certainly going to dig into, and we're happy to come back to you all with our thoughts on how to improve that. I personally think that in a city like New York, where we all live so close to each other and spend so much of our time in public space, we have an even greater obligation than in other parts of our society to care for our spaces and to care for each other. And people who own lots that they are not using, not developing, and allowing to become overgrown and filled with trash are flagrantly disrespecting their fellow New Yorkers, and we need to find a way to hold them accountable.
Thank you. I just really do hope that, the staffing level matches the demand, and that there isn't like this phantom positions carrying over without actual staff in those positions.
Okay. Councilmember Epstein, followed by P. Sanchez.
Thank you, chairs, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I really appreciate your commitment to waste reduction and waste diversion. I'm wondering about dedicated funding for community composting. I know it's a big part of in our district. We have a lot of community composters, the Ecology Center. Wondering to see if there's any way that the agency will do baseline funding for them.
So we do not have baseline funding for the community composters in this budget. That's something that we did have in the past. And under several rounds of budget cuts going back to the de Blasio administration and then the Adams administration, that funding was eliminated. We're very thankful that the City Council stepped up last year to provide, I think, over $7 million in funding to community composting organizations. We are administering that funding on behalf of the City Council, but at this time, we're not in a position to baseline that funding based on the city's current fiscal position, and I think are hopeful that the City Council will step in again.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think I'll encourage my colleagues to do that, but I'd love to see the administration put some baseline funding in, because it's a really important part of this network, the community composters, especially on the education side. I want to talk about composting generally. Like, we've seen these orange compost bins around. Some neighborhoods and by me have asked for additional of those orange compost bins. They've been told they can't get them. Wondering about expanding that to parts of the city that are interested in doing more street composting.
So I think we're probably unlikely to expand that program any further than where we're at right now. We have around 330 of those, what we call smart compost bins. They're only smart because they talk to your phone. And they're spread across the 5 boroughs. And those, we see those as an opportunity for people, especially if they live in apartments and their building just refuses to get a brown bin, refuses to participate in the program, is probably getting tickets anyway, to give them an opportunity to still do the right thing. So that's really what those bins are intended for. We do routinely look at the numbers on which bins are getting used, which bins are getting full most quickly. When the program first started, before we had mandatory curbside composting, many of the bins would get full in just a few hours after they were serviced. Right now, we don't have that problem because we come to every single house in New York City and we'll pick up your compost once a week for free. So I think we haven't seen quite as much demand. If there's specific locations that you're hearing about over and over, we'll take a look at it for you.
Yeah, especially some of the larger commercial corridors, like in my district might be, Flatiron, where we've seen a lot of interest in, but not having the capacity.
We'll take a look at that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then composting in parks. We've heard a lot from parks about wanting to, they're doing compostings. Just another minute, Chair, if I can. Thank you. We'd love to see more expanding opportunities in parks to have more access to composting. That's something that I continue to talk to you maybe outside of this. On recycling, on street recycling, I know we haven't gone there yet around trying to get more recycling on streets, corners. Obviously, that's a good way to do waste diversion by getting more recycling, getting more waste out of the waste stream. Where are we on moving forward with that, especially in larger commercial corridors where there's an opportunity to do that?
Yeah, so outside of the bids, we actually don't do any on-street recycling, and that was a decision that the department made a few years ago, in part because the recycling bins looked exactly the same as the litter baskets when you looked inside. And
well, we could do an app for them too, like we do for the compost bin, so people who want to recycle can have the access and the opportunity to recycle.
Yeah, I think there's a question about whether the juice is worth the squeeze there, just because that would be a relatively sizable investment, and litter baskets make up such a small share of our overall waste stream. So I'd really rather focus on recycling in the home, in the kitchen, where we're only diverting 50% of what we could be diverting.
Right.
There's a lot of work to do there before we get to public space.
Even our parks, we see 1,000 pizza boxes in a park on a weekend. There's a lot of ways to get that stuff out of the waste stream that wouldn't be as resource intensive as like you're saying, at every corner, but there are big commercial corridors and locations where that could be help with some waste diversion. I'd love to see if we could look into at least piloting in those locations.
Yeah, we can take a look at specific locations that you have in mind.
All right. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it.
Great. Pirina Sanchez, followed by Councilmember Wong.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon. Nice to see you. Congratulations, Commissioner. I don't think I've been at a hearing at the same time as you, so congratulations on your appointment. I was ecstatic to see $22.8 million in the executive budget for fiscal 27 for implementation of the street vending reform legislative package that this council passed in January over the previous mayor's veto. The reforms were designed to expand access to licenses, to bring existing vendors into the legal system, expand education efforts by agencies so everyone can know their rights and responsibilities, and strengthen enforcement of existing rules so that the enforcement could be consistent, fair, not random, and uneven, as it can oftentimes feel today because DSNY's capacity is so limited. Of the $22.8 million, our understanding is that $14 million is for enforcement, and there is a significant imbalance to the layperson, 32 new DSNY enforcement positions at roughly $2 million compared with nearly $12 million at the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene for sanitary inspectors. Can you explain how DSNY and health coordinate on vending enforcement? In my district, I'm very used to seeing DSNY enforcement agents on the ground, but I can't say I've ever noticed a Department of Health inspector. So just wanting to understand how health and sanitation work together and whether DSNY has enough support and funding to staff the expansion.
So the additional funding that sanitation has received, which is $2.2 million in FY27, increasing to $3.7 in FY30, will fund an additional 32 sanitation police officers in our vending enforcement unit. That's nearly doubling the current 40 officers and supervisors that we have in that unit. And we think that'll help us really improve the amount of coverage that we're able to have, because our goal is to, as you said, have consistent expected enforcement across the entire city, and with a much larger team of 72 on that task, I think we can get closer to it. As far as our coordination with the Department of Health, we share a lot of data with them. They share data with us on their licensees and what they're seeing. We share data with them on our enforcement activity, and if we're seeing any trends, particularly as it relates to sanitation and food safety. Our enforcement sort of is on the where are they vending, is the area around the vending, the setup clean, are they obstructing the sidewalk, are they licensed? The Department of Health is doing a much more intensive inspection that looks sort of like a restaurant inspection. They're also, I think, dedicating a lot of their resources to inspecting the commissaries themselves. So I'd have to defer to the Department of Health on the details of what their inspectors are doing. But we are very coordinated with them, and certainly as they roll out 10,000 additional licenses or 11,000 something additional licenses, we will be working with them very closely.
So you don't do joint inspections?
We do joint inspections occasionally, but most of our work is done solo.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, and just really quickly, we have the CUNY School of Professional Studies up in the balcony, so just wanted to give you guys a shout out and hello. Thanks for joining us today. We have Department of Sanitation here, and this is our budget hearing, so hopefully you guys will learn a lot. Okay. Next, Councilmember Wong, followed by Hudson.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Commissioner Anderson, before my questions, I want to say something on the record. I want to thank Chief Frank Laterra and Chief Alex Bartolo and everyone at the Queens West Garages serving District 30. DSNY, Queens West, they don't ask questions, they just get it done. And my constituents see it, and I see it, and I'm proud to work with them.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Yes, okay, and my question is this, your budget creates 32 new uniform positions for street vendor enforcement along commercial corridors in my district like Rico Park, Elmhurst, and Maspeth. Unlicensed vendors generating waste and blocking sidewalks are a persistent problem. They're getting worse. So how are these 32 positions being distributed geographically, and will the Queens West District serve CB5 and CB6 see a meaningful share, or this is effectively only for Manhattan?
It certainly is not effectively only for Manhattan, and the majority of the new licenses, as I understand it, are actually for outer borough vending, and so we will likely assign most of our resources to the outer boroughs. That's what we do today. Mm-hmm. Most of our vending, or not most, but I would say the places that we assign the most vending resources to are places like Fordham Road in the Bronx, like Main Street in Flushing in Queens, Roosevelt Avenue in Queens. So we have vending resources out all over the city on a daily basis, and with the additional 32 officers, we will continue that practice.
I see. Okay, thank you. I have time for another question. I order compost bins for my house, right? And I remember it took like 4 months, like 3.5 months. I don't know what's taking them so long, but what can you do to make that process faster? Because bins do disappear, they get stolen or end up in another part of the street, and then I know I will have to order replacements, and my constituents are complaining. One, if they want to buy locally, they go to Home Depot, the cost can be twice as much, but if they go to that Bins NYC website, it takes 3-4 months. Can you address that?
Absolutely. So we've actually moved away from the online ordering approach for the New York City bins, and those same New York City bins can be purchased at Home Depots or can be ordered through Instacart, DoorDash, or Uber Eats at the prices that we have negotiated with the contractor. So it's about 50% the cost of a comparable commercial grade trash can or organics bin. So, we have worked a lot on that program over the course of the last few months, particularly because there were some supply issues earlier this spring, but we have largely resolved those, so they should be in stock at Home Depots across the city. And if you're finding places where they're not available, please let us know so we can address that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudson, followed by Brewer.
Thank you so much, Chair, and hello, Commissioner. First, I also just want to thank you and the entire department for everything that you all do. I think we're now in a place where you're not as overlooked as you've been in the past, but also want to give a shout out to Chief Laterra, who's been incredibly responsive at all hours, and so thank you for that. In your testimony, you mentioned state legislation to allow you to use street sweeper camera enforcement, which I fully support, and that passage of this legislation may potentially reduce the frequency and duration of alternate side parking regulations. I do think, however, that it's worth mentioning that the historical scoring system has disproportionately and negatively impacted communities of color. For example, in Crown Heights and Prospect Heights in my district, alternate side parking rules require working families to move their cars 4 times a week compared to other neighborhoods where alternate side parking requirements only require residents to move their cars 1 day per week. Is there a timeline or prioritization of community districts you might be able to commit to reassessing for alternate side parking regulations?
So, step 1, state legislature passes the street sweeping camera enforcement bill. Step 2, compliance meaningfully increases. Step 3, we reduce the alternate side parking frequency. So it has to happen in that order. I think that given the low levels of compliance, less than 50% citywide, as well as the number of times where we're not able to sweep the streets because of holidays, because of snowstorms, I don't think at this time that we can reduce street sweeping frequency. If we get automated enforcement, which will meaningfully improve compliance, it's what we've seen with red light cameras, it's what we've seen with speed cameras, then I can commit to no more than once a week per side citywide.
Okay, but I guess my question is, are you, given those steps, and I totally get it, are you prioritizing an assessment of certain areas over others? For example, community districts with 4 times a week of alternate side parking over once a week alternate side parking, in terms of determining where you might be willing to change the regulations?
I think when the state bill passes, yes, we'll certainly prioritize those places that have the most sweeping right now.
Okay.
They can get the cameras first, and then we can reduce their frequency first.
Okay, great. And then just really quickly, are the city bins available only at Home Depot retail locations, or are there other stores that carry them?
They're currently only available at Home Depot. We have the ability to make them available to other stores, but haven't had interest from smaller stores yet. I think because they're pretty big and a lot of space.
Even like a Lowe's or something?
We have, I think, done outreach to Lowe's. They haven't quite bit yet, but we're happy to have a conversation with them.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Councilmember Brewer, followed by Maloney.
Thank you. It's nice to see you at the Sloan Award for a very nice Frank letter. That was very special. I don't think it's going to pass in Albany. I just called the cameras. So then what with alternate side of the street parking?
We've also, I think, had productive conversations with the governor's office on whether we could get this into the governor's budget next year. I think that's something that we would certainly be open to. If not, I think we have to look at our enforcement resources and say, can we dramatically increase the number of actual people we have assigned to alternate side parking enforcement and do ticketing that way. It's much less effective. It's much more expensive to do that kind of ticketing.
Okay.
But I think we need to hold people accountable and we need to get them to move their cars.
Don't forget about my stickers.
Yes.
What about my stickers? You didn't mention stickers.
We would very much encourage the City Council to pass Gail Brewer's bill allowing us to use ASP stickers.
Thank you. Thank you. The other thing is just how much is allocated to graffiti? I don't think you mentioned that because you do a great job, sanitation, on graffiti. So I didn't know if there's an allocation of funding or how is that distributed?
Yeah, so the graffiti program currently is an interagency initiative between sanitation and EDC. EDC, for many, many years, had run the entire program. We took over the actual management of the program a couple years ago, but the funding for that program, $2.7 million annually, is in the EDC budget, and they hold the contract with the Doe Fund, which is our contractor.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is, in terms of vendors, is there allocation for training? Because in addition to all the work that you're going to be doing, it's a very complicated enforcement. It's having spent hours with police department over the years going and measuring and so on. So how much is actually allocated budget-wise for the training? Not to mention there's a whole other discussion about going out into the field.
Yeah, there isn't a specific line item for training in there, but our sanitation police officers, when they join that unit, go through a very intensive training period that includes illegal dumping enforcement. It includes vending.
I don't have any illegal dumping. I don't care about illegal dumping.
I understand.
I only care about vendors. Go ahead.
The sanitation police officers that do vending enforcement are also trained to do illegal dumping enforcement if they need to.
Okay.
So all of that is part of their training schedule. It's several months long, and when they graduate that program, they are ready to go out on the streets and do enforcement.
Okay. Just the other issue is just trash on the street. That's what the complaint is. That's not an easy allocation of funding for. It's, as you said in your testimony, getting people to do the right thing. It's hard to do. And so I'm just wondering, this is more of a policy issue than a budget issue. Do you have any suggestions for that? That is a complaint. They love sanitation. They love the pickup. And it's not the workers, it's the people of the city of New York who are not picking up. So any suggestions for that?
I think this is a place where in the past, the city council has called for education for New Yorkers. I don't think anyone needs to be educated on the fact that it is wrong to throw trash on the ground, whether it's a sidewalk or a park or any other public space. I think enforcement is key here, and I think that there is a part of this where we as the city, as we are changing our approach to, or changing from just sort of keeping our head down and saying, we're going to pick up that trash, we're going to pick up that litter, and pivoting to, we are going to care for neighborhoods, we are going to make neighborhoods feel cleaner, not just have less litter. I think that will make, hopefully, New Yorkers more proud of the neighborhoods they live in and less likely to trash their homes. But that is a big challenge.
Okay, I think it's an ongoing discussion, but that is a #1 complaint, 311 and office, just general on the street. So I would love further discussions, and thank you very much, and yay to Sloan and Frank Lederer. Thank you.
I just want to pop in real quick. I have been a big supporter of the street sweeper legislation and the Packaging Reduction Act. And while I admire the conversations with Albany to push them through, I'm very concerned that the conversations are with the governor rather than the actual legislators. Legislation needs to be passed. Pardon me, legislation needs to be passed through the legislature. It does not need to be passed in an executive budget. Budgets are for budgets, and policy is meant to be passed through the legislature. So I encourage these conversations and to use us here and our allies to encourage our state legislature partners and not the governor. It will be very upsetting to see this pass through the budget, and rather than having it come through the actual legislature that needs to be coming together to push this. So on that point, I really highly encourage that future conversations about this and other legislation go through the legislature.
And I have talked to dozens of your colleagues in the Assembly, and I encourage all of you to do the same.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Maloney, followed by Wilson.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to echo Councilmember Sanchez's comments around the importance of vending enforcement and sanitation along with expansion, because those two need to go hand in hand, particularly for communities where we're going to see an increase in vendors with that new legislation. But I wanted to actually talk about containerization. So the FY27 budget has $14.8 million set aside for expansion of containerization. Was wondering if you can provide an update on the implementation timeline for this citywide and what the next milestones are.
Absolutely. So this fall we will be in Brooklyn North 2, which is downtown Brooklyn, Fort Greene, and a couple other neighborhoods that I don't remember, Borum Hill, et cetera. In calendar year 2027, we're going to be expanding to 6 districts. That's Manhattan Community District 2, Bronx Districts 2 and 5, Queens District 2, and Staten Island 1. Right? Did I get them all? Yeah. And then after that, we will be increasing the pace of that expansion going forward to get citywide by 2031.
Does the current funding support DSNY's ability to meet that timeline? Do you feel it's sufficient?
100%.
Okay. One thing I wanted to bring up is the financial challenges for business improvement districts, particularly my district has 10, so I feel like I'm in a position to ask about this.
That must be the most.
Pardon?
That must be the most of any council district. Oh,
We're
wow.
tied,
Okay.
along with Councilmember Wilson. But what financial assistance, if any, is DSNY going to provide to BIDS or other nonprofit organizations that have historically supported sanitation efforts? And if you can speak to the financial assistance.
Yeah, so we have, in partnership with the City Council, allocated $5.1 million in funding specifically for business improvement districts and our cleanup partners like ACE to support their containerization efforts. And as of today, we have 38 bids that are that have their containers installed on the street. We have another 21 where they're ordered, but they're just in the process, and we're working with them to make sure that if that funding needs to roll to the next fiscal year, that we can make that happen. And we have another 9 that are earlier in the pipeline. They have an application pending with DOT for their specific locations. So everyone's sort of in the process, and we're working to get that $5.1 million fully spent.
Do you expect containerization to have any impact on BIDS or other community groups' ability to continue providing supplemental sanitation services?
What we've heard from BIDS, even BIDS that I think were very skeptical of the containerization push, the bid that I live in, LIC Partnership, was incredibly skeptical of containerization. They put their containers out a few months ago, and they actually love them. It keeps their district cleaner. It makes their operations more organized. So I think you'll actually see that BIDS love the containers and really embrace them. And if there are any issues going forward, we're happy to work with the BIDS to try to resolve this.
Thank you. And we have many containers already on the east side of Manhattan as well.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson, followed by Zhuang.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Commissioner. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
I will say I was just in meatpacking last night, and they were very excited about their bid containers.
Their containers are the nicest so far.
Yeah. I wanted to ask a bit more about the Empire bins rollout. So I am excited for them to come to Community District 2 eventually, but I'm just curious about the selection there of that community. What was the process for selecting the community districts that are going to be next? CD2 has there is some bid coverage there as opposed to like Community Board 4 or like areas like Chelsea in my district that have wider streets, needed a little bit more. So I'm just curious about the selection process for where the rollout happens.
Yeah, so the thought process for the 6 districts next year, we had a couple criteria that we were trying to select for. Number 1, we wanted to be in all 5 boroughs, which we have districts in each of the boroughs that are rolling out next year. Number 2, we wanted to test the Empire bins in a variety of different contexts, historical contexts. Obviously, the West Village has a lot of historical streets and kind of wonky streets that aren't just the the straightforward grid that we're dealing with up in Community District 9. We also wanted to test them in a variety of different sort of building typologies. So you have neighborhoods like Bronx Community District 5, which is in Councilmember Purina Sanchez's district, that are very, very dense but sort of uniform. You have a district like Manhattan 2, where you have single-family homes and large apartment buildings on the same block. We need to make these bins work in each of those contexts, and so by sort of trying them all out early on in the program, we can then find replicable strategies to rolling it out citywide.
And when the bins do come out, as they're rolled out into the new districts, how will organic collection be integrated? And will the Empire bins include a dedicated organics compartment, or will separate collection continue?
Yeah, at this time, the organics collection will stay as it currently is in separate standalone containers. I think there's an opportunity in the future to look at the automated side loader containers for organics, particularly for very, very large buildings. But at this time, we're focused on what is the thing that's not in containers, and that's black bags on the curb. So we're rolling out for trash first.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Bergewing, followed by Ressler.
Thank you, Chairs. I saw Commissioner's video in my Facebook last night in the sweeping car.
Yes.
And I actually have some issues in my district. The sweeping car sometimes doesn't, when the bottom is rolling, some sweeping car doesn't have water, and then the garbage just fly around.
So they're supposed to have water.
Supposed to have water?
If you're seeing cases where the mechanical brooms are not tanking up properly and are not filling up, we want to know about that.
I saw maybe different car, because right in front of my office, we see the car pass by. The garbage, instead of get to the garbage, they flying around in the neighborhood.
Okay, let us know when that's happening, and we'll correct it.
Okay, and also for. I have constituents reach out to my office saying their garbage bin order is being canceled, and that they showed us the order information get canceled. And I personally went to Cropsey Avenue, Home Depot site. There's no black bin there.
So all of the orders that had been placed under the delivery program were fulfilled by the end of March of this year, and we're no longer taking orders. So if there's outstanding issues with individual constituents,
that person ordered from
them.
Home Depot website before.
Okay, so that may be a case, and like I said prior, we did have supply chain issues earlier this spring. We have largely worked to resolve those, and the vendor is currently manufacturing.
I got a complaint last week.
Last week?
Yes,
okay.
Last week. And also I went to Home Depot myself because I need to buy for my home. There's no more black bin. I have one at home, sometimes have a party, then too many garbage. It's not able to live outside anymore. So I need additional bin. I went to Home Depot. There's no bin there.
Okay. Our partner is currently making between 20 and 30,000 bins a week, so we will make sure that every Home Depot has them in stock so that doesn't happen in the future.
And also, how much revenue has been generated from the sale of NYC bin to today?
$0.
$0?
Yes. In order to keep the cost of the bins as low as possible, the city receives zero revenue from the sale of the bins.
Do you know how many bins have been sold?
It's around 1.1 million bins total.
Okay. And also, for the required bin, will ACE, this type of nonprofit organization, will be exempt, and the BIDs?
ACE and the bids are not exempt, but we are working with each of the bids and with the cleaning partners to make sure that they can containerize their waste, and that's last year, in partnership with the council, we allocated $5.1 million in funding to purchase containers specifically for use by bids and the cleanup partners.
But if they have to keep all the bin stuff in the bin, I don't think they have enough bins in my street to just clean up the garbage in our streets.
We'll make sure they do.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to touch base on something you said earlier. So the trash cans, did we get an actual breakdown of their actual cost? So I wanted to on both Councilmember Zhuang and Councilmember Brewer. One of the things, it is not education. Yes, people know that they need to throw away their trash. But if we're really trying to transform communities, there was a study done by a professor at Baruch Baruch College. Should be a university though, has a good ring to it. That showed that the problem in many of communities like mine is not the fact that they don't have the education, but the actual infrastructure within their actual homes to participate in this programming. And at the same time, now we know that we're not making any revenue off of these bins, but $51 for a bin, each bin, seems a little outrageous. So do we have any breakdown of what that actually costs the business to make, so that we understand how much revenue the business is making off of the city, and why we are not making any off of that as well?
Yeah, we absolutely do, and we receive information from them on a regular basis on what their actual costs are, down to specific parts like wheels, handles, latches, etc. So we can certainly get into that with you offline. But as far as again, why we wanted to have these bins available at the lowest cost possible is so that it was as easy as possible for New Yorkers to get the bins. Comparable bins made by big names like Toter, etc., cost twice as much, over $100 for the exact same bin, exact same size, without the New York City logo on it. So this program is actually giving New Yorkers the opportunity to buy these bins at a much lower cost than the standard retail cost at a Home Depot, at a Lowe's, or any other hardware store. We also, to date, have issued over 150,000 reimbursements to individuals who qualify under the bill that was passed last year in the City Council. And so there are reimbursements available for people who qualify. We just announced this morning that along with the warning period, we're extending the reimbursement period through September 7th of this year. So for individuals who either have bought their bin but haven't submitted the reimbursement application yet, or haven't yet bought their bin and qualify for reimbursement, they can continue to do so throughout the summer.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just ask a follow-up on that? So out of the 150 reimbursements that have been given out, how many are still pending that have been through the application process?
The 150,000 is the number processed as of May 15th. We get regular updates from the Department of Finance on how they're processing them. I think the turnaround is pretty quick, but if there are individuals who have submitted reimbursement applications and haven't received a check from DOF or haven't received any notification from DOF, we want to know about them, so please let us know.
Perfect. Sorry. Councilmember Ressler, followed by Banks.
Thank you so much to the chairs, and I want to again recognize Chair Lee for her remarkable endurance on our 17th executive budget hearing of the day. Just kidding, but it's 17th of the week, I think. Commissioner, it's great to see you. I'm thrilled that you're in this role. I want to congratulate you on your appointment, very well deserved, and congratulate your team, Chief Latera, on the recent Distinguished Sloan Public Service Award, which was very well deserved, and Rebecca.
Nominated by Councilmember Gail Brewer.
She did take note that she nominated a majority of the people who received the award. I think that's every year. And it's one of many reasons to love Gail Brewer. And congratulations, Rebecca. Excited for you. So, and I don't do this enough publicly, so I will do it on the record today. I know that it is because of my friend and colleague, Councilmember Hudson, that we have containerization coming to CB2 in Brooklyn, and she deserves the credit for that. My constituents benefit. We share CB2, so thank you to her. And thank you to my borough president, Antonio Reynoso, that commercial waste zones are coming to CB1 in Brooklyn later this year. Those are two things that I am enormously excited about and looking forward to working with your team on. On containerization, your team has indicated a willingness, and your predecessor has indicated a willingness to work with us on a pilot for 1 to 10 unit buildings. Any update on that?
Not just a willingness, we are actively planning for a pilot for 1 to 10 unit buildings, as well as for shared containers for 10 to 30 unit buildings.
Great.
So we're
She comes back in after we said nice things about her. It's not, you know.
We are, we are sort of scoping out what that will look like, and when we have the opt-in period open for the 10 to 30 unit buildings this July, we expect to have the full details of that rolled out publicly.
So by July, you'll have that ready? I'm just trying to, because it'll take us some time to find exactly the contours of who will be able to participate in the 1 to 10 in particular. I think will take a little work, so I just want to be able to plan that as early as possible. When do you think we'll be able to start the process of reaching out to folks?
I think probably in the next week or two, we can have that to you.
A great answer.
We'll sit down with you and your team in the next couple days.
Okay. Because I'm short on time and Chair Lee has more hearings after this, I will shift to one of the things that I annoy your staff most about, which is vending outside of Goodwill and Salvation Army. We, for about 6 or 7 years, have, as I think you know from your previous tours of service, have had a group of guys who intercept donations quite aggressively at Goodwill and Salvation Army and then sell those goods on the street. Thanks to Rebecca, we had a team out there on Saturday that did clear and confiscate the folks that were there. Unfortunately, later that day, they were back out there, and then they were back out there every day since. And it is whack-a-mole, and it's very challenging for people to get by. There's been a couch on the street on Skirmerhorn and Bond for about 3 weeks that's still there. It's a very troubling situation. Our constituents are unhappy about it. I'm unhappy about it. You know, when we passed these vending laws last year, there was a commitment that there was going to be much more significant enforcement when there was illegal activity like this. So firstly, what additional commitments do we have for broadly more vending enforcement? But secondly, for a situation like this, that's a chronic issue that's been going on for 6 or 7 years, can we get a commitment for a daily sanitation enforcement, daily joint PD and sanitation enforcement for a period of time until the issue gets resolved?
Yeah, so as far as the general commitment for increased enforcement, that's the 32 heads that are in the executive budget, and we plan to start training those in July. So I think by the time that DCWP rolls out the additional licenses starting in January of next year, you'll see a much more expansive and sustained sanitation police presence on street vending generally. For that specific location, yes, we were just out on Saturday, and yes, I remember talking to your predecessor about that specific
And if you had
location.
been in sanitation long enough, you could have talked to my predecessor's predecessor.
Yes.
But
so certainly, I can't speak for the police department and their ability to do a daily
I'll deal with
operation,
them. But could we get a commitment from you guys that you do daily enforcement with us until the situation's under control for a period of weeks?
We can have a presence there on a daily basis, yes. And
Okay.
we'll make sure that couch is gone today.
Wow.
Thank you. That was a yes commitment. That's why we love Commissioner Anderson. Thank you very much. And thank you,
Okay.
Rebecca, for your help on this as well.
Banks, followed by Chanel Thomas Henry.
Thank you, Chairs, and welcome news on the extension for the reimbursements. And also, too, I want to thank the Commissioner for the quick response to the letter we had sent, and I want to thank my colleagues that signed on about the snow removal program. The administration has repeatedly emphasized the need for cost-saving measures across the city at a time where my office continues to receive complaints from residents who participated in the emergency snow removal program during this winter's 2 major snowstorms, and who have yet to receive full payments, and some have not been paid at all. We want to find out what's the status of those workers who haven't gotten paid as yet, and if you can walk us through what the current status of the outstanding payments are owed to the emergency snow shovelers, and explain the factors that contributed to these delays.
So the snow shoveler program this year was orders of magnitude larger than it has ever been before. We had, what's the total number? 6,200 total individuals who participated in the snow shoveler program, and by and large, the majority of those individuals were paid within 4 to 6 weeks. That timeline in previous years would have been as long as 12 weeks. So we did cut the timeline down dramatically. We understand that 4 to 6 weeks is a long time to wait for a paycheck, and so going forward, we are putting in place new systems and new procedures to try to make that much, much faster, as short as a week, maybe 2, which is, we get paid on a biweekly basis. We should expect snow laborers to get paid on a biweekly basis also. As of today, there are still a handful of emergency snow shovelers who have not been.
Can you give us an exact number of the amount of folks who have not been paid? Or where there's a partial payment that has been made?
So we haven't issued partial payments if there are people that think that they
I have a constituent that has pay stubs showing that there was a partial payment made and there's an outstanding payment that's still made to them.
We would love to see what that pay stub looks like, because in our system, it's fully paid.
We plan to give that to you as well. And I believe currently we have about 12 constituents who claim that they haven't got paid, and they also said there's another close to 40, 50 folks who have not gotten paid or where there's partial payment made. We just want to kind of get to the bottom of this, because a lot of these residents, some of them are formerly incarcerated, and some of these folks, this is their only source of income they've had for the year. So to have such a delay, to me, it makes no sense, and especially when if we have a payroll system for the city of New York, regular city workers, partial work, or workers who are seasonal in a sense. We should have that system together where this type of delay doesn't take place and have an adverse impact on some of the folks that need it the most, especially in the 42nd Council District. So if we can get this rectified and get these folks paid, I would greatly appreciate it. And we look forward to giving you the residents who've been impacted, the constituents who've been impacted by this.
Yeah, and we have around 100 individuals out of the 6,200 total that worked for us that have not yet been paid, and in every case, we have been trying to reach them by phone, by mail, by email to try to get the documentation that we need for them to actually get paid.
Well, when they initially registered or got hired for the program or signed on, was that information not tendered to?
In some cases, it wasn't properly provided, and this is the challenge with. We had 1,500 people signed up before the season started, which is great. We had another 6,500 sign up during a snowstorm in one of our garages when we have hundreds of sanitation workers coming in and out of the garage. We have a supervisor who's trying to take documentation, fill out timesheets while also managing all of the plows that are out on the street. It's not a great way to manage a system like that, and it's a way we don't plan to do day of signups at the garages in the future because of that. So there are some cases where we did not receive proper documentation, or the forms were filled out improperly, and it's not the fault of the sanitation worker in the garage, but we do need to get additional information from those individuals in order to process the payment. So my message to you and to all of your colleagues is tell them to reach out to us. We want to pay everyone. We want to close this out. So reach out to us, and we need some basic info, and we will get you paid.
Well, hopefully in the next budget coming up, or this budget that we hopefully will adopt by the end of June, that that there's enough funding put in place to address this issue, so we don't have these type of delays. And we're looking forward to working with the administration to first of all get you the information, those folks who haven't got paid, and continue to highlight this to make sure that everyone gets paid.
We share the same goal there.
Thank you, Chairs.
Great. Okay, Chanel Thomas Henry.
Thank you, Chairs. A couple of questions. Currently, what is the proper way for street vendors to dispose of their trash?
So for mobile food vendors, they're required to take their trash back to their commissary, where they're also required to go at the end of every day. And the commissary is required to have a contract with a private carter who hauls that trash away.
Okay.
For general vendors, I think there isn't actually a great process right now. The new local law 54, that authorized the additional street vending licenses also requires that sanitation promulgate regulations around proper disposal of waste by street vendors, and we are planning to do so this summer.
Okay. Now, in my district, the 21st Council District in Queens, we do have certain areas where it's predominantly single to two-family homes. But over the past years, we're seeing that more and more people are occupying these homes. And with that influx of individuals, a lot are taking trash out to the bins on the corner, or in some instances, since the containerization, they're actually putting trash bags at the apartment buildings. And then the apartment buildings can literally be seen on camera pushing shopping carts to a commercial strip, and it's causing dumping. So it's like a spiral effect. So my question is, as the population in the city, population growth in the city is happening, have you started to look at increasing pickup days? Like my district in particular, I think we've had the same two pickup days for forever.
I don't think that's something that we've looked at that closely. If there are specific parts of your district where that's an issue, we'd love to dig into what's happening and how to potentially resolve that. But I think there would be a substantial cost associated with increasing frequency. So we'd have to take that into account.
Okay. I'm going to go into commercial waste zones. And how have waste collection costs for businesses in operational commercial waste zones changed compared to the previous open market model?
So the number one challenge with the previous open market model is that we had really, really, really bad data. So we don't have a great point of comparison to look at. What we do have is the BIC rate cap, which they continue to regulate. And what we know is that in every zone, there is at least one carter, in many zones, multiple carters that are offering prices substantially below the BIC rate cap, which means that they're at or below the prices that were offered previously. And we've heard from many carters themselves that they're achieving operational efficiencies and are able to pass on the cost savings from those operational efficiencies to their customers.
Okay, can I ask one more question? No. What feedback have you received from the businesses? Well, you just mentioned that, but a follow-up was, are the businesses aware that they have the multiple options? So when a business...
They absolutely are. We just actually completed the implementation of this zone right here, Lower Manhattan, on June 1st. And not only did our team visit every single business and go back to businesses who hadn't yet signed contracts, but I know that every single carter visited every single business to try to win over their business and make the best case for a contract. So certainly the businesses that I've talked to and that our team has talked to all said, yes, we know we have three options, and we went with the option of those three that we thought was best for us.
Thank you.
Great, okay. I just have one question on behalf of Sandra Ung, Councilmember Sandra Ung, because she wasn't able to stay. Your testimony states that this budget funds 32 new uniform positions for FY27 to address street vending. Combined with existing staff, what will be the total number of uniform positions dedicated to vending enforcement?
72. 72.
72, okay. Yeah. I think that might have
40 existing plus 32.
40 existing plus 32. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Chair Sanchez.
I want to touch base quickly on the new proposed supply warehouse in Hunts Point.
Yes.
And I wanted to know what was the impetus for changing it from Greenpoint to Hunts Point, where we are in that process, and why it would be moving, and what will happen to what is happening at Greenpoint now.
Yeah. So currently it's on a property that long time ago was occupied by the old Greenpoint incinerator next to the old Greenpoint MTS. It is a property that the Department of Environmental Protection will be using to build a CSO control facility as part of their long-term control plans. I don't have a specific timeline for when that construction is happening, but I know that they have funding for it and are in the planning process right now. So, they're required by, I think, federal and state regulators to reduce their CSO or combined sewer overflow and make the Newtown Creek cleaner. were supportive of that, so they're asking to use that for construction purposes. So, we were looking at relocating the Bronx 2 garage anyway. It's currently on Casanova Street, and it is I would say it's probably among our 5 worst facilities as far as the conditions, the structure, the spaces for sanitation workers. And so we've been looking to vacate that facility for quite some time. It's also undersized and is much more proximate to residents than the proposed facility, which we're in the process of going through the process on right now. So as we were moving the Bronx 2 garage, we said, this is another thing that we have to move. Could we co-locate these two things? And we were able to find a facility that meets both needs.
So the location would be both a new Bronx 2 garage and supply storage?
Correct.
And that would be right next to the DEP sewage treatment plant?
No, the new facility for the Bronx 2 garage is in Hunts Point.
Yes, and that would be next to the...
It's a bit away. I don't know. I don't have the exact address on me. Do you know? It's 1110 Oak Point Avenue.
So yeah, it would be right next door to there, which is our only park in the entire neighborhood, Barretto Point Park. So I would definitely love to make sure that we are going through these plans and understanding how this is going to enhance. We are trying in the middle of connecting the residential area as much as possible with Barretto Point Park and with the new addition of the supermarket, the grocery store that is down the block from Oak Point. We just want to make sure that we're not adding new infrastructure there that would detract from the creation of the neighborhood that we're trying to do.
Of course.
And I want to touch base briefly on everyone's favorite topic, derelict vehicles. So the executive budget includes $68,000 for equipment and vehicles in FY26, growing to $1.04 million in FY27, stabilizing at approximately a little over $1 million every year afterwards. What specifically prompted the expansion of this program at this time? Was it driven by increased complaint volume, policy directive, or operational need?
This was actually driven by some litigation that was filed challenging the Department of Sanitation's prior practices for derelict vehicles. And previously, our practice was, and we believed, consistent with state law, we would tag a vehicle as derelict, and as long as the vehicle remained tagged and remained on location for at least 6 hours, we would then remove we would have our contractor come in and remove the vehicle, and it would be immediately scrapped. There was litigation filed, and as part of a settlement in that, or in effort to settle that litigation, we've actually moved to a tow and storage operation where the contractor tows the car. It's stored for about 2 weeks to give the owner of the vehicle an opportunity to pay the fine, pay the storage fee, and pick up the vehicle before it's scrapped. So the additional cost is associated with the towing and storage of the derelict vehicles.
Great. In terms of staffing and, so the spending is limited to equipment, but there's no new headcount. When are the 3 new positions expected to be onboarded, and what is the plan for the interim? Also, what are the titles for the 3 new positions? There's a civilian manager at $130,000 and 2 uniform sanitation workers. So you could also talk to us about what those specific functions are of each of the roles, and how would that work within the workflow?
Yeah, so the funding covers 3 headcount. It's 2 uniform supervisors and 1 civilian, which we think is going to be an attorney. And that's to manage the additional paperwork associated with the storage and towing portion, because we have to do notifications to the owner. We have to search all of the DMV databases across the country to see if we can figure out who owns this car and try to do the notification. So that's what the additional headcount is. We expect to bring them on as soon as the fiscal year starts in July.
So this does seem to be kind of a state issue that is now us trying to fix it on a budget end. Has there been any conversation with any of the state partners about doing any fixes to this?
Yeah, I think that the litigation that was filed actually claimed a constitutional concern here and a lack of due process for the vehicle owners. So that's sort of what's driving this. I don't know that there would necessarily be a state legislative fix in order to address this problem, but I think it's a relatively small investment and really has no operational impact otherwise on our DVO program, and our DVO numbers remain really high so far this year.
How is the program currently staffed, and is the existing team meeting demand or operating with a backlog?
Yeah, the existing team is meeting demand for sure, and in the last 2 years we have done a lot more coordination with the NYPD. And the breakdown of responsibility here is that the Department of Sanitation handles derelict vehicles, which are vehicles that don't have license plates and are generally low in value. The NYPD handles any vehicles that have license plates or that don't have license plates but are higher value vehicles. And the difference is we just scrap them, they store them, and have a different process for relinquishing them. As far as the total head count, we have 17 citywide, and that is sufficient right now. We also have our field officers in each district trained to be able to tag DVOs and call them into our vendors, so they're also doing so on a regular basis.
Oh, where's the current bottleneck occurring in terms of the operations? I'm getting derelict vehicles off of our streets.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say there is a bottleneck. I think the resource constraint, if there is one, is just on our ability to schedule joint operations with NYPD, but we are doing so on a regular basis as they're available. We have, I think, 5 or 6 scheduled next week all across the city, and we continue to schedule those as they have resources available. On the derelict vehicles specifically, which is a relatively small part of the overall abandoned and ghost car problem, I think we're keeping up with it. There are a tremendous number of abandoned and ghost cars out there, and I think this is yet another place where people who own cars are not respecting their neighbors, and we really need to hold them accountable. And I say that as a car owner myself.
With the current number of outstanding derelict vehicle complaints, what is the current number of outstanding derelict vehicle complaints citywide, and what is the average time from complaint to removal?
We don't have the average time here in front of us, but the total number of derelict vehicle complaints is actually down 20% year over year compared to last year. So we are keeping up in large part with the complaint volume that's coming in, and our removals are down commensurately with the ones.
Do you believe that the complaints are down because there are less derelict vehicles, or are complaints down because New Yorkers are seeing that the complaints of derelict vehicles just don't get attended to?
I think they're down because there actually are fewer derelict vehicles. We've made significant progress in this area.
Does the department track repeat locations where derelict vehicles are constantly abandoned? And is there a specific targeted enforcement strategy for that?
Yeah, we absolutely do, and that's where we call them ROTO operations. So that's where we do the joint operations with NYPD, is in the places where we see recurring derelict vehicles. Particularly, this happens around auto body shops and scrap dealers, where people are leaving their cars, they're getting chopped up for parts, and then people are just leaving the shell on the street. We hate to see that, so we spend a lot of time in those neighborhoods in particular, making sure that we're getting the derelict vehicles off the street.
So the majority or the priority of the derelict vehicles are in these hotspot neighborhoods. Do you have those identified already?
Yeah, I don't have a specific list in front of me, but we could certainly provide a list
That would be great.
Of the areas where we do those activities.
That would be really great. Last but not least, community composting.
Yes.
I wanted to know where the administration was on community composting.
So this budget has, as I said earlier, has no dedicated funds for community composting. In the FY26 budget, the City Council did step in with $7.2 million in funding, and we I think given the financial constraints of this budget, we would have loved to be able to put that in as an administration fund, but we were not able to.
Okay.
6.2, sorry, not 7.2.
6.2, yes.
Rebecca's here to keep me honest.
I'll turn it back over to Chair Lee.
Okay, we just have one round two question. Councilmember Banks?
Thank you, Chairs. And this particularly has to do with the aqueduct. Initially, the old aqueduct was in Queens, and it moved to Brooklyn, in the more southern part of my district. They were originally on a piece of land or a lot, and they were evicted off of that lot. So now they're taking up, we're talking about close to hundreds and hundreds of vendors who have taken up close to 20 blocks in a manufacturing industrial part of my district. Want to know, what is the administration going to finally do to address this issue? We've had multiple conversations with PD, with Sanitation, Department of Health. Can there be a task force put together to address this lawlessness? This is something that is plaguing that part of my district. The homeowners are complaining, the manufacturers are complaining. What are we going to do together? We're looking forward to working with you on that to address that issue.
Yeah, I know we do enforcement operations out there very frequently on a regular basis.
Yeah, but it's not working. I hear what you're saying. It is not working. There needs to be a joint task force.
We'll talk to our agency partners about getting a joint task force on that.
We need that, because if it's just one agency going out there, it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. And we're constantly getting complaints about the unsanitary situations that are occurring. Them dumping cooking oil into the drains, homelessness, sleeping in their cars to hold a space. Something has to be done, and we're frustrated, and we want to work with y'all to hopefully get this resolved.
Yeah, and one of the things that we are exploring doing with greater frequency is actually working with the DEP code, specifically on that issue of improper disposal of grease and other materials into the sewer, because the tickets that we can issue for vending are relatively low. They're a slap on the wrist for a lot of folks. But the tickets that can be issued under the DEP code actually come with much more substantial penalties. So we are exploring how we can do that more effectively.
Okay, just kidding. One more from Councilmember Wong.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner, before the trash bins, I saw rats in my district, right? And after the bins, I still see the rats. I think I saw the same rats. What's your take? Is that the bins reduce the rat problem in the city, or very little has changed?
The bins absolutely reduce the rat problem. Rat complaints are down close to 30% year over year, and that's after they were already down substantially from 2024, and 2024 was down substantially from 2023. So we are seeing year over year decreases in rat sighting complaints. I encourage everyone who sees rats in their neighborhood, call 311, because we need the data on where the rats are. But where we have seen complaints down citywide, we have seen complaints particularly down in Manhattan Community District 9, where we have the Empire bins. And so we're excited to continue rolling those out. As we have less trash on the street, we expect to see fewer rats.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and before I close, sorry, I didn't recognize Councilmember Feliz on Zoom, so just want to recognize him. And I believe with that, we are done with this portion of the hearing. So thank you so much, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner, for your time today. And we'll send follow-up. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to take a couple minutes to transition. Thank you so much to our friends at COIB for your patience, and we'll start in a couple minutes.
because we scheduled. Oh.
Okay, I think we're ready, right? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to our final FY27 executive budget hearing for the day, focusing on Conflicts of Interest Board. I'm Councilmember Linda Lee, and I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague and chair of the Committee on Governmental Operations, State and Federal Legislation, Councilmember Gail Brewer. We've been recognized by Council Members Wilson, Feliz on Zoom, Councilmember Wong, and I believe that is it. So welcome, Director Carolyn Lisa Miller and your team, and thank you so much for being here today to answer our questions. May 12th, 2026, sorry, my words are escaping me now. It's so late in the day. The administration released the executive financial plan for FY26 to 30 with a proposed FY27 budget of $124.7 billion. The New York City Conflict of Interest Board's proposed FY27 budget of $3 million represents less than 1% of the administration's proposed fiscal 27 budget in the executive plan. This is an increase of $149,000 or 5.2% from the $2.9 million originally budgeted in the FY27 preliminary plan. And this increase results from a new need of 2 positions starting in FY27. As of April 26, COIB's headcount was 21 out of 22 budgeted positions for FY26. And now I will turn it over to my co-chair for this hearing, Chair and Councilmember Brewer, for her opening statement.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I am the chair of this committee, Government Operations, and we're here for the 2/7 executive budget on COIB. I would like to acknowledge our council members, but I think we did that already.
We did, yep.
So we are pleased that you're here. This came about, just so you know, because I complained to the speaker between the Department of Investigation and you that we needed more oversight agencies to be fully funded. And so I really appreciate the fact that you are here, but I do want you to know that there's a lot of, bless you, a lot of support for oversight. I believe strongly in it, and I know that you do also. You have a $3 million budget. It's an increase of $150,000 compared to the 2/6 adopted budget. You're a mighty force in city government. I must admit, when I hear COIB, I panic because I have to fill out that friggin' form I think I've been filling it out for about 25 years. And I always try to do it right, but I always call you at the last minute saying, what the hell am I supposed to do here? So you have, like I said, about a $3 million budget, maybe 24 or 25 employees, but the work that you do improves all of our lives by rooting out corruption and theft from the inside. Just like Department of Investigation, you deserve much more, I believe, funding, and you believe that you should be definitely, we should be very supportive, and there should be political will to make sure that you have what you need. There's $149,000 in new needs in the executive for 2/7, but no other adjustments or savings. We'd like to hear more about that. And I think that those 2 positions that I believe are for paralegals, we can talk about the important work that they're going to do, are a big asset, but I don't know if you don't need more. So our finance team, I'd like to thank is Aisha Wright, Jack Story, Owen Kowalski, and Michael Sherman. And the committee staff, Government Operations, is Jahari Frazier and Erica Cohen. And on my staff, Shula Puder, Cynthia Hornig, and Caleb Gutwick. And now we'd like to go over, for the committee council, to go over procedural items and swear you in. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. We've been joined by Councilmember Dinowitz on Zoom, and before we have you guys get sworn in, I have to do my announcement that I do before each hearing, which is that we are going to truncate all of the public testimony to one fun, long day. So on June 10th, Wednesday, 9:30 a.m., please make sure to sign up from the public if you have not already done so. And with that, I will turn it over to our amazing committee counsel, Brian Sarfo, to administer the oath.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Director Miller? Oh, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Lee and members of the Committee on Finance, and Chair Brewer and members of the Committee on Governmental Operations, State and Federal Legislation. I'm Carolyn Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the New York City Conflicts of Interest Board. With me are Ethan Carrier, COIB's General Counsel, and Tasnia Karim, COIB's Director of Administration. We're here today to offer testimony about the budgetary challenges facing COIB as the Council considers the city budget for fiscal year 2027. This is the first time in 10 years that COIB has been invited to offer testimony about its budget, and we appreciate the recognition by Chair Brewer and the committee members of the centrality of COIB to advancing ethics in city government, as well as the spotlight put on COIB's budgetary issues by the good government groups Citizens Union, Reinvent Albany, Common Cause, NYPIRG, and the League of Women Voters. The city's budget reflects its priorities, and over the past 4 years, COIB has experienced a series of budget cuts that have reduced its staff and limited its work. And we hope that this hearing is part of reversing that trajectory. Since its creation in 1989 by the voters of the City of New York, COIB has strived within its limited budget and staff to provide the best possible services to the current and former public servants who are the agency's constituency. Each year, COIB answers thousands of questions through its Attorney of the Day service, helps almost 10,000 filers complete their annual disclosure reports, educates hundreds of thousands of public servants with creative, entertaining content, and when necessary, prosecutes violations of the city's conflicts of interest law. COIB is able to provide all those services and more with a tiny staff. In 1991, its first full year of operation, COIB had a staff of 21. Today, COIB has a staff of 22. In the intervening 36 years, COIB's workload has only increased without the resources to match. COIB has been entrusted with a series of additional responsibilities, most recently the regulatory and reporting requirements of the Legal Defense Trust Law. COIB also serves an expanded city workforce from around 240,000 in 1990 to over 300,000 today, plus all former public servants. Today, I will address 3 key budgetary challenges facing COIB: staffing levels, pay parity, and IT infrastructure. First, staffing levels. In January 2022, COIB had a staff of 26. During the prior administration, when an employee left, COIB was denied authority by OMB to fill the vacancy. The vacant position was removed from the agency headcount, and COIB was required to advocate for that same position as a, quote, new need, a process that placed COIB in the position of trying to convince OMB that our work was important. The current administration has already taken a different approach, and the executive budget, as the chairs have noted, includes funding for COIB to hire 2 new paralegals. These 2 paralegals will be incredibly valuable to our agency's work, as COIB has been functioning with 1 paralegal, supporting 3 separate legal units since March 2022. The remaining staffing need that we've identified is the vacancy since January 2025 in our legal advice unit. Being able to hire another advice attorney would help the board fulfill its critical mission of providing guidance to public servants to prevent conflicts of interest before they occur. The second critical issue is pay equity. COIB's entire PS budget, which is approximately $2.8 million, is allocated to current staff salaries. It's the same PS budget as last year. The only change is the 2 paralegals. This means that the agency has no funding to provide any salary adjustments or increases. The funding deficit has caused 3 problems. First, long-serving and essential senior staff are undercompensated, stuck at salary levels from years ago that are substantially less than their counterparts at other city agencies. For example, a recent job posting for deputy chief in Ethics Compliance Division at the city's law department offered an incoming salary of $215,000. The very experienced and well-regarded Deputy General Counsel at COIB currently earns 30% less than that, just $150,000, after almost 10 years at this agency. Second, COIB cannot address long-standing pay disparities among managers with comparable responsibilities. For example, COIB's IT director, a 20-year agency veteran who alone manages the agency's IT infrastructure and often travels into the office on the weekend to troubleshoot issues with our servers, earns 25% less than the highest paid unit director. Third, COIB has been unable to adequately compensate the junior staff who successfully manage increased workloads resulting from those decreased staffing levels. For example, COIB sought funding from OMB to provide its sole paralegal, the one who's doing the work for 3 units, with a $4,000 salary increase to bring her salary up to $54,000. That request was denied, as were repeated requests for funding to achieve the pay equity across the agency. These budgetary deficits put the agency in acute jeopardy of losing the key staff who we rely on to perform our charter-mandated work. COIB seeks $230,000 to address senior staff salary issues and $70,000 to address junior staff salary issues for a total of $300,000 in pay equity. The third issue is IT infrastructure. One that impacts COIB directly and substantially, but over which COIB has almost no control. COIB's OTPS budget for fiscal years 2026 and 2027 has been the same, $143,000 and change, enough to rent copy machines and buy paper, but not much else. As a result, COIB relies on OTI for its major IT projects, but lacks the ability to direct a project's prioritization or completion. Currently, there are 2 such mission-critical projects: the development of a new annual disclosure filing application and the deployment of a new case management system. First, the current filing application was built in the early 2000s, and as filers such as Chair Brewer quickly realized, it has many functional limitations.
No kidding.
There have been discussions with OTI over the years about developing a new filing application, but the project has been stalled since 2023 when OMB did not approve funding. Second, the current case management system was rolled out to multiple city agencies in 2013, but quickly became outdated. And since 2019, a group of agencies has been seeking approval from OMB every year for funding for a new case management system. That approval seems finally to be in place, but until a date is actually set for migration of our essential confidential data, COIB must seek approval from OMB on an ad hoc basis for funding for new servers and related IT equipment to keep our out-of-date hardware functioning and secure. Being forced to rely on outdated software takes up significant city time at COIB, at OTI, and of filers at city agencies, and limits the capacity of COIB to do its best work in fulfilling its charter mandates to gather and review annual disclosure reports. The City of New York has long been a national leader in municipal ethics, with a robust conflicts of interest law that applies to all city public servants and an independent board appointed by the 3 citywide elected officials with the advice and consent of the City Council. COIB needs sufficient and secure funding to continue and expand its work, ensuring that public service is and continues to be a public trust. We welcome questions on these and any other subjects of the Council's concern. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And having come from the nonprofit sector, I'm all about pay parity and making sure that people are getting paid what they deserve. So thank you so much for highlighting some of these issues. We've also been joined by Councilmember Morano on Zoom as well. Okay, so really quickly, I'm going to zip through my questions. Just based on your testimony, though, when was the last COLA or salary adjustment for your agency?
The only salary adjustments our agency has benefited from have essentially been the ones that have been citywide, the ones for union employees or for managers that have been rolled out citywide, but no additional funding has been given to the agency in my memory. Occasionally, we've had, we avail ourselves of an employee of a senior level leaves who has a higher salary, and then we hire a more junior person who have a few extra dollars that you can give to the current staff, but that's it.
Right, yep. And then what would be the total cost in your estimation to adjust the salaries appropriately?
About $300,000.
Okay, perfect, thank you for that. And then For the record, for this, under the savings plan, which I know most city agencies were required to go under, I know that you were not included, you were exempted. I almost feel like you should be exempted because the budget's like, pretty minimal to begin with. Yes. But just for the record, what was the reason for the exemption?
Good afternoon. That's exactly the point, actually. We were exempted because we had very little funding. We had nothing else to give.
Okay. And in terms of revenue, when people pay penalties to COIB after being found in violation, how is that revenue accounted for, and is it in the miscellaneous revenue budget? And if so, is the agency credited COIB or a different agency?
I'll have Ms. Karim expand if there's any additional information, but it's not added to our budget. The funds go to the city treasury. There's, I think, an appropriate way to think about that the penalties that the board collects should be appropriate to the violations and not to enrich our own salaries or to provide additional resources for our staff. They should be separate, so I think that structurally makes sense. In prior administrations, we would be able to make applications to reduce funding cuts or get additional positions based on being, quote, a revenue generating agency, but those arguments have not been persuasive as of late.
Okay, good to know. And how much did COIB collect in penalties in FY25, and then also how much so far in FY26?
Those numbers are a little difficult for me because we don't think of it as fiscal year, we just think of it in calendar year.
Got it, okay.
But I can at least answer the question for, do you have for? Oh, $310,000 and some change.
Okay. And how do you determine the penalties?
The penalties, there's two categories of penalties that the board collects. The first are for late filers of annual disclosure reports, and the board rules provide for a structured number starting at $250 and increasing based on how many days the filer is late and whether the filer was a late filer in the prior 6 filing periods. On the enforcement side, the penalties are determined by how serious the violation is, how high level the public servant is, whether the public servant elected to settle or went to a hearing. There's some accounting for the respondent, the violator's ability to pay, and so there's financial hardship that's considered when the fines are collected, and a number of other factors.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then there are agency penalties and then COIB penalties, and where is the revenue listed for both penalties and how is it accounted for?
The penalties that, you mean if there's a joint resolution with an agency and the Conflicts of Interest Board, am I understanding your question correctly?
I think if there's a way to separate that out and then where we can find both.
We could get you the information when some of the resolutions that the Conflicts of Interest Board enters into, an agency participates, and then there's either a suspension, a pay fine that's paid to the employing agency, or some other demotion or things like that. That agency accounts for it on its own. We could create a record of that information if the council wanted it.
Okay. Yes, if we could follow up with that, that'd be awesome.
Yes, sure.
Okay, and just really quickly, I know you noted in your testimony that there were certain requests that were made for salary increases and budget increases that were denied. And so just wondering how conversations have been going with the new administration for additional funding for your board, which obviously does incredible work to investigate a lot of the corruption happening in the city. So have you had conversations with OMB, and how have they been going?
We've had the issues that we've identified for these committees, we've identified both in prior administrations and with the current administration. It's the current administration that considered and agreed with our request for the 2 paralegals, but our request for the advice attorney, for the pay parity issues, were denied.
Okay. And I think actually I'm going to pause right there and then pass it on to Chair Brewer.
So in your testimony, I know DOI very well, and in your testimony you mentioned about case management. DOI has the same problem in the sense that it's an old, antiquated system. I thought they were doing it just themselves. Are you aware that you're both focused and waiting on this case management system, or is there a separate? Do you know?
I think that because DOI is a larger agency, that they're been prioritized in this sort of citywide request for getting this case management system. As a smaller agency, we're sort of at the bottom of the pile for that.
But what would a new, I know what it has for DOI, but what would a new case management system to you mean? What would it do to help you?
I'd say the most critical thing is that the system that we have right now is no longer capable of being updated. It's a legacy system that's essentially, being held together with like dental floss and duct tape by our IT person. It's running on our servers that cannot be replaced, because if we did, we couldn't keep running this old law manager system. So I think the functionality will be comparable, if not better. I'll turn it over to Mr. Carrier, to Ethan, to speak more on it.
Right. What the new system will actually allow us to do that's different. I would be happy to keep our current system, more or less forever. It's kind of a janky old piece of software, but it's fine. The problem is that it's now a cybersecurity risk, and OTI wants us to replace it because of the cybersecurity problem. But then another part of OTI can't get the funding to make that happen, so we're sort of stuck in this loop of what to do. And as Carolyn said, for confidentiality reasons for this old system, the servers that it's running on are in our office. Our IT guy runs those. Those aren't run by OTI. They're not cloud. The new system would be a cloud system. So we can't update these servers because the software can't run on the new servers. So we're trapped in this sort of weird loop with the cybersecurity problem.
Okay. So the reason I ask is, so you've got the new annual disclosure, that's one IT issue. You've got the case management system. So is there a number that goes with, it would be, I assume, capital and expense, or would it just be expense? Is there a number that would address those two issues? That's not part of the 300,000 for the salaries.
For the annual disclosure filing system, that would be a capital expense that would be like in OTI's budget.
Okay.
They'd have to be the project managers for
So OTI, that would be in their budget?
Yes, I think the number that was considered back in 2023 was around 1.5 million, but
that's capital.
That's capital.
And that would be for the annual disclosure filing application?
Correct.
Okay. And how about for the case management? That's something separate?
That's something separate that OTI has already gotten funding for. I don't know the number offhand. It's just an issue of how long. Again, with this weird cycle, because it takes so long to implement, every year it has to be reauthorized. So then all the numbers have to be gotten from the vendor again. We have to make another argument.
We should talk to Madam Galopter. Is that what you're saying? Right? I'm just saying. That's Lisa. Talk to Lisa, whom I know since she's born. I would be glad to do that. That's what I need to understand. Okay.
Yes.
The other question I have is, how do you work with other agencies, like with DOI? So I know the cases that DOI focuses on. How are your cases different? Obviously, they are, quite different. How do you select who you're going to be, I would say, overseeing and finding out if there's corruption? How do you determine which cases you're taking? That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, we receive complaints.
Okay.
In writing, we have an attorney review every single complaint that we get. If the complaint on its face sort of states a violation of the conflicts of interest law, we refer it to the Department of Investigation for investigation. We try to pursue every cognizable, meaningful complaint that we receive, whether small or large. We have no investigators on our staff. Everything has to be referred to DOI. We do try very hard, though, given the internet, to do sort of our own sleuthing, and sometimes there are violations that can be substantiated just from information that's available online. And when we can do it sort of cheaply and quickly, we try to do that.
Okay.
We also work with agencies and their disciplinary councils, which I think was maybe what Chair Lee was referring to try to resolve cases globally, and the result of working with COIB means that those resolutions are public dispositions, which have their own educational value and impact, which is always what we're trying to do. Keep educating, keep having impact with our work.
And those are the ones that you send us when you do a wonderful job of letting people know that this wasn't the right thing to do, whomever, and hopefully others will pay attention.
Yes.
That would be the idea. The other question is, how many people, I should know this, on your board, and what's their role?
There are 5 people on our board, 3 appointed by the mayor, 1 by the public advocate, and 1 by the comptroller. They meet once a month by law and decide significant steps in every enforcement case. There's no enforcement case that's pursued without the board making a determination that there's sufficient evidence of a violation to pursue that case. And they handle significant advice matters, complicated questions, and waivers involving certain high-level people. The board largely, they're a part-time board. They're not consulted other than those monthly in-person board meetings on the sort of day-to-day workings. Much of the work of the Conflicts of Interest Board is done by this tiny staff on a daily basis.
But I know that Wayne is on it, Holly. That's for
Yes, he
the
is.
person I love more than that. That's a real government geek, shall we say?
Yes.
And so others, I know the city council does the advice and consent. That's the person I know for many, many years, and
yes,
he knows your agency very well.
He does.
The other question I have is the 2 paralegals that hopefully will appear. Those folks, because I guess I read all the material. One person is retiring, so you really do need to have these 2 people follow up. What will they be doing? How will they enhance the agency, et cetera?
So the goal, right? Some of the work of that. The goal is to support all the legal units. The primary work they'll be doing first is in the annual disclosure unit. People report positions and other conflicts of interest in their annual disclosure reports, and we want to make sure to do a thorough review to help those people, the filers, those 10,000 filers, identify the violations and either resolve them, or if they need a waiver, in other words, special permission to engage in a position or conduct that would otherwise violate the conflicts of interest law, to then work with Ethan's legal advice unit to get the necessary waivers and permissions. So the goal is for these 2 junior people to really be supporting all the legal work of the office as a value add in every possible way. The current paralegal, the 1 paralegal that we have is a dynamo doing an incredible amount supporting us, and with that model we hope to be able to, sort of maximize, get a lot of bang for the buck of those 2 staff members. That's the vision there.
So 300,000-ish employees, 10,000 approximately file, is that correct? I know it's elected officials, certain policymakers, et cetera.
Yeah.
How is that determined? Is that something that we passed and I should be paying more attention? Did it come with the COIB's 1989 operations? How does that get determined? I was there in 1989. I should remember this. I don't.
No, it's not connected to NAT. There's a state law that requires public officials of certain categories to file
state law.
annual disclosure reports, and then the city council passed a section of the city's administrative code which parallels the state law. In other words, the state law required the city to pass an administrative code that requires certain categories of filers: elected officials, persons with substantial policy discretion, individuals involved in contracts, tax assessors, members of policymaking boards and commissions, et cetera. So there's a city law is the short answer, but the city law exists because the state law requires.
How do you determine policy? Because every mayor has new policy people. Some have, 10 deputy mayors, some have 6, some have this, they got, in my opinion, too many agencies in the mayor's office that you don't even know what the hell they're doing, but okay. How do you decide who a policymaker is?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit imperfectly, certainly, but because the 22 people who work at the Conflicts of Interest Board don't know every single person out there in all of city government, so the board is obliged to rely on decisions being made at other city agencies to decide who their policy.
Every city agency decides. Okay.
They decide. But they decide pursuant to a rule that the board promulgated that sets out some criteria for that. So it involves certain high-level people, and people who are in charge of sort of large offices who make independent judgments. But there's a set of criteria and a rule, and the agencies send us a list. We recently amended that rule for the agencies to provide us with organizational charts so that we could do exactly what you're asking about, which is go back and say, hey, what about this person? Or this person, we don't understand why they're a policymaker, explain. So we're doing a little bit of that poking around. Some of our staffing limitations have really limited that kind of work at the board, right?
Very time consuming.
Yeah, so we're not doing as much of that as I feel like we should. I think that there are some agencies that are way over designating policymakers, and it's not fair to those employees. And I think there are some agencies that are underdoing it, and there are people who really should be subject to the additional requirements, including filing annual disclosure reports, who are not. And so I'd like to get a better handle on that. It's something we're working on.
And that would be part of the work that those two paralegals would participate in.
So they would be looking at the org charts.
Yes.
And do most agencies send you an org chart, or do we need to pass a law telling them to do so?
We've, in part because of this dynamo paralegal that we have right now, we've really nagged every city agency into getting us these org charts as they're supposed to. So far, so good on that.
Okay. And then the other question I have is the mayor's office, because we actually don't have, I would love to have a budget hearing on the mayor's office. I wasn't able to do it for the last 25 years, okay. So, but that also you have an org chart from the mayor's office, as far as you know?
We must, yeah. So they must have one available.
Okay, because they do have a lot of people there.
Yep.
The other question I have is with the form. So what would be some examples of how you think it could be improved? Obviously, you just said OTI would be the one that would give you the whatever, 1.5 million to do the hardware, so to speak. How would you want to improve it?
Right now, there's sort of two, I'd say, main problems. The first is how difficult it is to change the form. So we get a ton of feedback from filers. We are answering nearly 5,000 calls from filers during the
And I'm probably 2,500 of them.
and then 2,500 others. And so we find out, someone says, hey, does this question mean this or that? And so if we had a more a robust, modern filing system, we could fix the questions quickly. Right now, it is very difficult to fix a question. It goes through a whole process at OTI. We can only do so many per filing period. So it's very hard to, even to describe certain financial assets or holdings or things, so to make any changes, even just to the text, is very difficult. So that would be the first thing. And to learn from filers, even like what kinds of boxes are filled in or things like that. And the other challenge is that it has no real back end. There's no reporting. So we can't run a search to say, let's find out all the people who work at a university or all the people who have this kind of, there's no reporting functionality at all, which doesn't affect the filer as much. The first half affects the interface with the filer. The second affects our capacity to help filers identify conflicts of interest.
Okay. I think Councilmember Wong, you have questions, sir?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, COIB has 24 budgeted staff. The only new to oversee ethic compliance are over 300,000 city employees across 127 billion government. How many open complaints is COIB currently investigating? And how many complaints will close in FY25 without investigation because there simply wasn't enough staff to pursue them? Can you talk about it?
So COIB has no investigators. All the investigations are done by the Department of Investigation. The investigations, the challenge of that structure was set up when the Conflicts of Interest Board was set up in 1989 to separate the prosecutorial and investigative functions. We have made about 120 cases that are waiting on reports from DOI, but those are not cases that are impacted by the staffing limitations of the Conflicts of Interest Board. If we get a substantiated investigation from DOI, we pursue that case. The challenge is just how long it takes, because we only have 4 people in the enforcement unit.
So basically, if you decide to close a case, that's because of the Department of Investigation makes the recommendation, not that you made the determination.
Well, there's a number of reasons why a case would be closed. There was no evidence of a violation, or the conduct. There's insufficient evidence, not compelling evidence, and the board and staff make the decision to close the case.
See, okay, I have time for one more question. I hope, yeah, really quick. I learned that COIB currently notifies the public officials when someone requests their financial disclosure statement, which means if a journalist, a constituent, or a council member is checking someone's filing, that person gets tipped off. Now, that undermines the entire purpose of public disclosure. Does COIB support eliminating that notification requirement, and what would it take? A legislation, a rule change to make that happen? Please talk about it.
It's an interesting question why that notification exists. It's not the Conflicts of Interest Board's decision. It's in the city's administrative code, so we're required to do it. Why that's required, plus because we have to, not just that your report, not just that someone's report was requested, but the identity of the person who's requesting the report. So we need to have ID from that person to confirm that they're the person who they say they are. I wouldn't be, if someone said this seems to limit the capacity of someone to request a report, I think that's a compelling argument. The elected officials, of course, have their reports posted on the website, so making that change to the administrative code would not benefit anyone here, but it would benefit other filers like the folks at this table.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. How many staff are dedicated to implement the legal defense trust law? I know you spoke about that in your testimony. And did you reallocate staffing given the law was, I think it came in 2019, and you've lost staff since then? So.
Yeah, the legal defense trust law has been a sort of a difficult journey for us. Because we received no allocated funds to implement that law, the board self-funded some software to facilitate the reporting requirements, which are actually fairly complicated. That reporting system has not been a plus, and we've spent a lot of time trying to build workarounds and so forth to get that to operate. And it's burdensome both on us and on the Legal Defense Trust. I mean, there's a lot of staff on sort of both sides of these things for trying to get the reporting in there correctly and have it work. I would say in terms of how much staff time is being dedicated to that, not, in terms of the workarounds for the IT stuff, quite a bit. In terms of the review of it, not as much as certainly as it should be, which actually raises another issue, which is that law mandates that the board conduct a biennial audit under generally accepted government auditing standards, which requires a professional auditor. We certainly don't have a professional auditor among the 22 people who work at the Conflicts of Interest Board, and we do not have allocated funds to hire such an auditor. So those biennial audits have not happened. We don't know how they would happen.
So you need to add that, you got 300,000, that would be another staff allocation.
Yeah, probably wouldn't, because it's a biennial.
Be an outside contract.
Right, probably we would want to hire outside. Yeah,
all right,
exactly.
so you need to make sure that you get that to us, so it's clear. Okay. I know that my understanding is your current filing system for financial disclosures, again, when I hear that word, I have a heart attack, does not allow this information to be on open data. And as the author of that law, I like everything to go on to open data. So again, back to the technology issues, and maybe this is back to Lisa Golopter. What software upgrades would help make the financial disclosure information more accessible to you, which is important, and to the public?
Well, the question that you're asking, Chair, is comparable to the question that Councilmember Wong asked, because there's a requirement in the law of notification for someone to before a report is provided. So we couldn't, under the law, put anything in an annual disclosure report on open data because we would be not following the requirements of the law before releasing a public servant's annual disclosure report. The second challenge is that the reports just exist in this PDF form. There's nothing, right, and there's so much, there is, in fact, confidential information on every annual disclosure.
You have to pull it out.
We'd have to pull it out, right. So there's, which you're just doing redacting in Adobe PDF. It's not, nothing, it's the low tech of all things.
So, right, but you can only do that if you have, I think, new technology that we talked about earlier.
Yes, exactly.
And then, so right now, you're not putting anything on open data because it's hard to do, right? Is that correct?
Well, on the annual disclosure report front, it's the two challenges. One, the issue that was identified about having to notify filers before their report is released, and the fact that the data is not in any form that could be shared.
Okay. You gave us a cost estimate, and then we should talk for the technology upgrades, we should talk to OTI to get the one on the case management. That's what you indicated.
Yes.
What formula do you support to provide independent budgeting? What is the ideal funding you need to sustain your staff? And that's back to the $300,000. Is that basically correct in terms of what you would want?
For our current staff, yes. Obviously, with an additional legal advice attorney, which is one of our priorities, there'd have to be funding for that. In terms but if you're asking about, did I hear you say independent budget? If you're asking about that sort of a formula, I think that the proposal that what I'll call the City Council's Charter Revision Commission, a recent Charter Revision Commission, that their proposal was an excellent proposal. It's enough more money and indexed in a way that I think makes the board able to perform all the things that it should be doing and keeping it as, I think, the best municipal government ethics program in the country, while simultaneously not requiring the board to go hat in hand to people who it regulates, which is an awkward thing. Right. So I thought their proposal was a fair proposal for solving those problems.
Okay. So I think in summary, from my perspective, there are fundings need, I would say, for capital projects, for the two for technology, that we have to get from an outside agency. You need the $300,000 for the salary adjustments, et cetera. And then the other, and we need the outside consultant we really want to follow up on the audit that you talked about. And then the other would be the attorney, which would be an additional staff line. Those are the topics, I think, that in terms of a budget that I come away with. Is that correct from what you can?
You've got it all correct.
Okay. And so we will work on all those. I think it's incredibly important to have the oversight and not have all these agencies without somebody paying attention, because unfortunately with 300,000 people are going to do things they shouldn't do. One last just process question. So I really do know DOI extremely well. So my question is, you get a complaint, somebody's taking money or doing whatever they're doing. So then you send that to DOI for an investigation to see. You can do a little on internet, but you send it to DOI. But the individuals that you are able to do in-house, obviously you've got all the conflict of interest forms, that's an in-house issue. But what other aspects do you do in-house? And when the information or the case is resolved, meaning Mr. Jones is paying a fine or whatever his punishment is that announced by DOI? Is that announced by you? How does that work, the process?
So all our settlements are announced by us, and we both release the summaries, which the council receives, and the actual settlement agreement, which is negotiated with the person who's the subject of the case, is part of the release. So that's all public, and it's available on our website. Yep. The first part of your question is, just for example, let's say a city employee sends from their city email account a message, vote for Bob, or vote for Jane. Or they say, please buy services from my private business from their city email account. The email itself is evidence of the violation on its own. You're not permitted to use your city email for political activities or private businesses. Often we'll get that email forwarded to us from the recipient saying, this doesn't look right to me, and then that is the case. That's not a case that needs to be investigated. Is it possible that that public servant committed more similar violations? Sure. But we generally have a preference to try to do things quickly and not say wait a year for a more robust or complete investigation. Let's try to stop this violation, this conduct, and even if the fine is less, the goal is not the money, the goal is stopping the violation and correcting the conduct. So that would be what I would call an in-house case.
That's very helpful. Now I understand the process.
Yep.
Thank you very much. We're glad you're here after 10 years.
Thank you.
And we look forward to working with you, and we appreciate your mission. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think with that, we are done for today's hearing. So thank you so much again for being with us, and thank you, Gail, for your leadership. Great. Thank you.